Today, we are gonna see, what if Harry was corrupted king and conquered the world? Part 1. Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Harry has learned the prophecy and he does not believe that a schoolboy can defeat Voldemort, so he decides that if he is going to die then he is first going to live. Goodbye. Goodbye. An oppressive quiet hung over the car throughout the beginning of the ride from King's Cross Station. "Let me out here," Harry commanded quietly, breaking the silence. "What?" Vernon blustered. "Who are you to tell me what to do? I'll give you a simple choice." Harry gave his uncle an icy glare. "You will either let me out of the car right now, or I will inform my friends that you have been mistreating me, that you need a little visit to remind you to be courteous." "Fine," Vernon growled in anger, "but don't expect me to wait around for you." "I don't." Ari stepped onto the curb taking only his owl. "What I do expect is for you to take Dudley and Aunt Petunia out to eat and to take your time heading home." "Who are you to order me around, boy?" Verno. N was begging to lose control over his temper. "Here," Harry handed his uncle a 50-pound note, "enjoy yourselves." "Where did you get this, boy?" Vernon asked in shock. "Goodbye, uncle." Harry waved to his astonished relatives. "I don't believe that we will be seeing each other again." The Dursleys didn't bother to respond, choosing to drive away without a backward glance. Harry smiled sadly as he watched them go and then he opened the cage to let his owl free. "Take this to Hermione, girl." He attached a short note to the owl's leg, "and stay with her until I come to get you." Hooting sadly, Heddo, IG gave his ear a last affectionate nip before taking off to deliver her master's message. Harry watched until his beloved pet had faded from sight, then he turned and began the short walk back to the Wizarding World. Taking a deep breath before he entered the leaky cauldron, Harry opened the door and quickly walked to the door that guarded the entrance to Diagon Alley. He paused for a second in front of the brick entrance, fearing that cries of "the boy who lived" would erupt from behind, destroying his chance of having an enjoyable summer. After several moments of silence, he tapped the court sequence on the bricks and walked through the entrance to the Wizarding World. Rushing to Gringotts, he immediately went to the nearest open teller. "Yes," the goblin looked down at him. "I need I to access my account while abroad," Harry answered quickly, "and I'll need to be able to get Muggle money as well as galleons." The goblin asked, reaching out to accept his vault key. "One moment please." The goblin rummaged through a small chest on his desk for several minutes before pulling out a small pouch. "This pouch will draw coins directly from your account, and if you tap it 3 times with your wand then it will change into a Muggle wallet which will allow you to draw the appropriate Muggle currency. Will that be all?" "I'll also need all of my transactions to be kept private." Harry hardened his features. "I do not want anyone finding out about any of my purchases." "Of course not." The goblin seemed mildly offended. "We pride ourselves on our confidentiality." "Good." Harry nodded in satisfaction. "Otherwise I would have been forced to close my accounts and announce to the Daily Prophet that I no longer trust Gringotts to manage my fortunes." "I see." The goblin frowned. "Rest assured that no one but yourself shall receive any accurate information concerning your account." "Thank you." Harry nodded politely. "So unless you have anything you want to talk about, then I've got to be going." "No, Mr. Potter." The goblin's face could have been carved from stone. "I don't think we have anything else to discuss." Resisting the urge to smirk, Harry turned and slowly made his way towards the exit. For hopeful that his plan to have an enjoyable summer would work for the first time. From Gringotts, Harry made his way to the Ye Old Travel Shop, which was a small special tie shop for wizards and witches intending to spend time abroad. Harry heard a faint ringing sound as he opened the door and he looked around for the shopkeeper. "What can I do for you?" An old man approached. "Planning to go abroad, are you?" "Maybe." Harry shrugged. "I just want to drift around and see where I end up." "Ah." The old man smiled with understanding. "Just graduated from one of the I see schools and now you want to go find yourself something like that." Harry agreed with a sad smile. "Then I have just the thing for you," the old man replied. Enthusiastically, My patented ultimate backpacker's kit, it has everything the young wanderer could ask for. A large multi-compartment leather frame pack, charmed to be light as a feather and to hold many times its normal capacity. Really? Harry began to take an interest. What else? It comes with a portable stove, cookware, a tent, sleeping bag and much more. The shopkeep was really getting into it. Everything you need to travel anywhere from the tropics to the top of Mount Everest, this pack has it all. Wow. Harry was mildly impressed. What else would you recommend for someone who was planning to drift around? A few more things, sir, he shrugged. The pack contains all of the essentials, but there are several items that I can recommend to make life more pleasant in addition to the pack. The old man looked at Harry's ragged appearance. You'll be wanting some new clothing, something to help you with other languages, and it may be a good idea to have a guidebook along as well. Okay, Harry shrugged, give me the best of whatever you recommend. Just be quick about it, I want to be out of the country as soon as I can. No problems, kid. The shopkeep put several items on the table. These glasses will adjust to any prescription. And in addition to many other things, allow you to read any language. This silver hoop goes in either ear and converts any language you hear into English. This ring goes on whichever hand you use to write with and allows you to write any language. And finally, this small bar of silver goes through your tongue and magically contorts your mouth to allow you to speak any language. In time and with enough use, they will eventually teach you the languages that you use. Wow. Harry nodded, impressed by the items. What else? This book. The man indicated a book entitled Everything You Will Ever Need to Know While Traveling Around the World, is full of useful information, and I would recommend that you read the warnings in the front about underage magic before you do anything else. And this set of clothing will magically alter itself to whatever is needed for whatever climate you are in. It has charms to be self-cleaning and self-repairing, and it can change colors and styles with a thought. There is one more thing that I would like to get. Harry bit his lower lip. I was wondering if you had an item that would allow me to blend in better. Want to immerse yourself in the culture, huh? The store owner nodded his head. Got just the thing. This bracelet creates a powerful SEP field around you, and it will help you remain unnoticed unless you commit an aggressive or incredibly strange act. Thanks. Harry gave a relieved smile. Do you know where I could arrange for a portkey to get me to the continent? Pick up, you kid, and I'll have one ready for you in a jiffy, thanks. Here you go, lad. The man handed Harry a small stone. Thanks. How much do I owe you? Don't worry about it, Harry. The man smiled at Harry's shocked look. Consider it a thanks for looking out for us, and sorry about believing the worst of you. It's untraceable and it will take you to Holland right about. Harry disappeared. Now, I hope you find what you were looking for, lad. Pandemonium would best describe the scene outside number 4 Privet Drive when the Dursleys arrived without Harry. Within minutes, Albus Dumbledore had arrived along with several members of his order to begin their investigation. The Dursleys say that he had them drop him off in London. Professor, one of the order members, reported to the headmaster, says that he didn't want to stay with them and decided to just leave. I found something in their car that belonged to Harry. Remus Lupin ran up brandishing a small paper pamphlet. It has Harry's scent all over it. Thank you, Remus. The headmaster accepted the small pamphlet. I believe it's time I went and had a chat with Harry's friends about his whereabouts. The headmaster appeared before a small upper-class suburban home and rang the doorbell once. Hello. A good-looking woman answered the door. What can I help you with? Greetings. Dumbledore smiled. I'm the headmaster at Hermione's school, and I was wondering if I could speak with her. Of course. The woman nodded. Won't you come in? Delighted to. Professor Dumbledore, a bushy-headed young woman called from atop a staircase. I'm glad that you got my letter, but I didn't expect to see you this soon. Quote, I'm afraid that I didn't get any letter, Ms. Granger. Dumbledore smiled at her kindly. What was the problem? I got a strange letter from Harry that I thought you should know about. The intelligent young witch looked worried, and I was hoping that you would check to see if he was doing okay. I'm afraid that I have some bad news. Dumbledore took a deep breath. Harry had his uncle drop him off somewhere in London, and he has been missing for several hours. You don't think he got captured, do you? Rest assured that I've had no information that would lead me to that conclusion. The headmaster reached into his robes and pulled out the worn pamphlet that had been found by Remus Lupin. I'm afraid the only clue we have is this brochure that we found in his relative's car. May I see that, Professor? Hermione took the pamphlet gently. This looks like a standard handout from one of the charity organizations that were in the Muggle portion of King's Cross. Why do you think that Harry kept it? Well, this particular charity tries to help dying children and, oh no. The pretty young witch paled. Harry thinks he's going to die. What do you mean by that, Ms. Granger? The headmaster demanded. What leads you to that conclusion? This belongs to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. They do things to bring happiness to terminally ill children. Hermione brandished the pamphlet. Harry must have learned something that makes him think that he doesn't have much time left to live. I see. The headmaster's shoulders dropped. Is that why he didn't return to Privet Drive? He wants to make the most of the time he has left. Hermione was holding back tears, not to spend it with people he hates. Thank you. You've been most helpful, Headmaster gave Hermione a sad smile and disappeared with a faint pop. After Dumbledore's disappearance, Hermione ran up to her room and reread the short note that had been sent along with Hedwig. Clutching it to her chest, she let the tears fall and hoped for the safe return of her best friend. Hermione, please look over Hedwig. I want to live before I die. Harry, A. Muggle born and B. Very intelligent, besides I like the character. And I wanted to give her a bit of screen time. For any who don't know, the Make-A-Wish Foundation try to give dying children their fondest desire before they die. Things like meeting pro athletes and going to Disneyland. The adventure begins. The adventure begins. Harry's hand immediately went to his wand after the tug of the portkey disappeared. Welcome to Amsterdam, kid. A man in a strange uniform greeted him with a smile. Slowly taking his hand off of his wand, Harry looked over to see a blond man in an odd uniform. Hello. Papers. The man held out his hand expectantly. Just a moment. Harry stalled as he tried to figure out what to do. I know I have them here somewhere. Take your time. The man's demeanor became decidedly colder as he began to regard Harry with suspicion. 1 second. Harry reached into his new pack, trying to think of some way to keep his vacation from ending before it began. Within seconds, his fingers brushed up against a small leather booklet. Pulling it out, Harry looked at it dumbly, trying to figure out what it was. Thank you, sir. The man carefully took the small booklet out of Harry's hands and began examining it. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Black. I didn't realize that you were stalling out of embarrassment and not because of some other purpose. Yes, well Harry replied eloquently. No need to say a thing. The man stamped several pages in the small book. I understand what it's like to have an odd name and none need know anything but your last name. Thanks. Harry took his passport back and resisted the urge to ask. You wouldn't happen to know a good place to stay the night, would you? Outside and to the left about 2 blocks down. You can't miss it. Thanks. Harry nodded to the man, and have a good day. You as well, Mr. Black. The customs agent gave him one last grin before waving him through the gates. The second that he was out of the customs agent's sight, Harry pulled out the small leather-covered booklet that had been identified as his passport and opened it to see what had drawn the man's attention. It took several seconds of examination before he found it under the name section. Apparently he was named Potamus Dogrim Nommed Black. It was also apparent that the salesman back in Diagon Alley knew entirely too much, and had a rather odd sense of humor. It only took Harry about 5 minutes to find the hotel and get himself a room. Walking over to his bed, he prepared to take a short nap before going out to explore the world. Then he remembered the salesman's advice to read the first page of the book. Pulling it out, he flipped to the warning and began to read. A warning to parents with school-aged children. It is a little-known fact that the tracking RMS placed by the various governments of the wizarding world on the wands of underage children are only effective in their country of origin. This means that if the tracking charm was cast in England, then your child could perform underage magic in any country besides England without fear of being caught. This problem is further exacerbated by the Ignotus charm, which can be used to remove tracking charms from a tracked wand. This problem is not insurmountable, and so long as your child does not learn and perform the Dallas charm, then your child's wand can be checked regularly by any number of detection spells to ensure that they have not removed the tracking charms. If however your child does perform the Dallas charm on their wand after performing the Ignotus charm, then there is no known way that their wand can be accurately checked for the absence of the ministry-mandated tracking charms because of the fact that the Dallas charm will give out a false positive and prevent the application of any new tracking charms. For information purposes only, the proper wand movements and incantations for both the Ignotus and Dallas charms are provided below. You may also note that at the beginning of each country section a list of restricted and illegal spells is provided along with a list of useful spells, also for information purposes only. Harry blinked and a smirk appeared on his face as he realized why the shopkeeper had insisted that he read the warning in the beginning of the book before he did anything else. Not a day into his summer holiday and things were already beginning to look up. Placing his book back into his pack, Harry stretched out on his bed for a few hours of sleep. After all, even a socially deprived kid who was raised in a cupboard knows that it's best to explore Amsterdam at night. In the red light district, Harry found himself overwhelmed by the sights, the smells, the lights, and the people. Peeking into one of the many windows, Harry learned more about Human anatomy than had been taught in the short course he had received in grade school, and his 20-minute stroll had taught him more about the world than he had in all of his previous years combined. Ace read and head spinning with new experiences, Harry beat a hasty retreat to the relative safety of hotel room, deciding that maybe it would be best to explore during the day, allowing himself the luxury of easing into the nightlife. Awaking early the next morning, Harry dressed himself and walked down to the hotel's lobby. "Good morning," he nodded to a pair of Swedish backpackers. "Hello." The two Swedish girls grinned at the confused look on his face. "First time in Amsterdam?" "Yes it is, everything is just so." "Yes, it can be a bit overwhelming, can't it?" Hot Swedish girl number 2 agreed. "We've been here several times and we still find it a bit overwhelming at times." "If you've been here several times, then what do you suggest I do?" Harry asked the buxom twosome. "Why don't you go down to one of the coffee shops and get some brownies?" Hot Swedish girl number 1 suggested with a wink. "Thanks," Harry smiled brightly, "I could something sweet right now." Waving goodbye to his two new friends, Harry walked across the street to one of Amsterdam's infamous coffee shops. "Good morning," the barista greeted him. "What can I get for you today?" "Some girls recommended that I try some of your brownies." "All right." The man nodded cheerfully. "Anything to drink?" "Could I get a cup of tea with milk?" At the man's nod, Harry continued. "Add the tea to the milk and don't stir. Just take a seat and I'll have it right out." Nodding in understanding, Harry found himself a seat in one of the corner tables. After a short amount of time, the barista came out with a tray containing a large mug of tea and a plate full of brownies. "Enjoy." The man gave Harry a knowing smile before returning to his place behind the counter. Taking his first tentative bite of the baked goods, Harry was surprised at how good it tasted, chocolatey with a hint of something that he couldn't identify. Harry felt a strange sort of calm fall over his body as he sipped his tea. For the first time that he could remember, he felt relaxed. He felt like a normal person. He felt like none of his problems mattered anymore. After several hours, and several cups of tea, Harry rose to his feet and walked out of the coffee shop, intent on finding some lunch at the restaurant on the other side of the avenue. Moments after Harry found his table, the peace of the day was shattered by the sounds of 4 incoming apparitions. Figuring that the order had found him and that his vacation had come to an end, Harry looked out the large picture window and was shocked to see the street filled not with order members, but with the 4 figures in black robes and white masks. Harry was out of his seat in a flash and halfway to the kitchen before most of the other patrons of the cafe had time to blink. "Do you have any cooking oil?" Harry grabbed the confused cook by the front of his shirt. "Right over there." The cook eyed the obviously deranged man with no small amount of nervousness. "You'll find all the oil that you could ask for." Grabbing 2 large bottles, Harry made his way back to the front of the cafe and towards the newly arrived group of dark wizards. "We know you're here, Potter," one of the masked figures called. "Come out and none of these muggles have to get hurt." Frowning in annoyance, Harry threw the 2 bottles towards the group and hit them with a shattering charm. "There he is, get him," the apparent leader of the Death Munchers called after he noticed the source of the incoming spell. Several of the Death Eaters made to follow their commander's instructions, only to slip in the puddle of oil that Harry had dumped into the street. Harry further thinned their numbers with several reductor curses, and within seconds there was not a Death Eater standing. And after summoning their wands, he approached the fallen figures cautiously, reacting to any movement with several well-placed stunners. Walking up to the leader of the detachment, Harry removed the man's mask and cloak. Enervate. Harry gave a nasty smile to the leader of the detachment. What exactly was your purpose here? I'm not saying a thing, the Death Eater growled defiantly. I know my rights and you can't force me to do a thing. That's not strictly true, Harry smirked. You see, I am not an employee of any magical government. So until a representative of the Dutch ministry arrives, I get to play with you all I want. Why you wouldn't do that? The Death Eater bit back nervously. You're one of the good guys. No, Harry disagreed. I'm just a guy on vacation. Now do you want to see how many bones I can break before I have to turn you over to law enforcement, or do you want to talk? We were here to capture Harry Potter. How did you find him? One of the Dark Lord's followers at Hogwarts placed a tracking charm on the boy in an attempt to find out where he lives over the summer. I guess that muggle-loving headmaster of his didn't bother to check his golden boy. Stupefy. Rai looked down at the Death Eater in disgust. It appeared that Tom had been recruiting. It also appeared that he hadn't managed to get any competent new followers. Stotstovenars, stay where you are. Several wizards in official-looking robes approached wearily. Slowly place your wand on the ground and then put your hands up. I would rather not put my wand on the ground. Harry was careful not to make any sudden movements. One of these morons might be conscious, and if so, then I would rather not give him my wand. Then slowly hold your wand by the tip and hold it above your head, an intimidating looking witch commanded. Then walk towards me. All right, Harry agreed. I don't suppose that you'd believe me if I were to tell you that I didn't have anything to do with this. Harry looked around hopefully for a few moments and then let out a sigh. Didn't think so. I am going to take your wand from you and then I am going to get your statement. The witch handed his wand off to one of his comrades. Do not move. Still as a statue, Harry had to resist the urge to frown. The witch relaxed quite a bit after he had taken Harry's wand. Now sir, if I could take your statement. Sure. Harry nodded, then added hopefully, I don't suppose that you could take my statement while I got something to eat. So long as you aren't with them. The man motioned towards the Death Eaters. Then you can give your statement standing on your head, Mr. Black. Harry gave his most charming smile. May I lower my arms? They're starting to cramp. You may. The woman nodded. I am Stotstovenar Annie van der Meer. Could you tell me what happened here? Well, I was just sitting down for lunch when they appeared. Harry motioned towards the fallen Death Munchers. I ran to the kitchen and got some oil. I used that and a few well-placed curses to defeat the group. Did you have any assistance? Stotstovenar van der Meer asked quickly. No. Harry shook his head and upon seeing her shocked look clarified. What we have here is the absolute worst that Voldemort has in his service, and I had surprise and luck on my side. I see. The woman nodded. Do you have anything else to add? The leader said something about using a tracking charm to hunt someone. Harry grimaced. And being the suspicious sort that I am, I was wondering if you would be willing to check me for such a charm and if necessary remove it. Of course, the woman performed several complex wand movements. You were correct. You did have such a spell, but I do not believe that it was placed by a Death Eater. Why not? It was rather amateurishly done. I'd say that whoever placed it couldn't be out of school. Thank you. Harry gave a relieved grin. Probably just a prank then, but one can never be too careful. I agree. The Stotstovenar nodded. Find a seat, and if the other witnesses collaborate your story, then your wand will be returned and you will be free to go. Thank you. Harry nodded politely. May I ask you one question? You may. Are these attacks common in Holland? No. The woman paused to think. I believe that this is only the second in the last 20 years, Norma. LLY they confine their activities to the UK. Thank you. Harry smiled. With luck, it will be another 20 years before you have to deal with another. I'd rather we never have to deal with another, the woman shrugged. If you will just wait here for a moment, I'd just like to converse with my colleagues for a moment before we continue. Sure thing. Harry took a seat on the curb. The woman favored Harry with one last smile, then she walked out of earshot to another group of Stotstovenars. Well, The witnesses all agree that a group of men in black robes appeared and began yelling something about something in English. The man checked his notes. The man black came out of the cafe and attacked. He then walked up to the fallen Death Eaters and hit them with a red light, and then we arrived. All told, it sounds like the fight was over in less than 2 minutes. All right. The woman blinked in surprise. What else? One of the other Stadstovenar pulled out his notebook. Each of the suspects was hit by multiple reductor curses and stunners. Looks like they were down before they even had time to fight back. He glanced at Harry. Whoever this guy is, he doesn't like to play around. Stadstovenar van der Meijer took out her own notebook. We have a male of unknown nationality and age that by his own account defeated 4 Death Eaters before they had a chance to cast a single spell. Though in his professional option was that they were new recruits. He speaks perfect Dutch with a Haarlem accent, and the woman paused, and he has an unknown magical effect that makes it difficult for me to give a description. Any ideas on who we're dealing with here? Whoever he is, he's good. One of the men bit his lower lip. I know most of the Stadstovenars in Holland, so maybe an experienced Stadstovenar from another country. I disagree. One of the others shook his head. I can count on one hand the people who are good enough to do something like this, and most of TH M are missing so many body parts that they couldn't be him even under heavy disguise. And the ones that aren't? Van der Meijer asked quietly. Had their minds shattered by overexposure to the Cruciatus curse. The Stadstovenar finished sadly. Whoever he is, wherever he came from, I can't say. I see. Van der Meijer nodded. I'll go talk to him and get more of a statement. Maybe he'll let something slip. I wouldn't count on it. The man paused. Men like him don't make mistakes. Then wish me luck, she said over her shoulder as she began walking towards the enigmatic Mr. Black. Well, Harry smiled up at her. Your story checks out. She nodded. If you want, we can go to a restaurant where you can get something to eat and I can get a more detailed statement. Fine. Harry nodded. Is there anywhere around here that you would suggest we go? Would you prefer wizard or non? Either is fine. Harry grinned. So long as it tastes good and there's a lot of it. Then I would suggest we go over to the magical section of Kalverstraat. They've got a restaurant that claims they will serve anything the customer can think of. Sounds fine. Is it far from here? Just around the corner. Then let's go, Harry replied, eager to finally get his lunch. Harry followed the Dutch law enforcement officer through a series of twists and turns until they came to a small cafe in the oath of a street that branched off the main. Here we are. Great. Harry looked at the cafe with approval. Let's find a table. Please follow me. The waiter announced his presence. Will you be requiring a menu? No thank you. Harry waved the man off. I'll be ready to order in a few minutes. To start with though, could you bring me something to drink? Right away, sir. I'm afraid that I don't know much about Dutch food. Harry grinned. What would you suggest I order? I've always liked the Limburg's Zuurivalies, the woman responded after a moment of contemplation. Thank you, and feel free to order something for yourself. Thank you. After a short wait, the waiter had taken their orders and the curious Stadstovenar pulled out her notebook, eager to get her questions answered. So, Mr. Black, she took a moment to collect her thoughts. What made you think that those Death Eaters were new recruits? Experience. Harry took a sip of his drink. I've faced several members of the inner circle and each one of them would have been quicker to throw curses. Harry paused for a moment. Voldemort has very few followers that are anything more than low-grade thugs, even his inner circle attempts to substitute skill for sadism. The 4 I faced didn't even measure up to that low standard. I see. The woman hid her surprise. Do you think that we'll see more of them? I don't know. Harry took a sip from his drink. My guess would be that they were not working on an official mission, so there is a good chance that Vold won't bother to break them out of prison. Why do you think that? It sounded as if they were hunting someone, and in an official hunting party there would be a high-ranking Death Muncher along to supervise. For an important target it would be a member of the inner circle. Harry stopped when the waiter returned with the food and waited until the man was out of earshot. The leader of this group was a low-level flunky. My guess was that they were on an operation of their own in hopes of eliminating the target on their own in some misguided attempt to curry favor with their master. I see. Definitely a professional, the woman thought to herself. I noticed that you started out with some rather lethal spells and only switched to stunners after the Death Eaters were down. Yes, I did, Harry agreed, another lesson I learned the hard way. Is that a stunner is rather easy to counter, but broken bones keep your opponent down. I'll keep that in mind. Just who are you, Mr. Black? I'm just a guy on a vacation to try to find something he's lost. And what's that? Life, Harry replied sadly. Them. If you do know, what trip to Amsterdam is complete without a visit to a coffee shop? Barista, what a person who works at a coffee shop is called. My ex-roommate used to be one, which is the only reason that I know that. Thanks go to Finbar for providing me with a lot of suggestions and information on backpacking around Europe. And Ruse, aka Arya Chan, who gave me a lot of info on Holland. Oh, Van der Meer looked at him sympathetically. Saw too much and now you want to get away from it all. I've never had a vacation, Harry seemed to stare at nothing. All my life I've never had a chance to relax. I just want a chance to do the things I never had a chance to do. I think I deserve that much. I agree, Mr. Black, she watched him jump. And I hope that the remainder of your vacation is a bit quieter than today has been. Thank you. Harry allowed his eyes to refocus. Let's go back to the incident. Do you have any more questions for me? A few. The woman checked her notebook, speaking as one professional to another. How would you suggest we deal with any future Death Eater activity in Holland? I would suggest you look very closely at the methods you have for keeping your prison secure. Harry took a sip from his drink. For example, I believe that one of the prime reasons for mass escape from the Brightest Ministry's prison on Azkaban Island was the fact that they gave too much trust to the Dementors. I see. Staatstovenaar Van der Meer made several notes. Any dueling advice? What many law and cement professionals seem to forget is that they are much better trained than most Death Eaters. The problem is that the Death Munchers and Moldy Shorts have such fearsome reputations that people forget just how incompetent they are. Harry gave a sad smile. But never forget that they are dangerous, and never let down your guard because you think that they're helpless. A very good friend of mine almost died because she let her guard down around a helpless Death Eater. Thank you. Anything else that you'd be willing to share? One more thing. Harry put down his fork and fixed the woman with an intense look. Always take the fight seriously. Never for a moment let your guard slip. I lost a very good friend because he forgot that. Thanks for sharing that. She smiled at the man across the table. I'll be sure to keep those lessons in mind. Good. Harry nodded sadly. Nothing would please me more than the thought that someone might learn something from my experiences. It allows me to pretend that some good came with the bad. Staatstovenaar Van der Meer paused for a moment, unsure of how to reply to such a statement. What are your plans for the remainder of your vacation, Mr. Black? Well, Harry forced himself to smile. I was planning on visiting some of the museums around here and maybe visiting some of Holland's famous tulip fields. After that I'll drift somewhere else. Would you mind leaving contact information? The Staatstovenaar asked quickly. I believe that the head of magical law enforcement would like to meet with you in the future. All right. Harry wrote his hotel and room number on a napkin. Here's where I'll be staying while I'm in Holland. I have no idea where I'll be after that. Thank you. I'm sure that will be fine. She stood. Please allow me to pay your bill. It's the least my department can do for the assistance that you provided us today. Thank you. Harry stood. If you need to speak with me again today, I'll be visiting museums for the remainder of the day and I'll be back in my hotel room around 7 or 8 o'clock tonight. Thank you for your time, Mr. Black. The Staatstovenaar held out her hand. We will be in touch with you in the near future. Anytime, Staatstovenaar Van der Meer. Harry took her hand. I am always happy to help in any way that I can. Harry and Van der Meer said their goodbyes and Harry was off on his next adventure. To build himself a larger cache of memories to cherish. It was a short trip to Rembrandt House Museum on Jodenbriestraat and Harry's excitement grew with every step. While he didn't like to admit it, Harry had always had a love of art. It had seemed to him the only profession that would benefit from the amount of trauma that he had experienced in his young life. Art had always been one of the few joys that Harry had in his life, and when he was younger and locked in his cupboard, he used to calm himself by closing his eyes and imagining the wonder that artists could create using only their imaginations and a bit of paint. Harry's heart seemed to want to burst from his chest as he entered the house that had once belonged to one of the greatest artists the world has seen. Harry forced himself to hurry as he walked through the museum, and throughout his visit, Harry marveled at the sheer diversity of the items he found. Harry visited over a dozen museums a day, and he saw hundreds of works from Rembrandt to Van Gogh, and he felt a profound sense of regret that in all likelihood his conflict with Voldemort would prevent a longer visit in the future. Walking through the front doors of his hotel, Harry mentally compared the paintings at Hogwarts with the masterpieces that he had seen earlier that day. Harry came to a realization. Amateurs, he muttered to himself. In comparison to what he had been privileged to see in Amsterdam's museums, many of the works so celebrated in the wizarding world were nothing more than crude drawings with a bit of magic. The two Staatstovenaar that had spent the day discreetly following the enigmatic Mr. Black nearly had heart attacks when their long-range microphones picked up the odd wizard's comment. Sharon. A look of surprise mingled with respect. The two law enforcement officers apparated to their offices to give their reports. Upon their appearance at the office, they were greeted by a large number of curious people and one supervisor who was more than a little eager to learn more about the mysterious Mr. Black. Peters, Jansen, give me a quick report on how the surveillance on Mr. Black went. What do you want to know first, Wieland? Staatstovenaar Mark Peters asked slowly. How did he spend his day? Mr. Black spent the day visiting several art museums around the city, Staatstovenaar Peters replied quickly. Did Mr. Black notice that he was being followed? We had no indication that he knew that he was being followed until the end of the day. The Staatstovenaar paused as he tried to collect his thoughts. What happened, Mark? The older officer prompted, using his colleague's first name. At the end of the day, Mr. Black shook his head, smirked, and muttered the word, amateurs, under his breath. The man licked his lips. I'm not sure if we were meant to hear it, but based on our speculation of Mr. Black's past and capabilities, we believe that he was aware of the fact that he was under surveillance. Was that the only indication you received? The only one we're sure of. Jansen entered the conversation. But several times during the day looked in the shop windows. At tea time we believed that he was looking at the items on display, but now I'm not so sure. What are you thinking? Wieland prompted. I think that he may have been watching us in the reflections on the windows. And I also think that we should examine the possibility that he was aware of our presence the entire time. Don't worry about it. Staatstovenaar Wieland rubbed his eyes. I know that there is no way that a normal suspect would have noticed either of you in a normal surveillance operation. We knew that he was good, and now we have an idea of just how good. Still, it bothers me that he was able to spot us and that we never even noticed that he was watching us. Jansen bit his lower lip. There is no shame in being beaten by the best, Wieland consoled his two officers, and there's no shame in being spotted by someone as good as this black fellow. Harry was in a good mood as he awoke early the next morning, his visits to the art museum providing his subconscious with material to give him dreams that were far better than his usual nightmares. Dressing quickly, Harry left the hotel and walked through the maze of streets that guarded the magical section of Kalverstraat. Walking down the street, Harry's senses were assaulted by a series of strange smells and odd sights. Giving up his plan of finding anything without directions, he walked into the nearest shop intent on finding someone willing to give him instruction on how to navigate this bustling section of magical Holland. Can I help you? One of the shop attendants asked when she noticed Harry walk in. Yes, Harry nodded gratefully. I was hoping you could tell me where I could find some transportation to the tulip fields in the north of the country and back. 2 doors up, shop by the name of Floral Tours. Tell the man behind the counter what you want and he'll set you up with a tour or porky depending on what you require, the woman smiled. While you're here, could I interest you in a camera? Might be nice to have something to take a few pictures with if you plan to go sightseeing. Sure, Harry nodded, reasoning that it would be polite to buy something after all the help that he had received. Besides, it wasn't like he couldn't afford it. What do you recommend I should get? That would all depend on what you plan to do with it. We have models ranging from 10 guldens on up. She smiled sweetly. Why don't you describe what your needs are and I'll tell you what cameras would meet them, or if you prefer you could tell me what amount you would like to spend and I'll show you what falls within your price range. Thank you. Harry concentrated for a bit. I guess that I need a camera that is very durable. I tend to get into trouble and I would hate to have to keep replacing my camera. Anything else? Reliable. Harry nodded. And small. I don't want something that will take up a lot of space. It would be nice if it would develop its own film or not need film also. I think I have just the camera for you. The woman smiled. But I am afraid that it's a bit expensive, she added with a frown. Tell me about it. Let me show it to you while I tell you some of its features. She pulled one of the cameras off the shelf. As you can see, it's small, only 3 by 4 inches, and it is durable, able to function in any environment from the top of a mountain to the bottom of the sea. Wow, Harry was impressed. What else? It has an internal transfiguration feature that turns any raw material entered into the feeding compartment into usable film, and another feature that develops the film into pictures which it prints through this slot in the side. What about reliability? It has a self-repair feature to take care of physical damage and a 300-year warranty to take care of any magical problems. Quote, I'll take it. Harry pulled out his wallet and began removing currency. Thank you. My pleasure, sir. The sales girl smiled at him one last time. Enjoy your trip, and I hope that your camera serves you well. I will. Harry nodded as he walked out the door. It only took him a few minutes to find the shop that the girl in the other store had mentioned. And when he stepped inside, he was amazed at the number and quality of the floral arrangements on display. Hello, he called into the seemingly empty store. Is there anyone here? Yes. A confused looking man popped out from behind the counter. What can I do for you? I was hoping to visit the tulip fields, Harry answered, and I was told that you could help me with transportation. Yes, of course, the odd man nodded. Did you need a tour guide? No. I just wanted to spend a few hours looking at them on my own, and I was hoping to get a portkey to get me there and one to take me back. One moment. The man disappeared behind the counter again. Here we are, he said, appearing with 2 odd-looking tulip-shaped figurines. Just hold the green one and say, Calverstraat, when you wish tea. Oh, return and hold the red one and say, Tulip, when you wish to leave. Thank you. Harry paid the man and stepped outside the shop. Tulip. Harry felt the telltale pull on his navel and nearly bled as he arrived on a hill with a breathtaking view of several tulip fields. Taking several pictures of the sight, Harry supposed that other people would think it odd that a boy of his age would spend his time visiting museums and taking pictures of flowers, but it was his belief that after seeing so much ugliness in his life, he was entitled to a bit of beauty. Besides, it wasn't like he was going to be able to hold off on such things until he was older like the others of his generation, not with his destiny of facing the Dark Lord anyway. He spent an indeterminate amount of time just standing on the hill staring at the loveliness before him before he decided to leave his position and get a closer look at the flowers. Harry spent several minutes walking beside the fields until a flicker of movement drew his attention. After a moment of close examination, he relaxed when he found the source of the movement. An odd sort of creature frolicking inside one of the tulips. Smiling in amusement at the strange creature's antics, he took several pictures of it with his new camera. Taking one last look around and sighing with regret, he activated his second portkey and returned to Amsterdam. Good evening, Mr. Black. 2 men holding badges greeted Harry on his return. Hello, Harry replied cautiously. What can I do for you gentlemen tonight? The head of magical law enforcement has requested that you meet with her. One of the men answered. When? Now, if possible, the man quickly replied, but if that is inconvenient to you, then I suppose that we could reschedule. Now would be fine. Harry nodded. Let's go. One of the 2 men nodded and held out his badge. My badge has been spelled as a portkey to the department, so if you would just touch it, then we can be going. All right. Harry activated the portkey by putting his hand on the badge. Welcome, Mr. Black. A formidable woman wearing what Harry recognized to be a Staatstovenaar uniform greeted him on his arrival. I am Hoofd van de Staatstovenaar, Sanne Vermeer, and I am pleased that you accepted my invitation. It seemed like the polite thing to do. Harry nodded. What was it you wanted to speak with me about? I have looked over the reports of your fight with the Death Eaters, and I would like to take the opportunity to thank you on behalf of my country for your intervention. The woman smiled, and the lives that you undoubtedly saved by neutralizing the Death Eaters before they had a chance to harm any innocents. No thanks are necessary. Harry tried to wave it off. I just did what anybody would have done if they had the ability. I disagree, and more importantly the minister disagrees. Vermeer's voice took on a firmer tone. So in recognition of the great service that you have given to our country and the lives that you have saved, it is my great pleasure to induct you into the Ordre van de Leeuw. Thank you. Harry was stunned. Thank you. I understand, Vermeer smiled at him as she presented him with the medal. Men like you don't do it for the thanks. I never expected this when I confronted those Death Eaters. Harry motioned to the medal. I just thought that they were after me and that it would be better to attack than to run away. But even had you known that they were not after you, would you have run or would you have leapt to the defense of innocent lives? The chief of magical law enforcement questioned gently. I would have protected them, but like I said that was nothing special, Harry argued. Anyone would have done the same. I see that I'm not going to persuade you otherwise. Vermeer laughed. So I'll change the subject. What are your plans now? I was thinking about going to Paris. Harry shrugged. Always wanted to see the Eiffel Tower. After that I guess I'll go where the wind takes me. Excellent. Thank you for sharing your travel plans with me. The Hoofd van de Staatstovenaar nodded in satisfaction. Now if you will excuse me, I have a meeting to go to and I'm sure that you would like to return to your hotel. Then good night Hoofd van de Staatstovenaar Sanne Vermeer. Harry gave a sad smile. May your dreams be better than mine. Good night Mr. Black. The women replied sadly, and thank you once again for the lives that you saved. Magical law enforcement. Wormkekenter pro bro 1442. I agree, but I still admire the idea behind the foundation despite the fact that I have issues with some of their actions. Chaos impersonified. Oops, forgot to say. It means state wizard in Dutch. Von. He got some new clothing in the first chapter. Got to remember to have Harry read the instruction manual for his bracelet. Fangela Marie. Not the whip. I'll try to update as much as possible. PLS. Yes. Harry returned to his hotel room later that night. Pulling out his new camera he hit the button to develop his pictures and spent several minutes flipping through them. He was pleased to see that he had gotten several good shots of the odd little creature that he had seen, and he was a bit disappointed that several of his photos had not turned out quite as well as he might have hoped. Placing one of them into an envelope, he addressed it to the Quibbler and chuckled as he imagined Luna's reaction to some of the odd positions the little creature would take. Discarding the one photo that appeared to be nothing but an empty patch of grass, he carefully packed the rest of them and went to sleep. Harry got up early the next morning and shouldered his pack. Approaching the front desk he smiled at the staff. Good morning Mr. Black. Did you sleep well? The polite young man behind the counter asked. Yes I did, thank you. Harry nodded back. I've decided that it's time I moved on. I see. Checking out then. The worker pulled out a form. Sign here please. Harry signed the form and paid his bill. I was wondering if you could do one favor for me. Of course. What can I do for you? I was wondering if you would be willing to have this letter posted to England. Harry slid the envelope across the desk. Of course. The man took the letter. I shall have it sent out immediately. Thank you. Harry gave one last sad smile. And have a good day. You as well Mr. Black. And do not hesitate to call on us if you find yourself without a place to stay in your future visits to our lovely city. I won't. Harry smiled at the thought of living long enough to make a return trip. Goodbye. Harry stepped out the door and within a few minutes had arrived at the train station, walking up to the window. He bought a ticket to Paris and hurried to his waiting train. While he waited for the train to leave, Harry found himself lost in thought. He wished that he could have spent more time in Holland. RRY realized that with the fact that he was being actively hunted by at least two powers that it would not be prudent to stay in one place for too long. So it was with a heavy heart, Harry boarded his train and left the Low Countries behind. As Harry's train left the station, two Staatstovenaars were busy searching his vacant hotel room to see what if any clues the mysterious Mr. Black had left behind. What have you got there Bisseling? One of the Staatstovenaars asked his colleague. I'm not sure Dubbeldom. The man squinted at the photo that he had found in the waste basket. Looks like a photo of an empty patch of grass. Hand that over. Staatstovenaar Dubbeldom held out his hand. Let me look at it a bit. What do you think of it? Bisseling asked after he had handed the photo over. Why would Mr. Black have left that for us. I'm not. The Stadstovenar's eyes widened in surprise and he spoke in a tone of odd disbelief. I don't believe it. What? I was assigned to watch over Mr. Black yesterday. Command felt that there was a very large chance that he might be attacked by Death Eaters and they wanted to provide a bit of discreet protection. He took a breath. Mr. B. Black spotted the tail they had on him on the previous day, so I was given an invisibility cloak. So what I am holding is a picture of the indentations on the grass caused by my standing on it. Dubeldom looked at his partner. They said he was good, but I never imagined that he could be this good. How do you know he didn't have a magic eye or something like that British Stadstovenar? We checked him for that. Dubeldom sat on the bed, and our scans confirmed that he wasn't using any form of mage sight. So how did he know you were there? Bisseling asked. How could he have known? Skill. Dubeldom replied in a whisper. He saw my footprints, or maybe he heard me breathing, and he left this picture as a lesson. What kind of lesson? That if you are going to follow somebody under an invisibility cloak, you should remember that you leave other signs and that people have other senses. Dubeldom stood up. Remember that lesson. While I doubt that you will ever have cause to deal with someone like Mr. Black in the future, it is best to remember that everyone can get lucky. I will. Bisseling blinked at the picture. Where do you suppose Mr. Black came from? What kind of place turns out men like him? I don't know. He might be an Onspreekbear, or he might be from another sort of department that we haven't even heard of. One thing I do know, Dubeldom voice firmed as he stood up. He isn't any kind of Stadstovenar, otherwise we'd have heard about someone this good before now. To start with, I would like to thank everyone for coming to this meeting of the Order of the Phoenix. Albus Dumbledore looked over the group of people. As always, it warms my heart to see so many people dedicated to the fight against the dark. Several members of the group applauded politely as the headmaster finished his opening remarks. I have called this meeting for several reasons, Albus began after the applause trailed off. The first is to give everyone an update on our search for Harry Potter, and the second is to allow you all a chance to hear some intriguing new information discovered by one of our members. Kingsley, if you would start. The tall Auror stood. So far we have turned up nothing in our search for the boy who lived, though we have ruled out the possibility that he is hiding in one of England's magical enclaves, and the current thought is that he has probably used his knowledge of the Muggle world to find a suitable place to hide. Thank you, Kingsley. Albus nodded happily. Bill. Harry's account has not had any withdrawals for quite some time. The redhead trailed off. What is it? Dumbledore prompted. Something is bothering me, Bill replied absent-mindedly, not sure what it is though. I have faith that you will figure things out in due time, Dumbledore nodded. I believe that you had another matter you wished to discuss before we adjourn, Alistair. One thing, the scarred man agreed. Few days ago, 4 Death Eaters were involved in an attack in Amsterdam. Why didn't we hear about this before? Shacklebolt asked curiously. Because the 4 of them were put down before they had a chance to cast a single spell, Moody replied with an evil-looking leer. Quote, Dutch Aurors have some sort of field to detect magical transport, Kingsley mused. No, Mad Eye's leer became more pronounced. They had the misfortune to appear before a man by the name of Black, who became slightly annoyed at having his meal interrupted. And Dumbledore leaned forward in interest. And he hit the lot of them with a dozen reductor curses. Had 'em down before they could blink. He let out a harsh wheezing laugh. Man I know in Dutch law enforcement tells me that whatever else he is, this man is a serious player. Said that he spotted every one of the tales they put on him. Quote, you think we could recruit him? Dumbledore asked hopefully. Too soon to tell, Moody snorted, though I doubt that he would be willing to work here if he's as good as they say he is. And if he isn't as good, then I don't think that we should waste the resources to find him. So at the moment my advice is to wait and see if we can get more information. Har. Rice smiled as he got off the train and took his first breath of Parisian air. Looking around, he made the split decision to do a bit of sightseeing before going off in search of a hotel room, and at the moment his first inclination was to head towards the tower that had for generations defined the Paris skyline. Hailing a taxi, Harry told the driver to take him to Eiffel Tower and then sunk back in to his seat to enjoy the car's air conditioning. Wake up. The driver's voice pulled Harry back to consciousness. We have arrived. Thank you. Harry paid the man his fee and left the cab, walking towards the great elevators that serviced the tower. Looking past the crowds of people waiting in line, Harry stepped up to a small ticket booth that went unnoticed by the majority of the people waiting in line. "How may I help you?" the attendant in the booth asked with a raised eyebrow. "I would like to visit one of the observation decks," Harry answered with a smile. "This booth is for magical sections only," the attendant replied with a bored tone. "Would you still like to buy a ticket?" Harry purchased the ticket with a nod, assuming that the magical section would be less crowded than the non-magical one. "What now?" "Go towards one of the normal elevators and step inside. The ticket will do everything else." "Thank you." Harry nodded politely and then walked towards one of the elevators. Noting with surprise the way people seemed to take no note of his presence among their number. Stepping into one of the elevators, Harry's excitement grew as it began its trip to the highest level. "Wait one moment, sir." The conductor stopped Harry before he had a chance to leave the elevator. "We haven't reached your stop yet." The doors closed and then opened without any perceptible movement of the car. "Here we are, sir." "Thank you." Harry nodded to the conductor. "And have a good day." "You as well," the conductor called out in reply as the doors of the elevator closed once more. Stepping out onto the deck, Harry found that his earlier assumption that the magical section would be less crowded was true. Looking around, he found that the observation deck was empty save a small man and his larger female companion. Walking towards the two to get a glance of the magnificent view, Harry began to hear bits of a rather odd conversation. "Look at the line's hench girl," the little man gestured towards one of the supporting beams. "Can you imagine a more elegant way to construct this tower?" The girl shook her head in silent wonder as she admired a line of rivets. "It is truly wondrous." She agreed. "But Professor, when shall we get a chance to make our own masterpiece?" "Soon, hench girl, soon. I feel that we are not yet ready to embark on such a project." The little man answered sadly. "We must allow ourselves to learn all the mysteries of science before we create another such wondrous structure." "Yes," the hench girl struck a dramatic pose, "but someday the world will gasp in awe upon seeing the marvels that we work." "Yes." The small man stopped upon noticing Harry's approach. "It appears that we have a visitor." "Good afternoon." Harry nodded politely. "May I ask what you are doing?" "What we are doing is admiring the design of this amazing engineering masterpiece. We do it because our passion is to meld the wonders of science with the mysteries of magic to create perfection." He answered proudly. "To do so, we must familiarize ourselves with great feats of engineering like this tower here." "Oh." Harry regarded the two curiously. "Yes," the little man answered proudly. "And I can see by the fact that you have not recoiled in horror that you share my vision of combining magic and technology." "I suppose," Harry shrugged, "or it could be that I don't know enough to recoil in horror." "Nonsense," the little man disagreed. "I can tell that you are a man of intelligence and refinement, so allow me to introduce myself. I am Professor Fergus Farnsworth and this is my hench girl." "Hench girl. Hello." Hench girl waved. "And together we are the greatest team of magical engineers that the world has ever seen." The two of them gave Harry a look of anticipation. "I'm Mr. Black, and I'm just a guy on vacation. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Black." The professor shook his hand. "Would you care to aid us in our expedition through the mysteries of life?" "And what exactly would that entail?" Harry asked the diminutive professor. "Do you know what the most difficult part of my job is, Mr. Black?" the professor asked in a flamboyant way. "It's thinking of what to make next." Take my steam-powered hairbrush for example," the professor continued. "It was a marvel of engineering, a wonder of spell work, but nobody uses it." "It weighed 19 pounds, hench girl supplied helpfully. "Yes, well," the professor glared at his assistant. "Hench girl and I have no problem with the science and the spell work, but we find ourselves unable to find worthy projects to devote our time to. And so, Mr. Black, we are asking you to help us." "Ah." Harry nodded in understanding. "But why are you asking me?" "Two reasons, Mr. Black. The first being that you have not run away or berated us for our idiotic goal and muggle-loving ways. And the second, I notice that you are wearing an odd pair of glasses, Mr. Black, of a kind most often used by archivists and people in government service." The professor smiled nervously. and that you are wearing a rather interesting bracelet that is the cause of the rather interesting magical effect that makes it difficult for me to focus on your facial features, a bracelet usually used by criminals and people in government service. Items which are also useful for a tourist that wishes to blend in better than is normal. Harry answered honestly, but I still don't see why you want my help. The professor licked his lips nervously. I do not believe that you are an archivist, Mr. Black, and I hope that you are not a criminal. I have heard a rumor that a man matching your characteristics foiled an attack by a dozen Death Eaters in Holland, and I was hoping that a man of your experience might have an idea for an item or two that would be useful in his line of work. It was 4 Death Eaters, not a dozen, Harry grinned, and I'm still not sure how I can help you. Just tell us some of the problems that you have experienced with your equipment or any of your perceived needs, the little man replied quickly. Ah, Harry nodded in understanding. You want me think up things like a more durable wand or something. A more durable wand, the professor repeated dumbly. Friend of mine had his wand broken a few years ago, caused all sorts of problems. Harry smiled in remembrance, ended up being a good thing in the end when another man got his hands on it. I see, the professor made eye contact with his hench girl, and a wand that could not break would have been useful to this friend of yours. I suppose that I'm not too good at this, huh? Harry shook his head ruefully, but at least you didn't waste too much time with me. Not at all, Mr. Black, the professor answered quickly, fearful that he would not hear any more. I find your story to be quite fascinating, elegant in its simplicity. What other problems have you experienced with wands? Well, Harry scratched his head. They had my wand taken and used for purposes that I would not approve, so some sort of security feature would be nice. Anything else? The professor asked as to write notes frantically. I can't think of anything else. Harry shrugged, then added with a laugh, though you could look up ministry regulations and find ways circumvent everyone they have concerning wands. Thank you for your excellent suggestions, Mr. Black. And now that our business is concluded, would you care to dine with us? I'd be delighted. Harry nodded to his 2 new friends. Where do you suggest we go? Thoughts on France from Harry's book. Everything you will ever need to know while traveling around the world. France is a wonderful country, and in it you can find many wonderful things, from the lights of Paris to the beaches of the Riviera. You can have many unique experiences in this delightful country. However, there are a few things that one should know before embarking on your trip to France. Among these things is the fact that the Agony curse, a curse that is similar to the Cruciatus curse, is illegal to perform within the borders of France. Another illegal charm is the mask charm, a charm that we cast makes it difficult to track the individual wand signatures needed by Aurors to help solve crimes. In short, there are a lot of spells that are illegal to perform in France, spells that for one reason or another are legal to perform in many other countries. What follows is a complete list of spells forbidden in France, complete with incantations and wand movements. This list is cross-referring with the in other country sections and should be studied for academic purposes only. Mistakes corrected and wacky hijinks ensued. Sorry about that. Onspreekbaar is Dutch for unspeakable. Raja, thanks. Relative 1983. I'm not Dutch. So it's a good thing you used English. I didn't use euros for 2 reasons. 1, the Harry Potter books take place in the 90s, and 2, it is the wizarding community that Harry used the guldens in. Fangela Marie. Poor Harry will end up one of the most feared men in the world by the end of his trip. Musashi 47. Thanks. Karanshara. Potamus da Grim Nong. Padfoot the Grim named. It was a particularly overcast day when the postman made one of his rare trips up a walkway belonging to the house of one of the more unusual people on his route. A man whose eccentric tease was rivaled only by that of a family of redheads on one of the neighboring routes. Knocking cautiously, the government servant wondered idly what sort of nonsensical conversation the odd man would attempt to drag him into this time. Would it be a dissertation on the possible existence of crumplehorn snooks, or a theory that one of the ministers was a surgically altered monkey? Sighing in annoyance, he walked the last few steps to the threshold and knocked on the door. Yes. A confused-looking middle-aged man answered the door immediately. Is it time to buy a box of Scout biscuits again? No, sir. The postman forced a smile. I'm here to deliver your letter, not sell you something to eat with your tea. Oh yes, The man's eyes lit with comprehension. I forgot that you're still not using trained animals to do it for you. Not yet, Mr. Lovegood. The postman agreed through pursed lips. My job is a bit too complicated to give to a trained animal. Well, give it time, Letus Lovegood replied sympathetically. I'm sure you'll figure out the trick to it soon. Well, I really must get back on my rounds, the postman said, abruptly ending the conversation. And don't forget that you can always come into town and get your mail there. You don't always have to take the time waiting for me to arrive. Nonsense. Letus waved it off with a smile. I'm sure that you'd miss tea. Wonderful conversations that we always find ourselves engaging in. I'm sure, the postman agreed in disappointment, then turned to begin the short walk back to the road. Letus smirked as he watched the man leave. Always keep them confused. Keep them confused, that was his motto. Make it so they never notice that they forgot to ask you any important questions, like, what are you doing in my bedroom? Or, you're looking for what? Resisting the urge to chuckle until after he had closed the door, the patriarch of the Lovegood clan glanced at the return to block to get some idea of the contents of the letter. Blinking at the unfamiliar name, Letus tore open the letter and stared dumbly at the pictures within. Luna, he called in a whisper. Clearing his voice, the next summons came at a yell. Luuna, come quickly. What is it, father? The young girl blinked in confusion. Is it National Yell for Your Daughter Day? There is no National Yell for Your Daughter Day. His lips pursed in annoyance. Those close-minded idiots at the ministry rejected our proposal for it last year. I know, I was hoping that they had reconsidered and decided to approve it, Luna answered sweetly. If that wasn't it, then what? Look at these pictures, he handed them to his little girl, and tell me what you think. Oh father, Luna bounced in excitement, I just knew we'd find proof eventually. I know, and I can't wait to see the looks on people's faces when they see this in tomorrow's edition. Letus allowed himself to share his daughter's excitement, but let's find out a few things about this black fellow before we write up the article. I thought you said that checking facts was a waste of time for a serious paper like ours. Luna gave her father a puzzled look. That eve, and without bothering to confirm the details, we were still better than the prophet. Human interest, my lovely daughter. Letus's smile brightened. The people will want to know more about this black fellow, how he discovered the creatures. What kind of person he is, that sort of thing. I see. Luna nodded solemnly. Looks like I have a lot to learn before I can call myself a journalist of your caliber. Nonsense. Letus waved it off. Why, you're 100 times the reporter that I was at your age, and that's why I want you to write this story. Me. Luna clasped her hands in front of her chest. But father, it's such an important story, shouldn't you give it to one of your best reporters? I am giving it to one of my best reporters. He put his hand on the shoulder. I want you to talk to someone at the Dutch consulate and try to get as many details about this black fellow as you can. Don't worry if you can't get anything right away, what matters is that we get a story out fast. I'll get right on it. Luna smiled. Thank you, father. Get to it, Lovegood. Letus's eyes hardened. I'm not paying you to slack off. Yes, sir, Mr. Editor Lovegood, sir. Luna nodded happily. Reporter Lovegood is on the case. Then get to it, Lovegood. Letus turned and began to walk away. I have a deadline to make. Bye, Daddy. Luna tossed a handful of flow powder into the fire. I'll be back soon. For several moments, Luna squealed in delight as she felt herself spin wildly around the flow network until finally she flew out of the fireplace and into the magical section of the Dutch embassy to England. Name? A stern-looking man asked with a bland expression. Luna Lovegood, reporter for the Quibbler, and I have a few questions I'd like you to answer, she replied with an excited smile. What sort of questions, Ms. Lovegood? Oh wait, Luna asked with a look of dismay, can we do that again? Okay, the man agreed, shooting her a strange look. Name? Ms. White, reporter for the Quibbler. Luna shot him a superior look, and I have a few questions that I need answered. Ms. White, the man inquired with a raised eyebrow. It gives a sense of mystery, Luna giggled. And the stern look puts you off balance, making you more likely to answer questions without considering the consequences. So how did you like it? Was I mysterious enough? If you like, the man shrugged. What sort of questions would you like me to answer? I need to know about a man that goes by the name. Luna paused for dramatic effect. Mr. Black. I don't. The man trailed off. This way please. Did my tough but approachable method of asking questions make you decide to leak a bit of confidential information that you would not have otherwise revealed? Luna asked with an innocent expression. Please step into this room. The man waved her towards an open door. Someone will be with you momentarily. Oh. Luna nodded in understanding. Word of my presence has reached an unnamed senior official that has decided to leak some high-level information to me. Something like that. The man shot her an odd look before closing the door and leaving. Taking a seat, Luna entertained herself by singing the Hogwarts song, in Pig Latin. After her 35th repetition, the door cracked open. Ms. Love, White, an attractive-looking woman in nondescript robes entered the room. My name is Anne van der Meer. And I've been told that you have a few questions for me. Yes, Luna nodded happily. I was wondering what you could tell me about him. Aside from what I observed when I spoke with him after the incident, not much. The woman admitted with a shrug. What do you want to know first? First, why don't you tell me your account of the incident? Luna asked evenly, fighting to keep the disinterest out of her voice. Father always did say that a good reporter hides their interest by allowing the interviewee to think that they controlled the situation. I was part of the team that responded to the call, and when we arrived we found Mr. Black standing over 4 Death Eaters. Van der Meer gave a cold smile. Forensics confirmed that Black put them all down BEF. Or they even had a chance to get a spell off. I didn't realize that he was so skilled. Luna had to bite the inside of her cheek to keep from laughing. What are some of your perceptions of the man? I don't know which country he came from, but he's a professional. Van der Meer shook her head. I had the chance to talk with him after he gave his report, and he gave me some good advice on how to deal with death munchers. Put them down, keep them down, and never turn you back. I see. Luna nodded and, fighting to keep the interest from her voice, asked her next question. Did you by chance have a chance to see what his diet consisted of? I'm not sure, but I think that I recall him having some sort of meat dish when I had lunch with him. The woman replied in an offhanded manner. But why are you asking about that? About what? Asked innocently as she forced her eyes to focus on a point 3 feet behind the woman. Never mind. The Dutch law enforcement officer shot a strange look at Luna. What else do you want to know? Well, Luna began slowly, trying to decide if the time was right for another of her fake questions. What sort of organization do you think that he works for? Law enforcement. Department of Magical Creatures. I don't think that he's an Auror. Van der Meer replied after a moment of thought. Law enforcement is a small community, and I'm sure I would have heard about someone like him before he appeared in Amsterdam. I see. Luna nodded. So do you think that he works for the Department of Magical Creatures? I don't think he works for the Department of Magical Creatures. Van der Meer answered flatly. Whenever we asked, he just replied that he was nobody special, that he was just a man on vacation. I think that he might be something like one of your unspeakables. Or possibly something that we've never even heard of. Okay. Luna nodded happily. Was he missing any of the fingers on his right hand, or did he have an extra finger on his left? Not that I noticed. The Dutch woman answered. Nor did I notice any other distinguishing marks. Did he speak with an accent that you could recognize? He spoke perfect Dutch with a Haarlem accent. And he was later heard to speak perfect Swedish with a Stockholm accent. The Dutch woman gave a tight smile. And finally, one of my associates has confirmed that he speaks perfect French with a Paris accent. Whoever trained this man did a very good job. I see. Luna gathered up her assorted notes and resolved to end with one of her useless questions. I have one more question before I wrap things up. Just how good is he? He's so good it's scary. He spotted every one of our tails with little or no effort. Van der Meer gave Luna a serious look. If I were a criminal and I learned that he was coming after me, I'd turn myself in and hope like hell that they gave me a nice long stay in prison where it would be too inconvenient to come get me. Thank you for your time, Ms. Van der Meer. Luna gave the Dutch woman a vacant smile. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a story to write. Luna's mind was awash with thoughts as she tumbled out of the Flow network and into her house. Father. What is it, Luna? The man asked as he entered the room. Did you get the interview? Yes, Father. and I learned some rather shocking news. Yes, Letus asked with a raised eyebrow. It appears that all of our theories were wrong. Luna replied quickly, I have reason to believe that Mr. Black was not on a diet consisting of nothing but rutabagas and goat cheese before he took the picture. Mr. Black was not missing a finger on his right hand, and he did not have an extra finger on his left hand. Luna took a deep breath. Last of all, he did not speak with a pronounced Monrovia accent. I see. Letus pursed his lips. It appears that our theories about the specific requirements that needed to be met before seeing a Crumplehorn Snorlax were in error. Could it be that we were just looking in the wrong place? Luna asked innocently. Remember, sometimes the simple answers are the correct ones. It's possible, Letus admitted, but I think the situation might be a bit more complicated than it first appears. Well, we still have a few hours before the story needs to be written. Luna patted her father on the shoulder. Plenty of time to go over my transcript of the interview to find out what the real answer is. The two of them immediately went to work, scrutinizing every word and remark made by the Dutch woman, weighing every statement against the fact that they knew to be true until finally, I think that I've figured it out, father. Luna closed her eyes, and I was correct. It was so simple that I almost disregarded it. What is it? Letus leaned forward, eager to hear his daughter's thoughts. What do you know happens in the Department of Mysteries? I know of quite a few things. Why? He asked with a look of interest. But it's supposed to be the most secure place in our world. Luna began to smile. So why do you know what happens within its walls? And while we are on the subject, how is it that a bunch of school children were able to break in? Well, his eyes widened. You're not suggesting. Exactly. Luna nodded triumphantly. The Department of Mysteries is nothing more than a false lead, something to keep people from considering the existence of the real secret. Another department. Letus smiled in approval, a department so secret that no hint of its existence has ever reached the public. Until now. Luna nodded. It is my guess that this unnamed department discovered the circumstances needed to see the Crumplehorn Snorlax, and then sent this man, Mr. Black, to cast some sort of spell to allow normal people to see them. I think you may be onto something. Letus stroked his chin, but it still doesn't explain why he worked so openly. I think that we're going to have to assume that he was telling the truth. Luna pointed to the appropriate section of the transcript. He's a man on vacation, possibly after his retirement. He doesn't care so much about secrecy at the moment. Crumplehorn Snorlax found in Holland by Mrs. White. It has long been the Quibbler's assertion that there are mysteries yet to be solved and creatures yet to be discovered. This refusal of ours to accept the common L.Y. held view has long been cause for ridicule among the quote mainstream media. Who is Mr. Black by Enigma? Very little is known about the man that is responsible for the pictures that grace the front of this newspaper. We do know that he is a man of exceptional skill and cunning, as evidenced by an incident in Holland in which Mr. Black defeated 4 Death Eaters before they had a chance to cast a spell. Japan and my life has been rather busy. I hope to have more updates soon. Megami 101 not / don't have any problem with it, but it's not my thing and I don't write it. No pairings at the moment. But I wouldn't expect a Harry Ginny pairing. Lady Elizabeth 4242 Order of the Lion. A series of fortunate events. A series of fortunate events. Thanks for the meal, Professor. Harry turned to wave to his dining companions as he walked towards the line of waiting cabs, and good luck with your inventions. Thank you again for your help, Mr. Black. The professor smiled, and don't forget to meet up with us in Germany. I won't. Harry nodded as stepped into the first cab. Goodbye. Goodbye. Hench Girl waved until the cab turned a corner and faded from sight. Do you think we'll ever see him again, Professor? It's hard to say, Hench Girl. The professor sighed. He may decide that it's best not to draw us into his world. As Hench Girl and the professor continued their conversation about the mysterious Mr. Black, across the street a similar conversation was taking place between a striking young woman and her dog. Stepped into the first cab, the beautiful young woman gave a rather unladylike snort. Looks like the Dutch were having us on. Nobody with any training would make a mistake as simple as that. It's the first thing they teach you in training. Which is why we didn't bother to place tracking charms on it. By getting into that cab, he's showing us why it's never a good idea to cut corners. Her poodle replied dryly, "Face it, kid, we're up against the best." That assumption seems to rely on the reports about his prowess being true. The woman smirked. "Looks to me like you're twisting things to fit your pet theory. 6 months out of training and they think they know everything." The dog shook his head in despair. "Tell me then, oh wise one, what did he do immediately after stepping out of the restaurant?" "He said goodbye to the people that he ate with." The woman spoke slowly as if to a child. "Then he stepped into the first cab. He used that as an excuse to look around, and he looked right at us." The dog corrected. "What did he do after that?" "He exchanged a few words with the aforementioned people." The woman bit her lower lip, then got into a taxi. When he turned back from his greeting, his eyes swept over the line of waiting cabs. "And somehow he was able to pick the one car that you didn't hit with tracking spells." "I didn't spell the last 3 either." The girl shrugged. "I still don't think it proves anything, and I don't say what the big deal about him looking at us was." "He looked at you, smirked and looked at me." The dog clarified. "He did a few other things that gave him away, but those were the major points, and we'll talk about the rest later." "Oh." The woman looked down at the dog in shock. "So he's really that good?" "Yes, he is." The dog nodded. "Now what have we learned today?" "That we should always track the first cab." The woman nodded slowly. "Know that we should never leave a hole, no matter how small. And that no matter how good you are, there is always someone better. One more thing." The dog gave a canine smile. "The most dangerous ones always try their hardest to look harmless. Is that why you insisted that I groom you and tie a pink bow around your neck before we went on this assignment?" Yes." The poodle Animagus agreed quickly. "Glad that you're finally starting to learn how the world works. In any case, we'll find out how good he is after we search his rooms." The woman shot the poodle a sly grin. "I'll bet that he won't notice any signs of our presence." "We'll see." The poodle sighed. "Now let's go. We have an early morning tomorrow and I would like to get a bit of sleep first." Harry again awoke early and his day was filled with wondrous sights. Le Musée des Armes in the morning and the Folies Bergère at the Moulin Rouge in the evening. And so, head filled with the sights, sounds, and smells that he had experienced in his wonderful day of discovery, Harry returned to his hotel room for another night of rest. The next day, Harry quickly discovered that, after the first few days of sightseeing, his enthusiasm for experiencing new things was quickly being dampened by his hatred of standing in lines. And after spending 2 hours waiting, he amused himself with the thought that Paris should have its motto changed from the City of Lights to the City of Lines, due to the fact that there was a large queue of tourists lined up to see virtually everything of any interest. "That's it," Harry muttered to himself as he gave up his place in the line to enter the Louvre. "I am not in the mood for this." Returning to his hotel room, Harry wasted no time, returning the few loose items to their place in his pack. "I'm checking out." Harry gave a strained smile to the man behind the desk as he returned the key to his room. "Is there something wrong?" the clerk asked quickly. "You didn't have any problems with our service, did you?" "Nothing wrong with the service," Harry assured the man. "Then why? Let's just say, I don't have the patience needed to see more of Paris," Harry replied, ending the conversation. Walking out of his former hotel and hailed a cab. "Take me to Gare de Lyon," Harry ordered the driver as he leaned back in the seat, trying to enjoy the next leg of his journey. Not long after Harry checked out of his hotel, a group of shadowy figures gathered around a large table, to meet and discuss possible implications of Mr. Black's latest moves. "Well, what were you able to learn by going through Mr. Black's things?" asked the figure at the head of the table. "We learned that it is entirely possible that Mr. Black has a type of perimeter charm that we were unable to even detect." One of the figures at the side of the table replied. "Within moments of our black bag team entering his hotel room, they had to abort on orders of the observation team. The observation team leader took over." Mr. Black muttered. "That's it, and I'm not in the mood for this." He then hailed a cab and ordered the driver to return him to his hotel. "And it was then that we ordered the abort." The woman paused. "I think that it would be prudent note that he hailed was the one that I was driving." "I see." The man at the head of the table nodded thoughtfully. "What is the current status of Mr. Black?" He has checked out of his hotel room and is currently in Gare de Lyon. The head of the observation team replied quickly. What prompted his departure? The figure at the head of the table asked with a raised eyebrow. He informed the hotel clerk that he didn't have the patience needed to see more of Paris. We speculate that Mr. Black was annoyed by our intrusion into his room and decided to cut his time in our city. Annoyed? The figure at the head of the table motioned for clarification. Yes, the observation team leader confirmed. His manner gave nothing to suggest anger, rather. She paused, rather similar to my reaction when I had discovered that my 3-year-old daughter had decided to draw on the wall with crayon. I need a ticket for the next train leaving for Marseille, Harry told the cashier, not noticing as his accent shifted to match his destination. One moment, sir. The cashier nodded. Here you are. Your train will be leaving within the hour. Thank you. Harry nodded politely as he took the ticket. I trust that your associates will have a good day. Yes, sir. The ticket agent nodded back, hiding his surprise. Will you be requiring anything else? No. It did not take long for Harry to find his train and stowing his pack. He closed his eyes and allowed himself to transition into the world of dream. Harry pulled himself from the land of dreams as the train began to slow. Shaking his head to awake fully, Harry pulled the travel guide from his rucksack and began to read. Marseille, nearly 2,600 years old, is considered by many to be the oldest city in France. There are many interesting things that can be learned about the city and its past. But since you bought this book, then it can be assumed that you don't care about any of that. On to the fun stuff. The main magical sections of Marseille are located off the section of town known as Le Vieux Port and can be reached rough several places which are listed in an appendix at the end of this section. The most discreet of these is a small alley located between an old drinking establishment named Le Lion and another old drinking establishment named L'Unicorn. The alley runs for several meters before opening up into the crossroads of the Rue de La Malle Absolue, also known as the Rue de Chiotte and the Rue de la Saintet. Closing the book, Harry took his first look out the window at the city of Marseille, taking in the wonder of visiting another location. Stepping off the train, Harry raised his hand to hail the nearest cab. Where to? Take me to the best hotel nearby. Harry paused. After that, I have somewhere else that I'd like to go if you're willing to wait. I'm willing. The cab driver nodded as he pulled out into traffic. What brings you to our city? Just taking a bit of time to relax, Harry shrugged. Sounds nice. What you do? Nothing important. Harry sidestepped the question. How do you like your job? I find it very enjoyable, the driver nodded. Every day I get to meet new people and learn new things. I see, Harry nodded. And how are the working conditions? They're all right. Good benefits. What about you? How are your conditions? Not as safe as one might wish. Harry turned up his hands. But what can you do? Not much, I'd guess. Just got to learn to go with the flow. So where did you go before coming here? Paris. How long did you stay? Not long. Had to cut my visit short, Harry answered quickly. Why? Lack of patience. Harry straightened up his cab pulled to a stop in front of a hotel. I hope I don't have any reason to cut short my visit to Marseille. I'm sure you won't, Mr. Black, the driver mumbled to himself as he watched his fare walk into the hotel lobby. You made your point in Paris. The driver waited for several minutes for his client to reappear. Take me to Le Vieux Port, Harry commanded as he got back into the cab. There are a few places that I'd like to visit before we run out of daylight. Right away. Any particular place? A small pub called Le Lion, if you know where that is. I do, sir. The driver nodded. The remainder of the ride passed in silence as the driver did not wish to annoy his passenger. Here we are, sir, the driver told his passenger as the cab slid to a halt. Thank you. Harry stepped out. And have a nice day. You too. Thank you, sir. Harry walked towards the two old drinking establishments that marked one of the entrances to Wizard's section of Marseille. Frowning in concentration when no alley presented itself, Harry took a step closer and resisted the urge to blink in surprise when the alley appeared. Taking an experimental step back, Harry blinked when the alley disappeared. Shrugging his shoulders, Harry stepped forward and entered the alley. The light began to fade and the air began to chill as Harry walked deeper and deeper into the alleyway. Stopping, Harry owed his senses to explore his surroundings and caught a bit of movement in the corner of his eye was his only warning that he was not alone. Situational awareness, the act of knowing your exact location in relation to your everything around you in a conflict situation. Harry had developed his at an early age. Urged on by the fact that one wrong move would earn him a beating and a missed meal, he quickly learned to always be aware of his surroundings, and years of Quidditch had only served to sharpen that awareness. Reflexively turning to get a closer look, Harry hissed as he felt a sharp pain in his back. "I don't know how you managed to move fast enough to stay alive," a dirty-looking man holding a large bloody knife and dressed in rags leered evilly, "but I don't think you can do it twice." A deep rage began to build as Harry stared at the blood-covered knife, and a wave of accidental magic shot from the hands that Harry had instinctively raised. Nobody move. Harry's shadows arrived. Just in time to watch a wave of force throw Harry's attacker into the alley's wall. Wand drawn, one of the men carefully approached the fallen figure. Kicking the bloody knife out of reach, he bent down to check the man's pulse. Dead. Broken neck. One of the figures relaxed upon hearing the announcement and approached the still-standing Harry. "Are you all right, sir?" "I'm not sure." Harry reached back to probe his injury. "I think I've been stabbed, but I can't tell how serious it is." "I'm a healer. Do you mind if I take a look then, sir?" "Go ahead." Harry nodded and lifted his shirt to allow easy access. "How does it look?" "Give me a moment." The healer gently probed the wound with her finger. "Doesn't look like anything serious was hit. Give me a few moments to close it up and you'll be good as new." "Thank you." Harry nodded in appreciation. Sorry to interrupt," another of the law enforcement officers commented quietly, "but do you mind if I ask you a few questions while the healer takes a look at your wound?" Quote, "Go ahead. I just wanted to compliment you on how fast you arrived." "Almost as if you were following me around," Harry joked. "Yes, well, should we start?" the man stammered. "Sure. What do you want to know?" "Why don't you tell me what happened?" "I was walking down the alley. I stopped, saw something out of the corner of my eye and got stabbed." Harry gave a weak grin. "Then I turned. The man made some sort of threat, and I used accidental magic to throw him into the wall." "I see." The man made several notes. "Why didn't you use your wand?" "It all happened so fast that I didn't have time to pull it out." Harry managed a weak smile. "And I guess that it's a good thing I didn't, otherwise I might be guilty of violating the laws against practicing magic in front of non-magical people." "I wouldn't worry about that, Mr. Black." The man looked down at his notes. "Seems your attacker was carrying an enchanted dagger and a few other enchanted items. Still, he could have just picked them up by accident, and I always try to stay on the right side of the law." "I see." The man made a few more notes. "Just for the sake of my curiosity, I'm wondering if you would allow me to ask one more question." "What's that?" "Why don't you think the self-defense exemption would protect you from performing magic against your assailant?" "Because I've had too much experience dealing with incompetent and corrupt officials," Harry shrugged innocently, "so I think that it's better for all concerned that I used accidental magic rather than my wand." "I see. Thank you, Mr. Black." The man closed his notebook. "You've been most helpful." "No problem." Harry smiled, "Glad to be of help." "Goodbye, Mr. Black." "Goodbye." Harry nodded and then turned to the healer tending to his wound. "How does it look?" "I'll give you a couple potions to drink and you'll be just fine." "Thanks. You've all been so helpful and nice." Harry smiled. Even the interviewer. His technique was so calm and relaxed that I don't even remember telling him my name. "Oh." The healer smiled nervously. "I'm sure that he'll be glad to hear that. Would you mind waiting here for a moment?" The woman gave a weak laugh. "I need to go talk to my boss about a few things." "No problem." Harry agreed. "Anything to make your life less difficult." "Thank you." The healer turned and begged, and walking quickly toward a group of gathered people. "How's Mr. Black doing?" Knife missed by about 3 centimeters. The healer winced as she recalled treating the wound. "I'd say this Mr. Black is either very lucky or that he's some of the best reflexes that I've ever seen." "I see." The nondescript man grunted. "Did you notice any signs of past injuries?" "Several." The healer turned to her notes. "Multiple scars, broken bones, and some odd readings on his blood." "Explain odd." "I'd really like to get it to the lab before I commit myself," the woman hedged. I just want a preliminary report. He held his hand up. Nobody is going to blame you if you make a mistake here. Well, she bit her lower lip. I was a bit worried that the blade could have been poisoned, so I hit it with a minor detection spell. And the reading were off the charts. The woman frowned. According to what I was seeing, there was enough poison on the blade to kill 100 men. There was no way that Mr. Black could have been walking around. So you miscast your spell, so what? That's what I thought, so I tried again using a much more accurate spell. The results were shocking. She took a calming breath. It wasn't the blade that the blade was poisoned, it's that Mr. Black's blood contains some sort of deadly toxin. That caused me to look closer, and what I found, I can't even begin to explain. I see. The nondescript man licked his lips. Anything else? Mr. Black also mentioned that Pierre slipped up and forgot to ask his name. The healer grinned. He also complimented us on how fast we arrived. Said it was almost as if we'd been following him. Certainly has a sense of humor, doesn't he? The nondescript man grinned. Anything to add, Pierre? You've all heard my report, the man who interviewed Harry replied. I would like to ask how Mr. Black knew of this entrance. It's not exactly well known and hasn't seen much use since it was built by the Maquis. Good question. I'd also like to know how his target knew about this place. Do you have anything else to add? No, sir. Then does anyone have anything else to add? His question was met by silence. Then can anyone explain why a 2-bit thug was able to injure a man as good as we think Mr. Black is? I might have an idea, a young woman cradling a poodle replied. Well then, through all of our dealings with Mr. Black, one thing shines through. She scratched behind her partner's ear. Mr. Black likes to act dumb. The one time he showed what he was capable of was when we annoyed him by entering his hotel room. Go on. We heard Pierre's report. Mr. Black arranged everything to make it look like a clear-cut case of self-defense and an accidental death. When we entered his hotel room we confused him. He wasn't sure how to react to us, so he set up a situation that would get us laughed out of court if we tried send him to prison. She glanced down at her partner to see an approving nod. He made every thing look like some sort of strange coincidence, and it frightens me to think that he was able to set this up under our noses in such a small amount of time. The level of professionalism that such a task would require boggles the mind. Then why do you think he chose that man as his target? I might have an idea, sir. The woman licked her lips. Forensics found the blood of several magical people on the dead man's clothing. It would look like he was targeting wizards. It is my guess that Mr. Black somehow learned of his activities and decided to execute him. Execute? What else would you call it? He calmly walked into the alley with the express purpose of killing that man, and he was able to make it look like some sort of bizarre accident. Like I said, if we ever tried to bring this case to court we'd be laughing stocks. The woman shrugged. For one reason or another Mr. Black didn't trust us to capture this man, and he was unsure of our reaction if he took matters into his own hands, so he manufactured this. Sounds like the most reasonable explanation anybody's come up with so far. The nondescript man nodded. He's made his point, so with any luck he won't be so condescending when he does something like this in the future. Unless anybody has anything else to add, this meeting is over. Send Mr. Black on his way. I'll do it, sir. The healer volunteered. I'd like to hit him with a stronger diagnostic charm. Might help me make more sense of what I found in his blood. Fine, but don't annoy him any more than we already have. No problem. The healer nodded happily and walked back towards Mr. Black. How did your meeting go? Harry smiled at the approaching healer. Fine. The boss says that you can leave any time you want. She took a deep breath. But I'd like your permission to cast a few charms on you to get a better idea of your vital signs. Okay. The woman made several complicated wand movements and muttered several rather odd incantations and finished with a rather distracted look. Finished? Harry asked with a small smile. Yeah, sure, the woman responded with a dazed look. Anything I need to worry about? Nothing seems to be bothering you. The healer looked at her results again. I'll just be going then. As he left, Harry was sure that he heard the woman mutter, "None of this makes any sense," but he chalked it up to his overactive imagination and continued on his way. It's in the blood. It's in the blood. Harry sat in his hotel room staring at the walls. he had killed again and he was unsure of how he was supposed to feel about the fact that he had taken another life. I don't feel guilty, Harry mused to himself, it was him or me and I'd rather it be him or me. I don't feel guilty about it, but I also don't really want to stay around here any longer. Harry stood up and packed the few items that he had removed from his rucksack after taking one last look around the room to make sure that he hadn't forgotten anything. Harry walked down to the lobby and checked out. I've got another assignment for you, Lovegood, the editor of the Quibbler glared at his favorite reporter. Folks loved that article you wrote about Mr. Black, so I'm assigning you to write another. Okay, Daddy. I mean Chief. Luna gave a left-handed salute. Reporter Lovegood is on the case. Black killed a man in Marseille. I want to know everything about what happened. The editor frowned. And none of that lone wolf stuff. The commissioner's been on my ass all week about that bus you blew up. I thought that we were reporters, not cops. Luna blinked at her father. Have you been taking your medicine again, Daddy? We ran out of every flavor beans and my medicine has a candy coating. Luna's father looked down at his shoes. Besides, it was so far past its expiration date that I thought it would be fine. Well, don't take any more of it. Luna put her hands on her hips. You know it gives you crazy ideas. I'm sorry, honey. He blushed. It won't happen again. It's okay, Daddy. Now get out there and get me that story, Lovegood. I don't pay you to sit around. The Quibbler's editor stormed out of the room, and if you have the time, could you get me a new box of candy? Okay, Daddy. Reporter Lovegood is on it. Luna walked over to the fireplace and tossed in a handful of flow powder, French magical law enforcement, Marseille. And after a few minutes of waiting, hello. Luna squinted at the fire. Is anyone there? My name is Pierre-Louis Boulanger, a man in an impeccably tailored robe answered the fire moments later. The Pre-SS Information Officer of Magical Law Enforcement. What can I do for you? Yes, my name is... Luna took a few minutes to think up an appropriate alias, Ms. Information, and I was wondering if I could ask you a few questions about Mr. Black. Quote, one moment. Pierre-Louis stalled for time as he tried to think of the best spin to put on the story. All right, please ask your questions. What exactly happened? For some months we've been tracking the movement of a serial killer targeting the magical community. Pierre-Louis licked his lips. The statement was a bit false as they had no prior indication of the killer's existence before Mr. Black killed him. Turns out the man was a squib using the old resistance tunnels and alleyways. Go on. Luna resisted the urge to smirk. It was so easy to get information if they were convinced that you already knew everything. We're not sure how, but Mr. Black was able to track the man's movements. He gave a shy smile. Mr. Black confronted the man and Luna prompted. And he stalled for time trying to remember what had happened next, and Mr. Black knocked the knife out of the way and broke the man's neck. What spell did he use to break the man's neck? Spell. Pierre-Louis began to sweat. He had gotten his position as a press officer more on the merits of how splendid he looked in his robes than for any other reason. Mr. Black used no spell. He broke the man's neck with his bare hands. Oh. Luna looked impressed. What else can you tell me about the incident? Well, we've been looking through the old records and we've found that the murderer knew about the old resistance places. Because his father had been a member, he smiled as a new thought rose to the surface. But that still leaves us with one unanswered question regarding the incident. What's that? How did Mr. Black know so much about the resistance network? The man leaned close to the fire. What I'm about to tell you must not be attributed to me. If you chose to use it, you must attribute it to an unnamed senior source. If you think that's best, Luna gave her best trusting smile. There has been some speculation that Mr. Black knew of them because he used them when they were most needed. The man took a deep breath. Many of us believe that Mr. Black may have been one of the men that was sent to help the resistance, to fight the forces of tyranny. Wow. Luna tried to make herself look impressed. Does the French government plan to reward Mr. Black in any way for his courage? I've been told that he stands a good chance of being inducted into the Ordre National de la Légion d'Honneur. With the rank of Chevalier, the man gave his most charming smile. Nothing is too good for the man that rid us of such a terrible killer. I see, Luna nodded. When did Mr. Black leave France? Leave? Pierre-Louis blinked. To the best of my knowledge, he's still here. What? Luna shot up from her seat. Please move aside, I'll be coming through momentarily. Hastily moving aside, Pierre-Louis narrowly avoided the excited reporter. Was there some reason that you chose to continue our interview in person? Quick, Luna's eyes acquired a maniacal gleam. You must show me the way to Mr. Black's hotel room. Flinching at the look in the crazed reporter's eyes, Pierre-Louis was quick to agree and arrange transportation for the two of them. What room is Mr. Black in? Luna shouted to her escort as they ran towards the hotel entrance. None of them. A woman with a poodle called out, halting Luna's advance. What do you mean? Luna fought to keep her disappointment from showing. He checked out and left about 15 minutes ago. The woman shrugged. You just missed him. Oh. Luna blinked and turned to her escort. Then could you show me the alley where Mr. Black had his fight? Before you go, the woman with the poodle interrupted. Would you mind telling me how long you've been planning to come here to interview Mr. Black? About 15 minutes. Luna looked around with a dazed expression. Ever since I found out he was still here. Thank you. The woman nodded politely. Guess that answers the question of why he left, the poodle commented to his partner. But it still leaves the question of how he knew that she was coming. Looks like he either has a way of intercepting flow, or he's bugged the office. The woman speculated. The man is a god. The poodle commented in awe. We gotta get back to the office. The woman ignored her partner's loss of composure. The healer is about to give her report on what she found. Activate the portkey. The poodle nodded. I can't wait to find out what she was able to learn. In 3, 2, 1. The two of them felt the pull of the portkey and seconds later they appeared beside a large table. Good of you two to show up. The man sitting at the table's head motioned towards a pair of seats. Now that everyone is here, I believe the healers would like to share their preliminary reports. Thank you, sir. The healer nodded. As many of you may know, I found something odd when I tested Mr. Black's blood. It appeared to contain a deadly toxin, so, after obtaining Mr. Black's permission, I cast a series of diagnostic charms. And the results were astounding. Mr. Black has at one time or another broken nearly all the bones in his body, and at some time in the near paw, he had to regrow all of the bones in one of his arms. He is covered in scars, many of which were caused by the darkest of magic. And as I said before, his blood is rather odd. I've spent nearly the entire afternoon testing the sample that I recovered from the blade of the knife, and I believe that I may have a partial explanation of why it is so toxic. Go on. At some time in the past, Mr. Black must have deliberately injected himself with a massive dose of basilisk venom mixed with phoenix tears. The woman rechecked her notes. The tears counteracted the venom's toxicity, which is the reason that Mr. Black is not dead. I was unsure of why he did this until I noticed that the phoenix tears didn't have the same amount of potency as I would expect from a fresh sample. So I double-checked the blood sample. I noticed that while the phoenix tears had gotten weaker, the basilisk venom maintained its potency, and my results showed that Mr. Black should have only a few months to live because of the tears losing their effectiveness. So what you're saying is that Mr. Black is dying? No, that's what my first thought was until I started checking the data from my diagnostic charms, and they showed that he was healthier than one would expect after looking at his medical history. Somehow his body had adapted to the presence of the basilisk venom, possibly by absorbing the magic of the phoenix tears. So it appears that the poison in his system will never be a problem. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me to learn that Mr. Black won't ever have to worry about most poisons. I was happy to see had my first conclusions were mistaken and that Mr. Black was not going to die, but one thing still bothered me. What was that? Why did the potency of the phoenix tears lessen while the potency basilisk venom remain constant? The woman looked around the room. One would think that there would be at least some change in the toxicity levels. That's when I found this. She tossed out a piece of parchment with a grainy image on it. It appears that Mr. Black implanted a small chip of basilisk fang into the bones on one of his arms. This has the effect keeping his blood from becoming any less deadly. Good work. The man at the head of the table nodded. Do you have anything else to add? One more thing, the woman nodded. I know what he did, I have some idea of how he did it, but I don't know why he did it. Imagine a man that can never be disarmed. Imagine an assassin that can bite his lip to access a rather large supply of some of the most dangerous poison in the known world. The figure shook his head. The dedication this shows is amazing. I have one more thing to add then, sir. The healer paled as she considered the implications of her superior's statement. Whoever ignited this process must have been insane. I can't even imagine the amount of precision needed to ensure that the proper dosages were applied at the proper times. Whoever this Mr. Black is, and whoever he works for, they operate on a whole different level than we can even imagine. Elsewhere, Albus Dumbledore was presiding over a meeting of the Order of the Phoenix. I have some new orders for you. In regards to the search for Harry Potter, Dumbledore took a deep breath. I have been accused of treating Harry as an object, and it has been said that even if we did find Harry and return him to High's family's house, then we would be forced to maintain a 24-hour guard on Mr. Potter to prevent him from disappearing again. The headmaster's statements were met by several mutters, and the old man held up his hand for silence. I am not suspending the search for Mr. Potter. I am changing it. If you find him, inform the order so we can devote our resources to keeping him safe at his current location. An action which I hope will keep him happier than confining him with the Dursleys. Why can't we just bring him here? Molly asked, or to the Burrow? Those options remain open. Dumbledore nodded. But when the time comes, I am going to allow Harry to decide his residence. Molly sat, satisfied that whatever happened, the dear boy would be happy. Now that we have settled one issue, I believe Alistair has something else that he'd like to bring to our attention. Albus gave the floor to his old friend. Black struck again. Moody leered. This time he killed a serial killer in Marseille. The French seem to think that he has access to undetectable charms, and they speculate that he's either bugged their office or has found a way to monitor the flow. Why didn't we hear about this killer before? An anonymous member of the order asked. Cause the French didn't know about him till after Black executed him, Moody chuckled. Black set things up to look like an accident, even used a bit of wandless magic. Said it was accidental. Thank you, Alistair, that was most enlightening. Dumbledore looked around the room. I believe the next thing on our agenda is a report by Georg and Fred Weasley on one of their latest inventions. Harry got out of his taxi at the mouth of the alley where he had earlier killed a man, and took a deep breath before stepping in. This attempt to visit the magical section of Marseille went much smoother than the last, and his trip through the alley went without incident. Could you tell me where I can buy a portkey out of the country? Harry politely asked the first passerby. Up the street about 50 meters, the now sweating agent replied quickly, store named Traveler's Return. Thank you. Harry began walking in the indicated direction. After a short walk, Harry found himself in front of a building covered with moving images of exotic locals. Can I help you? Harry heard a young voice ask from behind. I couldn't help but notice that you were staring at my store, and I was wondering if I might be of some assistance. I would like a portkey out of the country, Harry sighed. Whatever you have available is fine. I had a cancellation earlier, so I have one going to Monte Carlo in. The man checked his watch. 3 minutes. I'll take it. Harry nodded. How much? Since they cancelled at the last minute, the portkey was already paid for. The man shrugged. And my conscience will not allow me to sell the same item twice. Take it at no cost to yourself with my compliments. Thank you. Harry accepted a small round disc that he assumed to be a portkey. Have a good. Harry's statement was cut off by the familiar pull of a portkey taking him to the next stop on his journey. Would you like to place a bet, sir? As Ked, a man standing next to Harry at the head of a roulette wheel. One moment. Harry blinked and took a moment to look at his luxurious surroundings. Could you repeat that? I was asking if you wished to place a bet with the chip in your hand, sir, replied the man at the roulette wheel. Sure. Harry dropped the chip on a random number. Thank you. You're most welcome, sir. The man nodded, and then turned away to accept more bets. Shrugging and feeling no need to watch his lone chip disappear, Harry walked away from the table to explore his new surroundings. He could now add gambling to his short list of life experiences. It wasn't like he needed to stick around to know that he was going to lose, was it? Harry spent several minutes drifting around the floor of the casino before finding the exit, and several minutes after that, exploring the section of town that he had found himself in. Finally, after nearly an hour of exploration, he ended up in a seedy bar with a drink in his hand. The last thing he remembered was being challenged to a drinking contest by several Australian backpackers. "Good afternoon, Mr. Black," a man in an odd yellow striped outfit greeted him. "Are you feeling well?" "Who are you?" Harry's mouth tasted like the floor of the leaky cauldron. "And where am I?" "My name is Gunter Schmidt, a member of the Swiss Guard." The man nodded respectfully. "You are in the holy city of the Vatican, and I have a problem that I hope you can help me solve." "What's that?" Harry closed his eyes and hoped for the world to stop spinning. "I would like you to inspect some new wards that we're having put up," the replied calmly. "We asked some of our contacts in the magical world for the name of a man that could be discreet, and we were given yours." "I see." Why clenched his teeth to keep his stomach from jumping through his throat. "Why do you want me to inspect your wards?" A man was once contracted to build something out of marble. This man was supposed to use stone of only the highest quality, but he did not. Instead, he bought stone of low quality and pocketed the difference. At the time, there was another man working in the same area. That man was widely regarded as one of the best artists of the age, and he was also regarded as the man that knew the most about stone. If anyone was to detect the substitution of low-quality stone, it would have been him. The guard shrugged. So the first man found a way to keep the second busy, and his crime went unnoticed. "We do not intend to make the same mistake." "I don't know anything about wards." Harry tried to sit up. "And I have no idea on how to check them." "You'll find a book on the end table next to your bed, and it is everything you need to know to perform the tasks we request of you." The guard stood and began walking towards the exit. "And a uniform like mine is in the closet. If you chose to help us, then read the book and put on the uniform. If you decide not to, then knock on the door and someone will arrive to escort you out." Quote, "I'll think about it," Harry replied through clenched teeth. "In the meantime, would you mind sending up a bottle of painkillers and some water?" "I'll have them send up a few things to help with your stomach too." The guard paused before leaving the room. "Do you mind my asking why you were so drunk when we found you? This thing of yours. Ever want to forget something so bad you don't care about the results?" Harry sighed. "I was thinking and I wanted to stop. In hindsight, there were better ways to do that, but I don't suppose that matters now." "No, I don't suppose it does." Schmidt nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Black." "No problem." Harry tried opening his eyes and immediately regretted it, as it felt like two hot irons were being thrust through his eye sockets into his skull. "I'll take a look at the book in a few minutes and give you my answer after that. All I ask is that you consider it," Schmidt replied, closing the door. "How do I get myself into these situations?" Harry asked himself as he finally managed to sit up. "Might as well start. The first thing a wizard must learn if he is to become skilled at checking, removing, and placing wards is how to activate their mage sight. First, one must imagine magic gathering in the center of their body. Then one must, for lack of a better term, push the magic up through their body and into their eyes. After that, it is a simple matter of practice, and in time a skilled practitioner will be able to call upon their mage sight almost without effort." "Seems easy enough," Harry mused to himself as he began to gather the necessary focus. "And now Argyle Martha," he bit down on an agonizing scream. Perhaps it wasn't the best idea to increase the sensitivity of one's eyes when they felt like they had been used as the balls in a dozen games of ping pong. Harry spent several minutes writhing on the floor before he managed to regain enough of himself to read the next sentence. "Warning. Do not attempt to do this if you are suffering from a hangover. Doing so will cause intense pain, and will cause one or more of the following side effects: blindness, insanity, deafness, neurosis, death. In rare cases, it can sometimes grant the victim an advanced form of mage sight." Harry spent several more minutes cursing the authors of the book and their stupidity for placing such an important warning at the bottom of the page. Checking himself out, Harry was pleased to discover that he could not find any sign that he was blind, insane, deaf, suffering from neurosis, or dead. Shrugging his shoulders at his good fortune, Harry was distracted by a knock at the door. Yes. Got the things you requested, Mr. Black. Another man wearing an odd striped uniform pushed a cart into the room. I was also told to inform you that the wards that you are being asked to inspect are the Arachne type. Thank you. Harry nodded, downing a handful of painkiller and antacids. Was there anything else you needed? No, Mr. Black. The man in the odd uniform left, closing the door behind himself. Turning back to the book on wards, Harry began to read. Arachne-type wards get their name from the fact that when viewed with mage sight, they appear to be a spider web emanating from a central key object. Like a spider web, these wards form complex patterns that must be mapped ahead of time. These maps will indicate the ward's intended purpose to a person skilled at placing wards and should be checked against the finished product to ensure that the pattern was not changed when the ward was placed. Arachne-type wards suffer from two major drawbacks. The first is that they are vulnerable to the destruction of their central key object, the second is that their range is limited to a radius of no more than a few kilometers from their center. Taking a few minutes to flip through the rest of the book, Harry was startled by another knock at the door. Come in. Harry looked up from his reading. Have you decided whether or not you were going to inspect our wards? Schmidt asked with a raised eyebrow. I'd be happy to, Harry agreed, on the condition that you get another person to check my results later. That condition will not be a problem, Mr. Black. Schmidt agreed quickly. I suppose that we should discuss payment before you begin. If you like, Harry shrugged. We will deposit a sum of 1,200 ducats into the account of your choice for your work. Is that sum sufficient? Yes. Harry nodded, wondering what a ducat was. Which bank would you prefer us to deposit your payment into? Harry hesitated, not wanting to give the man his real name. Seeing Harry's hesitation, Schmidt was quick to offer a solution. If you like, we would be happy to arrange a new private account with the gnomes. Sure, Harry agreed quickly, just give me the account information later. Walk this way then. Schmidt led Harry through several hallways. Until two of them stood before a large statue. We just need you to check the repairs that were made to the center of the wards around the key. They were damaged by the vandal along with Pietà and I would like to ensure that the repairs were not tampered with. Can I see the schematics? Harry held out his hand for the map of the wards. Of course, Schmidt agreed, handing over the document. Harry spent several minutes examining both the plan and the actual wards. Everything seems to be in order except what? Schmidt asked nervously. The newer sections are a different color than the rest of the wards. Harry squinted at the plans. The plans don't say anything about it one way or another, but if I were you I would get them looked at. Thank you, Mr. Black, we will, agreed Schmidt. Would you like a tour of the grounds before you go? I would, Harry smiled. I can't wait to see some of the things that I heard were housed here. Schmidt proved to be a very knowledgeable tour guide, often providing bits of trivia to accompany his lectures about a piece's history, and by the end of the tour Harry had a rather large grin on his face. It seems that we have reached the exit, Mr. Black. Schmidt smiled. Do you have any more questions? Just one. Harry nodded. Who was the second man in your story about the stone? The second man. Schmidt paused to think. The man with great ability. He was the same man that designed my uniform. Thank you. Harry nodded politely, silently doubting the artistic ability of any man who would design a uniform like the one being worn by his new friend. And goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Black. With that, Harry stepped out to explore the streets of the Eternal City, intent on seeing everything that Rome had to offer, for about 5 minutes. Then he realized how tired he was from checking out the wards. Raising his hand to hail a cab, he decided to get a day or two of rest before setting out to see the city's sights. Harry awoke late the next day and ate an early lunch in the hotel lobby. Walking back to his room, he decided to put off his exploration of the city in favor of resting another day. Waking late the next morning, Harry dead that he had spent enough time laying around, and pulled out his book to get instructions on how to enter Rome's magical districts. One of the most accessible magical districts is the Via Veneficus. This district can be reached from nearly anywhere in Rome. To enter, one must find a 3-way crossroads. After a few moments a 4th road will appear. Many of these entrances in the old city are also marked with a statue or image of Trivia, a 3-headed woman, one of a dog, one of a snake, and one of a horse. Returning his guidebook to its section of his pack, Harry walked out of his hotel to find the nearest entrance, which happened to be less than 20 meters from his hotel. Shrugging his shoulders, Harry entered Rome's magical section and ended up facing a shop named Curios and Relics. Unable to contain his curiosity, Harry entered the shop. "Good afternoon, sir. How may I help you?" The shopkeep looked up from behind the counter. "I saw the sign and I was wondering what you sold here." Harry looked around the dim space, noting what appeared to be farming implements, oddly shaped trumpets and other items that he couldn't identify. "I sell all kinds of different things," the shopkeep rummaged around behind the counter. "I do have one thing that I think will draw your interest." "What's that?" "A Pugio." The man pulled out an oddly shaped dagger. "It's an interesting little item that I picked up some time ago. It carries charms to remain ever sharp, ever new, and to remain unnoticed so long as it sits on your hip. I believe it would be a good thing for you to buy." "How much?" Harry asked, eyeing the odd-looking dagger. "I paid about 50 sesterces for it, so I suppose I could sell it to you for, say, 2 aureus. "Deal." Harry nodded, handing over a few golden coins. "Have a nice day." "You as well, sir." The shopkeeper nodded back. Walking out of the store, Harry spent several minutes walking through the marketplace until an odd conversation drew his attention. "Did you hear about the British minister?" A fishmonger commented to one of his customers. "Says he's gonna explain why his government hasn't done anything about that Dark Lord. Wants to drop a few excuses as to why they shouldn't throw him out. I doubt he has anything to say, but it might be interesting to hear it." The customer replied, "It's too bad I don't have time to go home and turn on the wireless." "You don't have to go home." The fishmonger waved off his customer's objections. "Just go into one of the bars around here. Most of them will be playing the speech." Harry nodded to himself. That seemed like a good idea. Walking towards the nearest drinking establishment, he took one look around and walked in. Glancing around the darkened, smoke-filled room, Harry walked towards the nearest empty seat. "Mind if I sit here?" Harry asked, gesturing to an empty seat next to an old man. "I'd like to hear what Fudge has to say." "If you like." The old man gave a slight nod. The TWO of them listened for a few moments as the voice of the Wizard Wireless reported Fudge's announcement. The only reason that the forces of the ministry had not yet triumphed was because organized crime had joined the cause of he who must not be named, causing his ranks to swell and forcing the ministry's forces to suffer a temporary setback. "What do you think of the English minister's announcement, Mr. Black?" "I think the man's an idiot." Harry shook his head, not noticing the shocked look on the old man's face, as he signaled the bartender to bring him a drink. "From what I understand, people that control magical organized crime are much too intelligent to join the dark." "Moron. What makes you say that?" The old man leaned forward in interest. "The activities of the magical syndicates tend to be nonviolent. Their business is making money, and killing people for no reason doesn't make a lot of money." Harry took a sip of his newly arrived drink. "What deaths do occur are usually criminals killing criminals. Why wouldn't they join the Dark Lord for the money and power he could offer? As I said before, most of the deaths that occur are criminals killing criminals. Law info. Our cement doesn't tend to worry about that sort of thing, if they were to start bothering innocent people." Harry's voice became cold. "Then I suspect that the kid gloves would come off and it would be a bloodbath. If they want to join a war, then they will have to be prepared to accept all that war entails." "I see." The old man nodded. "Thank you for your advice, Mr. Black." "Happy to give it." Harry's cheerful mood returned. "Now if you'll excuse me, I really only came in here to hear Fudge's announcement, and since it's over." "Of course." The old man nodded. "I realize that you must be a very busy man. And as thanks for your advice, please allow me to pay for your drink." "Thank you." Harry nodded. "And do have a good day." The old man waited until his guest had left the bar before turning to the man next to him. "Call the other heads together. We need to have a meeting." "What do you want us to do about the guy that just talked to you?" "You will do nothing," the old man replied quickly. "But sir," the thug protested. "He insulted you." "He did no such thing." The old man took a sip from his glass. In his eyes he was showing mercy and restraint. "And I have no wish to see what happens if we don't take his warning to heart." "What do you mean, sir?" Didn't you hear his name? The old man glanced over. Mr. Black is one of the most dangerous men in Europe, and if he works for the kind of people that I suspect, then even if you managed to kill him, the old man shuddered. But sir, the thug was still a bit confused. Why are you taking things so seriously? Because I listened to what he had to say. The old man sighed. As I said, in his eyes he was showing mercy. He took the time to come in here and inform me of the new rules that he expects us to follow. Don't join the Dark Lord and don't kill anybody outside the families. He calmly told us what would happen if we did not follow his rules. He could have just wiped us out and started over with whoever took our place. He's really that powerful, sir. The thug was beginning to feel sick as he considered the fact that he had volunteered to go after Mr. Black, to teach him a lesson. He walked into this bar, sat next to me, and told me how things were going to be. The old man grinned. Nobody would do something like that unless they had the power to back it up. Outside, several members of the team assigned to watch one of the most powerful men in Italy's underworld were frozen in shock. Tony, you and Agatha follow Black. Antonio, you go report this. The team leader licked his lips. I'll watch the bar. Pandemonium erupted at the headquarters of the Praetorian Guard when a wide-eyed officer arrived and immediately ran to their superior's office. Sir, Antonio banged on the door to the Praefectus Praetorio. Sir, you have to hear this. Quote, come in. A stern gray-haired man with a military bearing opened the door, and this had better be good. Sir, Mr. Black is in Rome. The breathless officer rushed out. And why did this cause you to go banging on the door of my office like that? The Praefectus Praetorio asked with false calm. Because he walked into Alberto Nacelli's bar and told him that if he didn't obey a few rules, then there would be a bloodbath. What did Nacelli do? He thanked Mr. Black for the advice and called a meeting of the families. Antonio's hands were shaking. He also told one of his subordinates that they were going to follow Black's orders, said that even if they managed to off Black, that they would still have to deal with the people he works for. Good work. Sit down and have something to drink. The Praefectus Praetorio stuck his head out of his office, get a dozen men to back up the group watching Nacelli's bar and call in all off-duty officers. Yes, sir. Several voices replied as the men rushed to follow their commander's instructions. Now, the Praefectus Praetorio closed the door of his office and looked at his man. Tell me everything that happened. Yes, sir. Black walked into the bar and sat next to Nacelli. They listened to Fudge's speech for a little while, and Black said that Fudge was an idiot when it got to the part where Fudge said that the Mafia had joined up with the Dark Lord. The man paused to catch his breath. Black said that if that happened then there would be a bloodbath, said that so long as the Mafia focused on making money and confined its killings to other members of the families, then he would leave them alone. How did Nacelli react? He thanked Black and paid for his drink. Antonio shook his head. One of his men wanted to go after Black, but Nacelli stopped him, said that Black was trying to show mercy by laying down the rules and that he could have just killed them all as an object lesson to the next group. Good work. Get to the break room and take a few hours for yourself. Sir, if it's all right, I'd rather go back to my post. Antonio licked his lips nervously. The captain is still there and I'd rather not leave him alone. I understand. The Praefectus Praetorio nodded. Go. Thank you, sir. Antonio called out over his shoulder as he ran to the nearest apparition point. Sir, another man ran up. I need to talk to you about something. Make it quick, Fulcini, the Praefectus Praetorio growled. We're in the middle of something here. I just spoke to Gunter Schmidt about the wards. Fulcini was bursting with excitement. The man they hired to check our work said that the colors were different between the old sections and the new sections. So Mage Sight is normally in black and white. Fulcini replied quickly. The ability to see color indicates that the man they hired did something unbelievably dangerous to get that ability. Why is this so important? The Praefectus Praetorio rubbed his eyes. I don't see why this couldn't wait until after we dealt with this latest crisis Black dropped into our laps. Quote, because, Fulcini smiled. The name of the man they hired was Mr. Black. Tell me everything. They met with Black and he told them that he didn't know much about wards, so they pulled one of the books out of the archives and gave it to him to brush up. Could be that he just wanted to get a peek at that book, the Praefectus Praetorio mused to himself. Or it could be that by his standards he doesn't know much. Continue. He spent a few hours flipping through the book, and a few more checking the wards. Fulcini checked his notes, then Schmidt took him on a tour of the grounds. Black left after that. When was this? 3 days ago, sir. So we've had Black wandering around my city doing God knows what for 2 days, the Praefectus Praetorio forced himself to calm. See if you can find out what he did, check the files to say. If anything strange happened and report to me when I get back. Can the bad guy fly? Can the bad guy fly? Get the French and Dutch on the fire, the Praefectus Praetorii yelled as he entered the room. Tell them I want to share some information about Black. Set it up as a conference call if you can. Yes, sir. Several voices called out as handfuls of flow were tossed into fireplaces. We've got them, sir. Good. The Praefectus Praetorii sat and faced the two figures in the flames. I need some information and I am willing to give. Information. You said you had something to share about Black. Hoofd van de Staatstovenaars. Sanne Vermeer asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes, I do. The Praefectus Praetorii agreed impatiently. He's in my city and he's been running around doing God knows what for the last 2 days, and I want to know what he's capable of. It might be best for you to tell us what you know so that we can fill in the blanks for you, a shadowed man replied from the French fireplace. He was hired by the Swiss Guard to check some wards 3 days ago, the Praefectus Praetorii answered quickly. And he made a comment about the new section being a different color than the older sections. How is that possible? The shadowed man bit out. To gain that ability, we knew he was insane, but this, please go on. Then he spent 2 days doing God knows what, the Praefectus Praetorii forced himself to calm. He popped up again in a bar, belonging to one of the heads of the Mafia. He sat down next to the aforementioned head and calmly told him that if the Mafia did not follow a few rules, including not following Dark Lords and confining their killings to other members of the Mafia, then they would all be killed and that Black would start over with the next group. How did your head take that? Sanne Vermeer leaned forward to hear the answer. He thanked Black and paid for his drink. The Praefectus Praetorii wiped his brow. He then told his men that attacking Black would be suicide and called a meeting with the other heads. The 2 other heads of magical law enforcement took several seconds to process the new information. Would you mind telling me what you know about the man? Their Italian colleague asked. I don't mean to be rude, but I need every second I can get. We're terribly sorry, the shadowed Frenchman apologized. But every time we hear something about the man, it turns out to be more astounding than the last bit of information. Ms. Vermeer, I believe you had the honor of meeting him first. Yes, I did, the woman agreed. He came to Amsterdam and stopped a group of Death Eaters that say they were tracking Harry Potter. She ignored the other two's explanations of surprise. One of my people later reported that Black had her remove a tracking spell. So it seems likely that Black transferred the spell from Potter to himself. After that, he spotted every tail we assigned, including the ones under invisibility, and according to reports Co. Ming from England, he also managed to discover a new species of magical animal without the Watchers noticing. Black came to Paris and also spotted every one of our tails, the Frenchman began. He so seems to have some sort of undetectable charm or field that alerts him of any intrusion into his room. While he was here, he allowed us to look into his medical history, and aside from a rather long list of past injuries, we found something odd. Black has apparently subjected himself to some sort of process that makes his blood deadly to anyone but himself, and our healers speculate that in addition to making him immune to nearly every toxic substance known to man, that it may have also boosted his natural healing ability. Black has also shown that he has at least some skill in wandless magic. Is that all? I hesitate to add it. The Frenchman paused, but due to some of the knowledge he showed, many are starting to believe that Black may have been here with the resistance during the Second World War. Thank you. The Praefectus Praetorii gave a rare smile. I do have to ask why you didn't tell me that Black was coming in my direction. Though we didn't know, the Frenchman shrugged his shoulders. Black gave us the slip by taking a portkey to Monte Carlo. It took us a minute to track the portkey and another 35 seconds for the locals to get on the scene, but they lost his trail because of the excitement resulting from a very large win. The Frenchman turned away from the fire and began conversing with an unseen person. I've just been informed by our colleague in M. Aunt Carlo that the wind that distracted his followers was from a bet placed by Mr. Black. He licked his lips. Further investigation reveals that the table had been charmed by one of the other players. Interviews with the croupier revealed that Mr. Black spent several moments staring at the table before placing his bet. Our colleague also says that this investigation was prompted by the size of T. He win and that the casino has chosen to honor the bet and send it along with a rather substantial reward for fingering the player. The Frenchman turned away from the fire to converse with the unseen person again, who confessed to being part of a much larger ring of cheaters. Thank you. The Praefectus Praetori shook his head. I suppose it was too much to hope that we could keep an eye on him if he didn't want to be followed. The other two said their goodbyes and the head of the Praetorian Guard wished once again that he had taken the retirement that had been offered the year before. Sir, Folokini ran towards his commander. You're not going to believe this. What is it? The Praefectus Praetori closed his eyes and waited for the worst. I think I know what Black was doing in the city. Folokini was ready to burst with excitement. 2 days ago Antony Consiglio died, apparently of natural causes. And several of his lieutenants died on the way to pay their respects in what we thought was an accident. You're saying Black killed them? It all came together when I heard about Black's conversation with the head of one of the families. Folokini was shaking in excitement. Quote, Tony Consiglio would have never followed Black's rules, and it's likely his lieutenants would have followed their boss's lead even after death. Sounds reasonable. The Praefectus Praetori nodded. Had do you suppose will happen when Consiglio's son figures this out? So you're saying that you think this man killed my father? A middle-aged man wearing an expensive set of clothing asked with a raised eyebrow. It looks that way, yes. Another man in another expensive set of clothes agreed. What do you want us to do? Grab another man, the middle-aged man replied. Then the 3-0-Fs are going to this black fellow's hotel room and then we're going to show the world why they don't mess with the Consiglio family. I'll arrange it, Mr. Consiglio, the second man agreed. When do you want to do this? As soon as possible, Giovanni Consiglio replied quickly. Then why don't we just use your driver? The second man asked with a raised eyebrow. He's big and knows how to keep his mouth shut. Call him. I don't want Black to spend any more time above ground than necessary, Consiglio finished with a cold sneer. The driver was summoned and in less than an hour the 3 of them were standing in front of Harry's hotel room. Kick down the door. I wanna surprise this bastard, Consiglio ordered coldly, and when the time comes I wanna take this guy out myself. You got it, boss. The driver agreed as he brought his massive foot crashing into the door. Black, I'm going rip out your heart, you bastard, Consiglio cried as he rushed into the room. Harry looked up from his book at the man who had burst into his room. Dodging the man's first spell, Harry drew his wand and threw a few reductos at his mysterious attacker. How could anyone be that fast? Consiglio cursed to himself as Black seemed to disappear and reappear out of the path of his curses. Stand still and die, you bastard. Diving for cover behind one of the couches in his room, Harry took a bit of time to think. Accio, crazy man, Consiglio screamed as he felt himself get thrown past his attacker and towards one of the windows that had been cracked in the early stages of the duel. Calling out a stereotypical no as he flew through the window, he barely had time to realize what a bad idea going after Mr. Black had been before his body hit the street below. Boss, the second man called, rushing towards their target. Turning towards the nearest threat and raising his wand, Harry's quick reducto reduced the man's wand to splinters but did little to stop the charge, and before Harry had a chance to mutter another quick spell he found himself encircled by the man's powerful arms as they attempted to squeeze the life out of his body. As the edges of his vision began to go black, Harry attempted to break the man's grip and all seemed lost until one of his hands brushed against the polished bone handle of his new Pugio. Yanking the knife out of its scabbard, Harry plunged it into his attacker's stomach and brutally twisted it when the man's grip lessened enough to grant him the freedom of movement to do so. His head then swiveled to regard the third man, the last man, standing in the door. The driver stood frozen, too frightened to even scream as the blood-covered figure turned its head to watch him. The two of them stood, staring at each other for untold minutes until the blood-covered figure took its first step forward towards its next victim. Giving a strangled cry, the driver turned and began running away, hoping that speed and distance would be enough to save his life from the monster behind him. Passing the elevators in a dead sprint, he flung open the door to the stairwell. Harry slowly lowered his wand and dagger after the third man had left and took a slow look around the room. Absent-mindedly casting a few repairs to fix the broken furniture, he sat down on the now undamaged couch and tried to figure out why these things always seemed to happen to him. If there was one thing that the team assigned to watch Mr. Black was good at, it was surveillance. They had honed their skills through years of playing cat and mouse with the family, and they had frantically called for backup when they noticed Giovanni Consiglio walk into Black's hotel along with 2 of his thugs. A team of 8 wizards arrived just in time to see a screaming man hit the street. Shoulders dropping and fearing the worst, they approached the body to get their first look at the man they had failed to save. "That's Giovanni Consiglio," one of the surveillance team cried out in shock. "Look at his finger. He's wearing his father's ring." "Then we might not be too late to help Black," the leader of the strike team replied quickly. "Alpha team up the stairs, Bravo in the elevators, sir," the 2 teams called out as they entered the hotel at a dead run. Alpha team bounded up the stairwell, freezing when they discovered another body at the bottom of a flight of stairs. Consiglio's driver, another member of the surveillance team that was accompanying them, identified the body. "Looks like he was thrown down the staircase." Pausing only long enough to ensure that the man was dead, they continued up the stairs to link up with the other team. "On 3, the leader of the strike team whispered to his men after they had stacked on the ruined door. 1, 2, 3. The team rushed into the room and froze at the scene that awaited them. "Is there something that I can help you gentlemen with?" Harry asked the latest group of intruders calmly. "Mr. Black," the team leader asked slowly, his eyes refusing to move from the bloody corpse on the ground to his front. "Yes." Harry was having a hard time keeping himself from giggling. "What can I do for you? Do you require any medical assistance?" the team leader asked nervously, "or any other kind of assistance?" "No thank you," Harry shook his head. "But I suppose that you want me to come to the station to talk with you." "I think that we might want that," the team leader agreed. "Is that all right with you?" "Of course it is," Harry nodded. "Then would you mind lowering your weapons?" the team leader asked slowly. "They make my men a bit nervous." "Sorry about that." Harry carefully wiped the blade clean, his shirt sleeve then replaced in its scabbard and his wand in its holster. "With all the excitement it slipped my mind." Harry suppressed another giggle. "Would you mind stepping outside then?" the team leader motioned towards the door, "so that we can start collecting evidence." "I don't mind that at all," Harry agreed. "Do you mind if I grab my things first?" The team leader hesitated and then took a close look at the expression on Mr. Black's face. "Don't think that will be a problem." "Thank you," Harry nodded. "Won't take but a minute. Angelo, take 1 man and go report this," the team leader whispered after Black had left the room. "Yes sir," the man agreed. "Do you know who that is on the ground?" "Salvatore Carrillo." The team leader was again staring at the body. He was until today regarded as being one of the most dangerous men in Italy, and the main suspect in the murder of my predecessor. "That's Carrillo?" Angelo asked wide-eyed. Black gutted him like a fish. "I know that," the team leader fought to keep the impatience out of his voice. "Now go report this, sir." Ello took one more look at the body before disappearing with a pop. He reappeared outside the headquarters of the Praetorian Guard. Rushing into the building, he nearly ran into his commander. "Did you get to Black in time, Angelo?" the Praefectus Praetori asked the breathless man. "Is Black still alive?" "He's alive, sir," Angelo nodded quickly. "And he doesn't have a scratch on." "I am." "So you arrived in time to protect him from Consiglio and his thugs?" "No sir," Angelo shook his head. "We arrived in time to see Consiglio hit the street." "Tell me everything," the Praefectus Praetori commanded. "We got there just in time to see a screaming man hit the street," Angelo began. "Black threw Consiglio through a window and we arrived just in time to see the end of it. While going up the stairs to Black's room we came upon another body that was identified as being that of Consiglio's driver. And when we got to the room, What is it? We found a man with his stomach ripped open. And Black calmly standing over it with a big grin on his face like he had just won a prize. Angelo took a couple of deep breaths. I wasn't sure why he would be so happy about it until I asked the captain who the dead guy was. Who? The Praefectus Praetori demanded. Salvatore Carrillo. Ravenfur. Harry doesn't have any idea about most of what's going on. Things will start to change a bit soon. Dark Phoenix 011 go for it. I tried to email you but it got rejected. Just send me a link when you get your story done. All I wanted was some peace and quiet. All I wanted was some peace and quiet. Decided to cut 9 where it is and start 10. This is what I have so far. Don't think I'll be doing much more tonight. May I take a look at your knife, sir? The strike team leader asked politely. Of course, Harry nodded. Handing it over handle first. This is a very interesting knife, the team leader commented. Would you mind giving me your statement? Not at all, Harry replied, starting to calm down a bit. I was in my room and 3 men rushed in. I dueled the first a bit before he ended up going through the window. The second one grabbed me and I'm afraid that I had to cut him up, and the third one ran out the door. Quote, thank you for your time, sir, the team leader nodded, closing his book. We may have to ask you a few questions later to clarify a few things after forensics gets their report in. Not a problem. Harry waved it off. Mind if we go downstairs? I feel that it may be time to check out of this hotel. Not at all, sir, the leader nodded. But I'm afraid that I'll have to accompany you until I get authorization to let you go. I understand, Harry gave a short nod. You do what you have to do. The two of them walked down the hall towards the elevators. ND passed the body of the driver that had been brought up and placed beside the others. Shame he had to die, Harry mumbled to himself after he noticed the body of the driver. I was going to let him go. Any response that the team leader may have made was cut off by the arrival of another man. Message from the Praetori. What is it? The team leader asked calmly. He says that Black is free to go if this looks like it was self-defense. What he had actually said was, get him out of my city, but the messenger saw no need to annoy the wizard that had swatted Salvatore Carrillo like a fly. I do. The team leader gave a quick nod. You're free to go, Mr. Black. May I ask where you're going next? Switzerland sounds nice, Harry mused. Wherever it is, I hope it's quieter than my vacation's been so far. Have a good day, Mr. Black. The team leader watched in awe as the most dangerous man he had ever met calmly walked out of the building. Harry resisted the urge to scream as he walked towards the entrance to Magical Rome. Why did these things keep happening to him? Was there some sort of curse on the Potter line that nobody had told him about? Sighing in frustration, he entered the Magi Cal section of Rome and paused in front of the small bar that he had previously visited. He really needed a drink right now. After that he could find a way to get to Switzerland. Good evening, Mr. Black. The old man from before nodded and motioned towards an empty seat. I trust that you're doing well. I wish that were true, Harry shrugged. Unfortunately, I've had a rather bad day. What happened? The old man motioned for the bartender to bring over a drink. I was attacked by 3 men in my hotel room. Harry took a sip of the newly arrived drink. And things got a little violent. You weren't hurt, were you? No. Harry shook his head. Not a scratch. I see. The old man licked his lips nervously. What do you intend to do about the situation? The way I see things, it's bees. Gee, to forget the whole situation ever happened. Harry finished his drink and stood up, and hoped that nothing like this ever happens again. I'm sure that it won't, Mr. Black. The relief on the old man's face was plainly visible. Have a good day, Mr. Black. Thank you. Harry tossed a few coins on the table. It's only polite to let me pay this time, after all you paid the last time. Goodbye, Mr. Black. The old man called out to Harry as he walked out the door. And have a pleasant trip. Harry spent several minutes walking around the alley before he found a small shop advertising that it had the cheapest international portkeys in Rome. Hello, Harry called out as he entered the apparently deserted shop. Is anyone here? What? A head poked through a doorway that presumably led to a back room. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to arrive for another few minutes. You'll be wanting a portkey then? Yes, Harry confirmed, to Switzerland. Then I'll need to see your passport. The man held out his hand. After all, you'll be crossing a border. One moment. Harry dug around his pockets, and handed his papers over to the shopkeeper. The man pulled out his wand and tapped the passport. If that's what you need. Harry took back his passport. His passport. What did you mean when you said that you expected me? Thank you, and here you are. The man interrupted Harry and handed over Harry's passport along with a keychain bearing the Swiss flag. Thank you. Harry accepted the two items. How much do I owe you? It has already been paid for by the Praefectus Praetori, the man smiled. He had his men go to every travel shop in Rome and tell them that any international portkey you bought would be at his expense, and that he would pay double the list price if we were able to get you out within the hour. That was nice of him, Harry smiled. Now about that question I wanted to ask. I'm afraid we won't have time for that, Harry. The man gave an apologetic smile. You see, I really wanted to get paid double, and to do that you portkey will have to leave right about now. Harry felt a pull behind his navel and the world began to spin. Welcome to Switzerland, a jolly-looking man said with a smile. May I see your papers, please? Sure. Harry handed over his passport and fought to wipe the look of annoyance off his face. Damn shopkeeper. I trust that you've had a good day, mister. The customs agent glanced down at the passport. Black. It's been a bit rough, but I have high hopes that things will quiet down. I see. The customs agent seemed to be unable to pull his eyes away from the small document. Quote, was there something you needed? Harry asked, getting a bit worried about the man's odd behavior. No, sir, the customs agent answered quietly. I just didn't expect that I would ever meet you. Just check in with magical law enforcement while you're here. They've got a few messages that they'd like to pass along, and I also believe that some of them would like to chat with you over a beer if you have time. Thank you. Harry nodded. Do you have any suggestions on where I might find a good place to stay? There is an information desk right outside. The customs agent motioned towards the door. If you don't have anything else that you'd like to ask me. Have a good day. Harry nodded and walked towards the exit. You as well, Mr. Black. The customs agent closed his line and waited until Mr. Black had walked through the exit, then he quickly walked towards his supervisor. Mr. Black was just in my line. Did you tell him to get in contact with the Polizei? Yes. The agent nodded. He asked if there was anywhere that we wanted him to stay and I pointed him towards the information desk. Good job. The supervisor noted the time in his notebook. Out of curiosity, I have to ask, what was his first name? Mr. The customs agent shrugged. When I looked, that was the only thing in the section. I see. The supervisor spent a few minutes thinking. Go wait in the break room. I've got to go report this. We've found out what happened to Mr. Black, sir, the thug that had earlier offered to teach Mr. Black a lesson, told his boss, Alberto Nacelli nervously. Well, Black was attacked by Giovanni Consiglio, Salvatore Carrillo, and Consiglio's driver in his hotel room. Black tossed Consiglio through a window, spilled Carrillo's guts on the floor, and pushed the driver down a staircase. The man hesitated. Go on. The rest of this comes from my cousin Tony, the one who works in that bar the cops like to go to. On seeing his boss's nod, the man continued. They're saying that Black killed old man Consiglio and that he also staged the accident that wiped out Consiglio's men. One of them even swears that Black muttered something about how he was going to let Giovanni live and that it was a shame that he didn't get the hint and leave things alone. They also think that he was sitting in his hotel room, in the open to see if anyone decided to come after him. Thank you. Alberto Nacelli nodded. And remind me to thank your cousin for the information, it helped bring things into focus. How, sir? Black said something when he paid for my drink. The old man leaned back in his chair. He said that he wasn't going to retaliate and that it was only fair that he paid for this one, since we paid for the last one. I thought that he was talking about the drinks, but now I'm not so sure. What do you mean, boss? It now looks like something happened to bring us to Black's attention. So he killed Consiglio and several of his men and set out some new rules to make us pay for annoying him. The old man smiled. For some reason he let Consiglio's son live, so when Consiglio's son tried to kill him, Black decided that it was his mistake and not ours. So when Black said that he would pay for this one, he was talking about the attempt to kill him, and not the drinks. What is it? The Praefectus Praetori called out, answering the knock on his door. Black's gone, sir. A man stuck his head in, went to Switzerland. Thank you. The Praefectus Praetori's face broke into a grin. With any luck he won't come back till after I'm retired. Yes, sir. The man chuckled as he left the office. What was it you were going to say before we were interrupted? The Praefectus Praetori turned back to the team leader that had been sent to help Black. I was going to tell you about Black's knife, sir. The man paused. It was very unusual, and I thought that it would be best to tell you about it. Well, it was a Roman-style Pugio with a bone handle. The enchantments were rather old and done in the same way that the Romans commonly used, which leads me to believe that it's not a replica. The blade was made out of an odd bluish metal, and it had a word inscribed on it. What word? Atrum. The team leader swallowed nervously. Which can be translated to black according to what I remember from my Latin classes. You're not suggesting. I'm not suggesting anything, sir. I'm just reporting the facts as I have them. As Harry walked the information desk with a plan B, eager to form on how to spend his first day in Switzerland. He was going to get 5 pounds of Swiss chocolate, a large hotel room, and then he was going to let fate decide what happened next. Good evening, sir. The girl at the information desk smiled when she noticed him approach. What can I do for you today? I need a room, Harry smiled. Preferably as large and luxurious as possible. One moment, sir. The girl ducked behind her counter and came out with a pamphlet. Here you are. Large, luxurious, and in a convenient location as well. Thank you. Harry turned and walked away, happy that things were beginning to look up. Behind him, the girl at the information desk smirked. She didn't know who had paid her to put a tracking spell on the pamphlet that she had given to the odd man, and she didn't care. After all, she couldn't live her meager salary without supplementing her income. She wouldn't have cared even if she had known of the source of the money, the amount they were offering to anyone that gave them a way to track the man with the unrecognizable face was just too high to pass up. Even if it did mean getting her hands a little dirty. I have some good news, my lord, said a man as he bent to kiss the robes of his disfigured master. A freelancer in Switzerland has managed to plant a tracking charm on Black, and we can track him so long as he has it in his possession. Excellent. The dark figure hissed. Send 15 men to make an example of him. The world needs to learn that the price of defying me. It shall be done, my lord. The pathetic man groveled and began to back out of the room. Would you prefer a room on one of the upper levels or on one of the lower levels, sir? The hotel receptionist asked Harry with a professional smile. I'd like a room as high as possible, Harry smiled. With a balcony if you have it. I like to feel the wind in my hair. Of course, sir. Room 1003 on the 10th floor is available, and I am happy to tell you that it has a rather large balcony. The clerk reached under the counter and pulled out a key. Is there anything else we can do for you that would make your stay more pleasant? If it wouldn't be too much trouble, would you mind sending some chocolate up to my room? Harry asked sheepishly. I've heard so much about it and I'm afraid that I never had a chance to try it before now. I'll have some sent up. And with luck it will arrive at your room about the same time you do. The clerk replied with a grin. You would be surprised at how many people make that same request when they check in. Thank you. Harry smiled, taking his room key. And have a good night. You as well, Mr. Black, the clerk replied cheerfully. Walking quickly towards one of the elevators, Harry had to resist the urge to shout in joy. He was finally starting the nice quiet vacation that he had planned on. From now on there would be no Death Eater attacks, muggers with knives, Swiss guardsmen asking him to check wards, crazy men bursting into his hotel room, or anything but peace and quiet. 10th floor, Harry instructed the elevator operator. Yes, sir. Harry was bouncing with excitement by the time the elevator doors opened. Thank you and have a nice day, he called over his shoulder to the elevator operator as he rushed towards his room. Your chocolate, sir, said a smiling young woman with a large tray from beside Harry's door. Would you like anything else? No thank you. Harry shook his head. Just put the chocolate on the bed and tell me what I owe you. Compliments of the management, sir. The girl placed the tray on the bed. We try to keep the customers in the luxury rooms happy. Thank you. Harry nodded, handing over a small roll of folded bills. And have a good night. You as well, sir. The girl gave one last smile and left the room. Grabbing a piece of chocolate, Harry opened the door to the balcony and leaned on the rail. The wind in his hair, the lights of the city, could his life get any more perfect? Die. Harry watched in shock as several Death Eaters appeared in front of him and then plummeted to their deaths. After taking a suspicious sniff of the piece of chocolate that he had been eating, Harry leaned over the rail to look at the pile of broken Death Eaters littering the ground in front of the hotel. Wondering why these things always happened to him and resisting the urge to cry, Harry turned around and walked sadly back into his hotel room. Local law enforcement would be showing up soon and it might be a good idea to pack. Fangela Marie, arg, I'm an idiot. Thanks, it's been changed. Splat, splat. Quiet night, one of the watchers commented to his partner. You think that anything will happen? Nah, everybody is well aware of our neutrality, there is no way. That, he trailed off and the two of them stared blankly at the pile of dead men in black robes that had appeared in front of them. I suspect that now would be a good time to call for backup. I suspect it would, the other agreed. Do you think that Black would refrain from killing anybody else if we asked him nicely? Can't tell a fish to stop swimming, the other shrugged. Do you want to go back to headquarters or go up and interview Black? Flip for it, sure. The man pulled a coin out of his pocket. Call it in the air. Heads, the two men looked down at the coin. Have fun with Black. Have fun with your report, he replied as his partner disappeared. Why couldn't he have waited until next shift and saddled them with the paperwork? The man shook his head. Walking slowly towards the hotel, the man racked his brain trying to think of a way that all this could be reported in such a way that nobody would demand the arrest of Mr. Black. Did you see that? The shocked hotel clerk was staring out the window towards the pile of dead Death Eaters. They just fell from the sky. Yes, they did, the man agreed. I'm a cop. Don't go outside and don't leave. Well, I'll have someone along to take your statement soon. Oh, okay, the clerk agreed. What room is Mr. Black in? One moment, the shaken hotel clerk checked his records. Room 1003. Thank you, the officer got in one of the elevators. 10th floor. The ride up to the 10th floor passed in silence, and after the doors opened, the Swiss cop walked to the door to Harry's room and knocked. I've been expecting you. Harry greeted the man as he opened the door. Would you like to come in or would you like me to come with you? Hello, Mr. Black. My name is Wilhelmus Peterson. Why don't you tell me what happened on our way to the lobby? The Swiss cop suggested after taking a quick look around the room. One way or another, I'm sure that you're planning to switch hotels anyway. Okay, Harry agreed, shouldering his pack. It was the strangest thing. I was standing on my balcony eating a piece of chocolate and out of nowhere a group of Death Eaters appeared. Then mysteriously fell to their deaths. Peterson asked with a raised eyebrow. It was the strangest thing, Harry agreed. I don't even know how they were able to find me. Why would Death Eaters be looking for you, Mr. Black? They're always trying to kill me. Harry shrugged. I just assumed that I was the target. I see. Peterson nodded happily. That sounds like it should work. A car will arrive soon to give you a ride to a new hotel. We'll contact you again after we've had a chance to wipe this out of the hotel staff's memories. Okay, Harry shook his head. All I wanted to do in Switzerland was to eat some chocolate and get a new watch. Was that too much to ask for? I don't believe it was Mr. Black, but one can't tell the Death Eaters to stop attacking when one wants. I know, Harry clenched his hands in silent frustration. But I'm supposed to be on vacation and so far I haven't had a moment's rest. Looks like your car's here, Mr. Black. Peterson pointed to a car parked in front of the hotel. Thanks. Harry shook the man's hand. And have a nice night. You as well, Mr. Black, Peterson replied, then watched Harry enter the car and drive off. Well, another man walked up. What was his story? He said that he had nothing to do with the pile of dead people, Peterson smirked. To hear him tell it, they just appeared and fell to their deaths without any assistance. Story check out. It did, Peterson chuckled. I looked around the room and the only magical traces that I could detect was a homing spell on a pamphlet. Nothing else. Nope, Peterson grinned. When the French said that he could put up wards without being detected. I was a bit skeptical, but after tonight, explains why they hired him to take a look at the new wards down in Italy. Sure does, Peterson agreed. Why don't we see if we can trace the pamphlet and see if we can pick up whoever tried to plant it on Black before he finds them and arranges another accident. The two men went up to Harry's former hotel room and took a look around. I don't believe it, the second man called out in shock. The pamphlet has a little stamp on the back telling where it comes from. Let me have a look at that, Peterson squeaked. NTED at the stamp on the back of the pamphlet. I know where he got this. We move in 3, 2, 1. The two men reappeared in front of a very familiar information counter. Can I help you gentlemen? The attendant asked nervously. I'm only gonna ask this once, Peterson growled. Did you give a pamphlet with a homing charm on it to a man today? I have no idea what you mean, the girl replied innocently. Why do you ask? Okay, if you don't know anything then I guess the two of us will be going. Peterson shrugged, and I ask because a small pamphlet with a homing spell allowed a large grow up of Death Eaters to arrive from England to attack a man. How terrible, the girl shook her head. But I still don't understand why you suspected that I might have something to do with this. Well, after Mr. Black, that was their target's name, killed them, my partner and I thought that his next target would be the person that gave him the pamphlet. Peterson shrugged, and the two of us wanted to get a good look at them so that when the time came we would be able to identify the body. Not that it would help to get a look, the other man added. I've heard that he likes to get messy, Samati. Mies, and after seeing what he did to those Death Eaters. You're bluffing, the girl began to sweat nervously. And even if you weren't, I haven't done anything illegal. Such a shame that is, Peterson shook his head in mock sympathy. I've heard that a nice safe prison cell is the best place to be if Black's after you, and even if he isn't there's still the Death Eaters to consider. What do you think they will do when they find the person that led them into an ambush? But between the two of us, Black's the one I'd be worried about. The girl paused to think about things and shuddered at the images that her mind conjured up. I'll give you my list of contacts, I'll confess to everything I've ever done. Just keep them away from me. I thought you said you didn't know anything. Peterson asked innocently, and that you didn't do anything wrong. Don't play with me, the girl retorted angrily. This is my life we're talking about. I'd find it a lot easier to be sympathetic if you hadn't set a man up to be murdered. Peterson replied coldly, that sort of thing annoys me. I suggest that you accompany us down to the station, and I suggest that you don't even think about trying to lie to me. Okay, the girl deflated. I already said that I'd tell you everything, just keep me safe. Touch this, Peterson pulled a button off of his shirt. It's a portkey that will take us to HQ. The woman complied and the three of them disappeared. Chief wants to speak with you, Peterson. One of the officers looked up from his desk to address the new arrivals. Who's your prisoner? She helped set up the hit on Black. Peterson replied. And she's still alive. The man looked at the prisoner with undisguised curiosity. I'll take charge of her, you go talk to the chief. Put her in one of the singles when you're done with her, Peterson nodded. And put up a suicide watch. I don't think Black will kill her after I said that we'd protect her, but I'd also think that it would be best to be careful. Got it. Peterson walked across the room to the office belonging to the head of Magical Law Enforcement and Chocolate Inspection and gave a polite knock on the door. You wanted to see me? Come in and close the door behind you. The chief looked up from his desk. Looks like we might have to arrest Black over what happened with the Death Eaters. Why? Peterson stared at his boss in shock. They tried to kill him and he defended himself. It's an open and shut case. I agree, the chief nodded. But the British minister has been complaining that we're letting the man who murdered several British citizens walk free, and he demands that we at least have a trial. We do that and the judge would laugh us out of court. Peterson shook his head. There isn't a shred of evidence that we could use against Mr. Black. What do you mean? The chief leaned forward with growing interest. Black set everything up to look like an accident, Peterson smiled. All I can tell from the evidence is that a group of Death Eaters forgot to check the location before they ported in. Nothing directly points at Black doing anything. Then what makes you think that it wasn't an accident? Peterson glared at his boss. I've been investigating murders since before you started your first year of school, and I've never seen something like this. I'm not saying that you're wrong, the chief held up his hand. I've already decided to tell the Brits that it was all a big accident and that a large group of men, some of whom large contributors to the re-elect Fudge campaign, had the bad taste to try pretending to be Death Eaters as some sort of prank because we know that me as influential and rich as they were would never support the dark thingy, all died in a tragic accident that Mr. Black had nothing to do with. I just want to know where Black slipped up. He didn't, Peterson replied with a laugh. Sorry about criticizing you, Hans, but I thought that all this time in the office might have turned you dumb. Black asked for a room on one of the top floors with a balcony and just happened to be standing on it when they poured it in. We know from the French that he can put up undetectable wards. And I suspect that he warded his hotel room and then walked out onto the balcony to watch the fun. Anything else? The chief grinned. He was eating chocolates to pass the tea. Me waiting for them to appear, and he's thrown people off of buildings in the past, Peterson shrugged. There is no way that the sequence of events leading up to this could be random. Thanks, Willie, the chief chuckled. And thank Black for making things so easy if you get a chance. I've got to call the British and tell them about this tragic accident. Have fun with that, Hans, Peterson chuckled. And why don't you meet up with the rest of us for a few drinks if that idiot Fudge doesn't take too much of your time? I'll try, Willie, the chief nodded. And don't look so smug, it's your fault I have this damn job. Not my fault that I was smart enough to turn it down and you weren't. Scene break greater than. Harry awoke late the next morning and stretched. Walking to the balcony of his new room, he looked over the edge to ensure that a new group of Death Eaters hadn't ported in and fallen to their deaths while he was sleeping. Harry smiled when he saw clean pavement without any blood stains. Dressing quickly and shouldering his pack, he left his room and went downstairs for breakfast. Good morning, Mr. Black. A man greeted him as he stepped off the elevator. Good morning, Mr. Peterson. Har. Rye nodded to the Swiss law enforcement officer. Do you need me to answer any questions for your report? No. Peterson shook his head. All the evidence points to it simply being a tragic accident. Had you had no control over, and as such all we need is the quick statement you gave last night. Thank you. No thank you, Mr. Black. Peterson smiled. I came here to do a favor for some of my countrymen in Italy. They wanted me to take you to meet the gnomes so that they could brief you on your new account. That was nice of them, Harry smiled. Lead the way. Would you prefer a magical or non-magical form of transportation? Non. Harry smiled. After seeing that accident last night, I'd rather take it safe for a few days. I'll call a car. Peterson nodded, raised his hand to call the car. How are you enjoying your trip to Switzerland? From what I've seen, it's a nice country, Harry shrugged. After this I guess I'll get a new watch and head to Germany. Leaving so soon? Peterson asked as they entered the car. No offense, but I'd rather not stay around after witnessing what happened last night. Harry resisted the urge to frown. After the appearance of the Death Eaters, the order was sure to follow. I just want a quiet vacation, and Switzerland is getting a bit too exciting. I understand. Peterson resisted the urge to laugh. Black had a great sense of humor. Where are you planning to go next? Germany. Harry smiled. After that, who knows? I hear that Berlin is nice this time of year, Peterson remarked. And Munich is also supposed to be a good place to see. Thanks, Harry nodded. I don't have any plans yet, but it's nice to get ideas. Glad I could be of help. Peterson looked around as the car stopped. It looks like we've arrived. The two of them exited the car and Peterson led Harry through an impressive set of doors, past the main floor into a door marked private. Just go in and tell them who you are. Peterson nodded towards the door. I've got to get back to work. Have a nice day, Mr. Black. You as well. Harry nodded back, and knocked on the door. Yes. A short man with a large pair of glasses answered the door. My name is Mr. Black. Harry looked down at the man. And I was told that I was supposed to have a meeting with the gnomes. Right this way, the man replied briskly and opened the door wider to allow Harry to enter. I don't want to sound foolish. Harry began. But why is a bank being run by gnomes and not goblins? It's not being run by gnomes, Mr. Black, the man replied evenly. That's just a nickname used by some of the more ignorant members of society for the bankers here. As for why this bank is run by humans and not goblins. The man paused, We've never been forced to allow a monopoly to stop a war. Oh, Harry thought about things for a few minutes. Thank you for the information, and sorry about calling you a gnome. That's quite all right, Mr. Black, the small man replied with a bit of warmth. So long as it wasn't a deliberate insult, I see no reason to take offense. So how does the bank here work? Harry asked curiously. The same as a non-magical bank would, the small man replied. We are currently in the magical section, you entered through the non-magical section. We see no reason to limit our customer base. And our accounts can be accessed by both magical and non-magical methods. That's useful, Harry nodded. What are we going to discuss in our meeting? It might be best to wait until we reach the privacy of my office before we talk about that, the small man replied. I do not mean to say that the bank is unsafe, but it's best not to take chances, Harry agreed. I understand, it's a sensible policy. I'm glad you think so, the small man nodded, opening a door. After you. Thank you, Harry nodded, walking into the room and taking a seat. First let's get your account balance. The man pulled a small piece of paper out of his desk. It will display your current balance broken down into subsections of how much of what type of currency with a total in CHF at the end. CHF. Confederation Helvetica franc, the banker smiled. After that I have a small L message that I'm to relay to you from several casinos in Monte Carlo. Thank you, Harry replied, taking the paper. Is this correct? Down to the last decimal point, the banker nodded. The casinos wish to thank you for your efforts on their behalf and the trust you showed by not immediately accepting your winning, and as a small gesture of appreciation they have awarded you a small percentage of stock. How much? About 1/5% of all the casinos in Monte Carlo, the banker shrugged. It's not much, but it does provide a small income. The banker carefully avoided mentioning that the deal would benefit the casinos immensely. After all, who would try to cheat a place that they knew was partially owned by the infamous Mr. Black? Anything else? Harry asked quietly, still stunned by the amount of money in his new account. Not unless you have some questions for me, Mr. Black. The banker shook his head. Not right now. Harry blinked and looked at the figure written on the piece of paper again. I guess I'll be going then. I'll show you to the door, the banker smiled. It has been a pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Black. The pleasure was all mine, Harry smiled. Thank you for taking the time to see me. This way, Mr. Black. The banker led Harry through an array of hallways before reaching an exit. This is one of the more discreet exits into one of the magical sections of town. Thank you, Harry nodded, stepping onto the street. And have a nice day. You as well, Mr. Black. The banker closed the door. Walking down the street, Harry glanced at the window displays in front of the shops and stopped in front of one containing an array of timepieces. Entering the store, Harry looked around and found a man with a strange device on his head stooped over a small table. I'll be with you in a moment, the man didn't look up. I just want to get this last piece in before I stand up. Take your time, Harry nodded. I'm not in any hurry. The man spent several seconds tinkering with something on the table and then stood, removing the strange device on his head. Sorry about that. I was in the middle of something delicate and I couldn't stop in the middle of it. No problem, Harry nodded. I've come here because I noticed your display and I'd like to take a look at the most durable watch you have. Know what you want, huh? The man smiled and grabbed a solid gold jewel-encrusted watch out of the display cabinet. This one is as accurate as we can make it. The button on the side here will change it from local time to Greenwich Mean Time to any number of times that you select. It's also indestructible. Sounds like just what I had in mind, only. Harry paused. Do you have something like it that isn't so gaudy? Of course. The man nodded, replacing the watch in its display and pulling out another watch. This watch has the same characteristics, but it is a bit less gaudy. I'll take it. Harry smiled, purchasing the watch and putting the plain silver object on his wrist. Do you know where I could arrange transportation to Berlin? Store up the street and to your right, the man nodded. Called Adventure Travel. You can't miss it. Thank you. Harry left the store and entered Adventure Travel. What can I do for you? The woman in the shop looked up from her desk. Portkey to Berlin if you have one ready. Harry replied absently as he examined one of the pictures on the wall of the travel agency. One moment, The woman opened a cabinet and removed a small circular object. Anything else? No, that will be all. Then that will be 25 francs, the woman replied. The word to activate your portkey is Berlin. Have a good day. You too, Harry nodded. Berlin. The wall. The wall. Good afternoon, sir. A smiling customs agent greeted Harry upon his appearance. How did you like the weather in Switzerland? It was okay, Harry shrugged, digging for his passport. How's the weather in Germany? It's good, sir. The customs agent nodded. Very nice at the moment. What is the purpose of your visit? I'm on vacation. Harry handed the man his passport. I want to get a look at some of the museums and monuments. And I want to sample some of your famous beers. Everything seems to be in order, Mr. Black. The customs agent stamped the passport and handed it back. I hope you have a nice quiet time in Germany. So do I. Harry smiled. And thank you. Harry walked out and hailed a cab, unaware as always of the panicking law enforcement officers that he left in his wake. There was a sense of excitement in the air, and half the buildings of the city seemed to be under construction or renovation. Harry smiled as he wandered through the city, marveling at the surprisingly large number of buildings that still carried battle scars from the last war. Harry spent the entire day gazing at the wonders of Berlin until he finally wandered into a posh-looking hotel with a smile on his tired face. It had been a great day and he was finally leaving all the strangeness behind. May I help you, sir? A girl asked from behind the check-in counter. I'd like a room if you have one to spare. Harry nodded. The most comfortable one you have available. Yes, sir. The girl pulled a key off the rack. I'm putting you in room 406. Will you be requiring anything else? No, thank you. Harry took the key. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Harry went up to his room with a smile and tossed his pack on the bed. Walking over to the windows, he threw open the curtains and paused. Maybe it would be best to leave them closed. While it wouldn't stop people from appearing outside and then falling to their doom, closing the drapes would make it easier to pretend that he didn't notice anything. Harry woke up late the next day and, after checking his notes, realized that he was supposed to meet with the professor and henchgirl later in the day. Walking down to the hotel lobby, Harry stopped at a small information kiosk to get a bit of information on Berlin. May I help you, sir? I've got a few hours to kill, Harry smiled, and I was wondering if you had any suggestions on places to visit. The Allerton Museum is always popular. The girl behind the hotel's information counter smiled and began pulling out pamphlets. There are also a few other places that shouldn't be missed. Thank you. Harry nodded, taking the informative pieces of paper. And have a nice day. Harry's pulse quickened as he read the description of the Allerton Museum. He had come to Berlin with the express pure pose of looking into the history of the Soviet occupation, and now he had his chance. His interest in the wall was because it represented one of his very few happy childhood memories. Harry had been young when the wall collapsed, but he still remembered the look of elation worn by the reporter that broke the story. A look that told the world that evil had been forced back, if only for a while. A look that spoke of all being right in the world. His uncle had just stared at the television in shock, not believing what the reporter had just said. Unfortunately, Vernon had then noticed that the HLESS boy was watching television, and then things had gotten a bit less pleasant. Despite that, watching as crowds of people tore down the scar running across Berlin was still one of the happiest moments of his life. Harry froze after taking his first step into the museum. The air around him was buzzing with magic and his head whipped back and forth to find its source. May I? The greeter paused. You'll be wanting to go into the door to your front. Have a nice day. Okay. Harry nodded, fingering his concealed wand. I'll just be going in then. You do that, the greeter agreed. Harry approached the door slowly, his instincts screaming at him to turn and run and his curiosity urging him to go forward. Slowly, carefully he reached towards the knob with his left hand and turned it. Easing the door back, Harry quickly stepped in and to the left. Hello. An older woman looked up from her magazine. Are you here for the tour? Yes. Harry shrugged. I guess so. One moment then, woman stowed her magazine and pulled out a clipboard. Sorry about that. I get so few visitors that I wasn't expecting you. That's all right. Harry nodded and allowed his muscles to relax. What's the first thing on the tour? The first thing on the tour is, the woman glanced down at her clipboard. A section of the wall that still has the original wards intact. I wasn't aware that there were any wards. Harry blinked in surprise. Not many people know that some of the wards were preserved, sir. The woman nodded, misunderstanding Harry's statement. But we managed to stabilize the wards on our section before they unraveled. Oh, Harry shrugged. Do you have a diagram available? I'm afraid not, sir. The woman reddened. You see, we ran out of toilet paper last week and, well, since nobody ever comes here. It's all right, Harry interrupted, not wanting to hear any more of the explanation. I don't need a diagram. I just wanted a look at the plans before I took a look at the wards. Oh, the woman nodded. Right this way. The two of them walked through a door and entered a room that had an entire wall filled by a large graffiti-covered chunk of cement. Were they effective? Harry asked, taking a doubtful glance at the section of wall that contained the last shred of the communist wards. Maybe I'm missing something, but this ward looks like it was put up by a first year. No, the woman shook her head. Most of Russia's magical talent fought with the whites. When the Bolsheviks took the country, most of the magical talent went elsewhere. What they did have was quantity. The Reds did have a small number of Muggle-borns, and over the years they were used to train any new Muggle-borns that didn't get rescued by one of the schools. Training wasn't too good, I take it. I'm told that they spent more time learning to be politically reliable than they did learning magic. The woman shrugged, but there was an old saying during the Cold War, it's quality versus quantity. But quantity has a quality all its own. Fascinating. I think so. The woman agreed. Now this next section. Harry spent almost 2 hours exploring the magical section of the museum, spending his time alternately shaking his head in disgust and rubbing his chin in interest. And here we are at the end of our tour. The woman smiled nervously. Would you care to get something in our gift shop? Do you have anything good? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. Well, the woman managed a weak chuckle. You could get a piece of the wall and an old Soviet spell book. Is the book any good? Harry asked quietly. Not really, the woman shrugged helplessly. Most of the defensive spells are next to useless, but the attack spells are fairly good, so long as you don't need precision. If you don't need precision, then the attack spells are some of the most effective in the world. In what way? They were designed to be used by poorly educated conscripts, the woman smiled. It is very difficult to mess up their casting. And if you buy now, I'll even throw in a book of spells used by one of the more secretive organizations. Fine, Harry nodded, pulling out his wallet. I guess I can't pass up an offer like that. Here you are, sir. The woman passed over a bag containing Harry's purchases. Do you need anything else? One thing, Harry nodded. Could you direct me to the Welsh restaurant Markthal? No problem, the woman nodded, flipping through a book on her desk. The address is Puklerstrasse 34, Kreuzberg, 10997. If you're taking a cab, just tell the driver to take you to Eisenbahn Markthal. It's connected to the restaurant. Thanks, Harry nodded. Have a good day. One more thing, the woman bit her lower lip. If you're going to eat there, try the Königsberger Klops. It's one of my favorites. I'll keep that in mind, Harry laughed. Have a good day. Harry exited the building and called a cab. Where to? The driver asked, not bothering to turn. Eisenbahn Markthal, Harry replied quickly. I've got a meeting with a friend of mine. You got it. The cab driver nodded. Mind if I ask what you're planning on doing in Berlin? Just meeting some friends and having a look around. Harry smiled, thinking about his moment of fleeting childhood happiness. Just wanted to take a look at where the wall used to be. Must be strange for you to see the city without the wall in it. It was there for so long. Harry gave a sad smile. Seeing it fall is one of the happiest memories of my life. I'll bet, the driver smirked. You gonna visit the Brandenburg Gate? I don't know. Harry shrugged his shoulders. Might go through it while I'm here, but I think that it might be strange to see it without the border guards. I'll bet, the driver muttered. What was that? Harry asked. We'll be there shortly. Oh, Harry nodded. Thank you. The cab stopped in front of the Eisenbahn Markthal and Harry stepped out onto the curb. Mr. Black, it's so good to see you again. A short gnomish man and his hench girl walked up. Hello, hench girl waved. Hello, Professor, hench girl. Harry smiled to his two friends. How are you doing? Very well. The short man beamed up at his dangerous friend. I trust that you've had nothing untoward happen to you since our last visit. It's been a series of unfortunate events, Harry sighed. For some reason, odd things keep happening to me. Well, the professor paused for a moment, unsure of how to reply. You can tell us about it later. Would you care to dine with us? Sure, Harry nodded. It's good to see the two of you again. Quote, you as well, the professor replied, and Hench Girl nodded her agreement. We have the item that you requested, along with a few other things that may pique your interest. We can deal with that later. Harry put a hand on each of his friend's shoulders, and with a sad smile said, for now, why don't we just have a nice meal together and talk about happy things? The two inventors agreed, each wondering what demons were haunting their friend and each silently vowing to do what they could to ease his torment. Well, Black was very cooperative, the cab driver smiled. He told me that he doesn't plan to kill anybody in Berlin, just visit with some friends and see the sights. Anything else? He talked about the Cold War, said it was strange seeing the city without the wall. The driver laughed, said that watching it fall was one of the happiest memories of his life. Probably because of all the time he spent in the Soviet sector trying to bring it down. I'm sure. The other officer nodded. Anything else? I talked to the woman in the museum. She said that Black mostly just came in and stared at the section of wards, then muttered some thing about how shoddy the Eastern Bloc's defensive magic was. Said that their offensive magic was fairly good if you weren't looking for subtlety, but that their defensive magic sucked. The cab driver chuckled, said that any first-year student with a bit of magical instruction wouldn't have a problem making a hole in the first few layers of wards. I suppose that he'd know better than anybody. The older officer shook his head. The things he must have seen. That's not all, the cab driver smiled. When I was at the museum, I glanced at one of the photos showing the wall being torn down. And I noticed that one of the men tearing down the wall in the photo had a blurred face. The cab driver had an I know something you don't know smile. So the photographer wasn't very skilled, so what? The men around him had recognizable faces, only his was blurred. The cab driver smirked. That's not all. I took a look at one of the other pictures showing life behind the wall and I saw another picture with a blurred face. And this one was walking out of Stasi headquarters during the final days. The cab driver held up his hand. The same day that someone used a little magic to disable their paper shredders. That's very interesting, but it doesn't prove anything. I never said it did, the cab driver smiled. It's not the sort of thing for official reports, but I'm sure Had if we can find a few more of these coincidences, then we won't have to buy our own beer for weeks. Man, it's mostly dumb luck and magical items. Harry is rather clueless. As for having great skills, Harry is going up against people who rely on fear, not skill. Or to put it another way, Harry isn't too good, but the people that he is up against are even worse. The rest of what happened is dumb luck. Harry doesn't know. It's like the man who knew too little, or at best, if looks could kill. The birth of Mr. Black. The birth of Mr. Black. Just drop us off here, Harry told the driver as they neared his hotel. It's only about 100 meters from here and we can walk the rest of the way. You got it, the driver nodded. Have a good day. You too, Harry replied as he and his companions got out of the car. Do either of you need any help with your bags? No thank you, the professor shook his head. Both Hench Girl and I are stronger than we look. All right then, Harry shrugged his shoulders. Was there some reason you wanted to wait until we got to my room before we looked at the things you wanted to show me? I don't want the people watching us to know about what we've been able to develop with your assistance. The professor glanced around nervously and several unseen watchers stepped back into deeper shadows. Besides, our hotel doesn't have room service. Okay, Harry nodded, holding the door open for his two friends. We can wait. They spent the trip to Harry's room in silence, and when they entered the professor held up his hand. Would you mind putting up a privacy charm or two? I'd really rather not take the chance that anyone is listening in. One moment, Harry pulled out one of his new books and began flipping through it, then paused to study a page for a few moments. Absconditus Ortio. The professor looked around for a moment. What kind of spell was that? It was a spell that was used by one of the old Soviet organizations. Harry flicked his wand to put up a few more charms. I haven't used it before and it doesn't hurt to be redundant. No it doesn't, Mr. Black, the professor agreed, putting up a few spells of his own. I have your new wand here. The professor pulled out a small box. Take a look and tell me what you think. Harry removed the lid from the box and spent several moments gazing at the wand. It's so short. Yes it is, the professor agreed. Gives a bit more control on the wand movements. It also makes concealment much easier. Harry pulled it out and gave it an experimental wave. The handle feels a bit strange. And I'm not feeling any sort of magical connection. The handle's been designed to make it easier to retain in a fight, and you're not feeling a connection because we haven't connected it to you yet, the professor smiled. The handle contains a small plug of a magically reactive metal that can be calibrated to react to specific magical signatures. When in the presence of the correct magical field, the plug slides out of the way and allows a connection to the user's magical core. Without the correct magical signature, it physically blocks any connection. What if I were to grip it in front of the handle? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. And what's this thing made out of? If you gripped it in front of the handle, then you might be able to cast spells, but I don't believe it would be very effective. The professor smiled. I borrowed a bit of technology from the Muggles to make the body of the wand and used a substance called carbon fiber. As you suggested, I also checked up on ministry regulations. Your wand is untraceable and nearly undetectable. I hope that it meets your expectations. It does. Harry nodded. You mentioned that you had a few other things you wanted to show me. Well, Hench Girl would be the one to ask about that. Hench Girl. We weren't trying to do anything that would annoy you, but since you left France, Hench Girl smiled nervously. Well, we've had a lot of requests from various law enforcement agencies on getting access to your flow tapping abilities. And we were wondering if we could get a look at it. I don't have the ability to tap flow. Harry looked at his companions with an odd expression. Why would they think I could? Of course you don't, Hench Girl nodded. But we were doing some research and I think we might have found a way to do it. Really? Harry raised his eyebrow. Tell me more. It's just a theory really, the professor interrupted, and I'd rather wait until we have a chance to test it before we explain it in depth. If you like, Harry nodded. It's still just a theory, Hench Girl agreed. But while we were working on it we came up with this. She pulled out another small box. We were able to miniaturize a connection to the flow network. But it's worthless, the professor re-entered the conversation. It's too small to put anything through it and we can't get much of an image. Can you still use it to communicate? Harry asked. Because if you could, then you've invented something rather useful. But it doesn't do nearly the amount of things a flow should, the professor frowned. We were hoping you could tell us how to improve it so it would be useful. Make it portable, Harry shrugged. It will always be useful to have a portable way of communicating with people. I imagine that it could also be very profitable. We never thought about that, Hench Girl admitted sheepishly. We were just rather frustrated that we couldn't figure out how to engineer it so that it would do everything that a normal flow can do. Anything else? Harry resisted the urge to laugh. I don't suppose you'd be willing to help us create undetectable wards? The professor asked with a hopeful expression. I'd really like to know how to make undetectable wards. Sure, Harry nodded. I could help you figure out how to change the colors. After that I don't think I can help you much. Colors? Yeah, Harry shrugged. Make them show the same colors as their background or have them in one of the non-visible colors or something. Thank you, Mr. Black, we shall. The professor's hands were shaking in eagerness. Now, did you have any new ideas on items that would be useful? I did get stabbed in Marseille. Harry rubbed his newest scar. I was wondering if you could develop some sort of armor that I could wear under my normal clothes. Well, the professor rubbed his chin. We've got just the thing, steel silk. Steel silk. We developed it after hearing about a Muggle substance called steel wool, Hench Girl replied. We figured that if the Muggles could make something then we could improve it. It's as soft and smooth as silk but many times stronger, and it can't be cut like normal silk. Wearing it would provide protection from any sort of blade and quite a few spells. That could work, thanks, Harry nodded enthusiastically. By the way, why did the two of you come to Germany? To build a Zeppelin, of course. The professor replied and Hench Girl nodded in agreement. Why? Harry asked, and immediately regretted it. Where else would we build a Zeppelin but Germany? Hench girl replied as if it were obvious. I suppose that we could have built one somewhere else, but it wouldn't have had the same Zeppelin building atmosphere that Germany does. I'll be damned. Oh. Nay of the Watchers commented to his partner, I haven't seen that charm for a while. What charm? The other Watcher asked with a raised eyebrow. Never did find out the name to it, the first Watcher shrugged. It's a charm that was extensively used by Soviet state security to keep their meetings from being overheard. It is very effective and almost undetectable. Then how did you spot it so fast? I said almost. The first Watcher chuckled. Once you know what to look for, it stands out like a miniature sun. Anyone that was working before the wall fell could spot it. Then why did Black put it up? Why wouldn't he? The first Watcher shrugged. He's not trying to hide from us, and as I said before, it is a very effective spell. Oh, the younger Watcher nodded. Where do you think I could learn it? You can't. The older man smiled. The Russians still consider it a secret despite its drawbacks and the fact that the Cold War ended. Then where did Black learn it? The younger M. and reddened when he noticed the expression on his partner's face. Right, he probably walked into Lubyanka and took it out from everybody's noses. Or he got it from a defector, or he learned it in an interrogation, or who knows. The older man shrugged his shoulders, but I think that your story is the better one to repeat after work. The fact that he used that spell really only tells us one useful thing. What's that? It confirms that he was one of the heavy hitters during the Cold War, the older man smirked. Nobody else would know one of their spells. Oh, the younger man nodded. Should we report this? Report the fact that he used the spell and answer any questions they have, the older man nodded. And then come right back. Yes, sir. The younger man disappeared with a pop, and reappeared in a busy office. What do you need? One of the men looked up from behind his desk to regard the new arrival. I was told to report that Mr. Black used an old Soviet spell, the young man replied. My partner said that it was the one that was easy to spot when you knew what to look for, but that it was still effective. I see, the man nodded. Was Black alone? He was in the comp. Any of two other individuals, a male and a female. Were you able to identify them? No, the young man shook his head. Black used code names when he talked to them. I see, the man nodded. You had better get back to your post. Yes, sir. The young man disappeared with a pop. Harry awoke late the next morning and was surprised to find his two guests awake. Good morning, how was your night? Night. A confused professor lifted his head. Hench girl and I were unable to go to sleep without solving the problem you gave us on making a portable flow. Oh, Harry walked over to the room's phone and ordered breakfast. Did you do it? Well, it took us all night, but here it is. A bleary-eyed hench girl handed a small package to Mr. Black. We had to cut some corners to get it done so soon. What do you think? It looks okay so far. Harry turned the small object over in his hands. Why does it have Zippo written on it? Because those lighters already have everything we could want. They are lightweight. They have a built-in ignition system. They are small and portable. The professor was struggling to stay awake. And we were able to find it for sale in the hotel's shop downstairs. I'm afraid we had to charge it to your room. No problem. Harry shrugged his shoulders. How does it work? For outgoing communications, open it up and spin the little wheel. That will cause SM. All measure of flow powder to go into the flame. For incoming communications, it vibrates to indicate that someone is attempting to call you. The professor blinked his eyes. Hench girl thought that she might be a bad thing if it were to suddenly make strange noises at odd times. She was right. Harry nodded. Does it use standard flow powder or does it need some sort of special flow powder? Doesn't need flow powder. Hench girl smiled proudly. We managed to enchant it to transfigure the flint into flow powder, and we also managed to enchant the flint and fuel supply to be never-ending. Very nice. Harry rubbed his new toy appreciatively. Could you change it to only use a special kind of flow powder? Child's play, the professor replied. But why would we want to do that? Well, Harry started slowly. It seems to me that this little device will become quite popular in the future, and if it needs a special flow powder, then I imagine that the potential profit would be enormous. The professor and hench girl shared a look. Profit? Yes, Harry nodded. You could make quite a bit of money with this little gadget. Money? Hench girl was astounded by the possibilities. Just Think of all the inventions we could make if we had funding. Thank you, Mr. Black, the professor smiled. Now if you will excuse us, it's time for Hench Girl and I to go to bed. Use mine. Harry motioned towards the closed bedroom door. If you're willing to wait a few minutes, breakfast will arrive and I'll have them change the sheets while you eat. Thank you, Hench Girl smiled. But won't we be disturbing you? No. Harry shook his head. I'm going to be out most of the day. Where are you planning to go? Hench Girl asked with a smile. Harry's face lost all emotion. Dachau. Oh. Hench Girl's smile disappeared. I'll see you two later. Harry stood up and walked toward the door. I'm sure that I'll have some more ideas for you later. Yes, the professor agreed sadly. Later, Harry walked out of his room and out of his hotel, and soon found himself in the magical section of town. Excuse me, Harry asked a passerby. Could you direct me to a travel agency or some OT? Her place where I could get an internal portkey. Right behind you, the man replied nervously. Thank you. Harry turned and walked into the shop. How may I? The shopkeep trailed off when he saw the expression on his customer's face. What can I do for you? I need a portkey to Dachau and back. Harry's voice showed no emotion. How much? 50 marks, the man replied nervously. Will that be all? Yes, Harry agreed coldly. That will be all. Here you are then, sir. The man handed over a short length of chain. It will activate in a few seconds, to return just say Berlin. Thank you. Harry took the portkey and disappeared. Harry spent an indefinite amount of time just wandering around the camp, staring with morbid horror at the crematoriums and gas chambers. Finally He found himself standing in front of the doors to the furnace in the northwest corner of the camp, staring dully at the manufacturer's name, Toff & Son. One by one, the camp's ghosts, their eyes still showing the pain of their last moments, surrounded him. Harry looked into their eyes and fell to his knees. Taking several short breaths to keep his stomach under control, all around stood the victims of the camp watching him. I won't. Harry's lower lip quivered. I won't let this happen again. I swear to you that I won't fail again. Well, he's spent the entire day at the camp, sir, the young officer nervously replied. Earlier today, he muttered something about not failing again and never allowing it to happen again. Other than that, he hasn't made a sound. Show him what we found, Chief of Magical Law Enforcement ordered. And ask for his help. Sir, he made a vow, the older man replied, rubbing a spot on his forearm. We can't do anything. Yes, sir, the young man agreed. Do you really think he can help us? No, I don't think he can help us solve this case, the old man shook his head. I think he'll fulfill his vow, and heaven help those poor bastards when he finds them. I understand, sir, the officer nodded. Do you want me to take anyone with me? I'll ask Grenschutz 9 if they can spare a few men, the old man sighed. Have them shadow you, to provide any assistance you might require. Yes, sir, the young man agreed and turned towards the door. And Hans, the old man worked his jaw. Be careful, it would kill your mother if anything happened to you. Yes, Papa, I will be careful. The young man agreed without turning around. Goodbye, Papa, I promise that I will make you proud of me. You already have. Hans walked slowly towards the sect ion of the building where the wards were thin enough to allow magical travel and then disappeared with a pop. Mr. Black. Hans approached slowly. My name is Hans Ritter, I'm with the Bundesamt für Magie. Harry turned to stare at the man who had interrupted his contemplation. What can I do for you? We were wondering if you would be willing to help us with a case. Hans held out a folder. We've hit a dead end and we were hoping that you would be willing to use your unique insights to help us solve things. I am always willing to help competent law enforcement. Harry opened the folder. What's the case? A young Muggle-born girl was found murdered last week, Officer Ritter began. She was supposed to attend one of our magical schools later this year, and we believe that she was killed to prevent that. What about her family? Harry turned a page in the file and froze, unable to take his eyes off of the photo of the young victim. They were also killed, Hans replied nervously. We have a few ideas about which group might have done it, but we have no suspects at this time. Harry stared at the picture. He saw a small girl with a pretty smile. He saw a bushy-haired girl. She would never help her friends with homework. He saw a girl with overly large front teeth whose parents wouldn't let her fix them with magic. He saw red. Where is the nearest bar that your suspect groups like to gather? Harry asked without emotion. There's a bar named Blood Hexa, Hans nervously replied. I want you to know that most Germans aren't like this. Most of us find this as disgusting as you do. I know. Harry's voice showed no emotion. Take me to Blood Hexa. Yes, sir. Hans agreed. If you'll just touch this bottle cap. The two men reappeared in front of a disreputable-looking building. Is this the place? It is, Mr. Black, Ritter agreed. But I don't think that anybody will be in for a few hours. Wait here. Harry walked toward the door. Reducto. You have a warrant. A slimy-looking man sneered from behind the bar. If not, then I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Shut up. Harry drew his new wand and hit the wall behind the man with a blasting curse. There were some murders committed. A little girl and her family were killed because she was magical. So, the man replied nervously, one less mud blood. Harry walked towards the man and placed the tip of his wand on the man's kneecap. I suggest you tell me who did it and where I can find them. You can't do this, the man was shaking. There are laws that say you can't do this. There are also laws that say you can't go around killing little girls and their families, Harry retorted. And it offends me when people break them. Now answer the questions. I don't know anything, the bartender protested. Nobody's said anything. The kind of people that I'm looking for wouldn't be smart enough to keep their mouths shut. Harry's face looked as if it could have been carved from stone. Regic, wait, the man screamed. Wait, I'll tell you everything. Yes, Harry agreed. You will. Hans was pacing nervously when Harry stepped out of the ruined bar. Well, do you know where Tierparkstrasse is? Harry asked, ignoring the man's questioning look. Yes, I do, Hans nodded. Why? Take me there. All right, Ritter nodded, pulling out another portkey. The two men felt a pull from behind their navels and appeared in front of a large house. Do you have any information about one of your suspected groups being in this area? Yes, we do, Ritter nodded. Are they who you're looking for? Ignoring the man, Harry walked towards another house down the street. Knocking on the house's door, Harry waited calmly for one of the house's inhabitants to answer the door. What do you want? A dirty man answered the door. Are you a member of a group that believes in pure blood nonsense? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes, I am, the man sneered. Did you kill a young girl in her F.A. Miley to prevent her from getting a magical education? You a cop? The man grinned. You trying to get me to confess? No, Harry shook his head. I just wanted to make sure I got the right people. Reducto. Harry stepped over the body and into house. Is there anybody here who doesn't believe in a racist ideology? A dozen shocked men reached for their wands. I thought not. Reducto. Aduro. Arpom. Nobody move. Several men in black ran into the room. Mr. Black, would you please lower your wand? The men watched nervously as Harry considered the question. Of course I will. Do you need anything else or can I go? You can go. The man nodded. Thank you for the help. Harry took out the length of chain that he had been given earlier that day. Berlin. What a mess. The man shook his head looking around. He really doesn't believe in subtlety, does he? He normally does. Ritter shook his head at the mess. Most of his kills look like accidents or coincidences. I guess he didn't feel like making the effort today. What do you think set him off? Ritter paused, remembering his conversation with the enigmatic Mr. Black. The child. Black was angry about what they did to the child and his control slipped. Makes sense. The other man nodded. Better call the coroner, and tell him to bring a mop. I'm going back to the office. Ritter held a hand in front of his nose to block out some of the smell. Can your men keep watch here? Sure. The other man nodded. Take your time. I'll be back as soon as I can. Ritter took one last look at the horrifying scene and disappeared. You know, the man addressed his team in a low voice. I think it's a shame that there weren't more of them here when Black arrived. The men looked at him with expressionless faces. On the oath. Hand, he doesn't seem like the sort to stop here. He gestured towards the scene of carnage. I'm willing to bet that we're going to find quite a few more of these in the future. I'm also willing to bet that if something like this happened again in the near future, that it would be blamed on Mr. Black. Harry returned to his hotel room and immediately started packing. Is there something wrong? The professor asked nervously. What happened? I'm going to leave here. Harry's eyes were blank. Then I don't know what I'm going to do. What happened? The professor repeated. Group of Death Eater wannabes killed a little girl. Harry paused. I killed them. I see. The professor nodded. Why don't you come stay with us for a little while? Stay with you? Yes. The professor nodded. You could see the Zeppelin. And we could all talk about new inventions and forget that today ever happened. Harry nodded. All right. I'll create a portkey. The professor grabbed one of the free hotel pens. You get hench girl. Mr. Black is in Germany, sir. A large dirty man addressed a shadowed figure. What do you want us to do? See about contacting him, the shadowed figure replied. See if he's willing to give us the same deal he gave to the Italians. That might not be a good idea, sir. The man licked his lips nervously. Black's not in a very good mood right now. What happened? A group of blood purists killed a child, the large man replied. Black killed several, but not all of them, and I don't think he would be very happy to see anybody right now. I see. Tell the men. The shadowed figure paused. Tell them that it's open season on blood purists. The sooner they're gone, the sooner Black will leave the country. Do you still want to obey Black's rules? What did he do to the purists? The shadowed figure asked with a raised eyebrow. I'm told that the coroner is going to have to spend most of the next week trying to figure out what parts belong to who, the large man replied. And several of the cops are saying that we're in the calm before the storm. They say that Black's about to go on a rampage. Follow Black's rules, the shadowed figure nodded. And start dealing with the purists. The sooner they're gone, the sooner Black will leave. Yes, sir. Thanks go to Ed Becerra for the idea that a portable flow should look like a cigarette lighter. That's much better than the idea that I had. Thanks go to CJ for the idea of making a special flow powder for the Zippos. Japanese Jew. I think that Hagrid really believed what he said. But based on what we've seen, if Hogwarts is the best, then I weep for the wizarding world. I think that Hogwarts is one of the more prestigious schools in Europe, but I don't know about it being the best. Zaxxon. I agree, Omake. Mr. Black is here. The announcement was met by dead silence, and then chaos erupted. Grown men feigned, women screamed, hardened veterans began discreetly calming their nerves with shots of schnapps. And the chief mortician, he wrote an order commanding all of his off-duty people return to the morgue immediately to prepare for the massive influx of corpses that would soon arrive. Mr. Black had come to town, and death was sure to follow. The Black Massacre. The Black Massacre. Luna, Letus Lovegood called his only daughter. I have another assignment for you. What is it, father? The spacey young girl walked in. Do you want me to go to Germany? No, I'll cover that. There was no way in hell that he was going to send his daughter to Germany with what had been happening there for the last few days. I have something more important for you to report on. What? Luna blinked curiously. Did we finally get proof that the Malfoy family was descended from house elves? Not yet, Letus frowned. The ministry still won't let me have one of them for testing. Oh, Luna's shoulders dropped in disappointment. That's too bad. What do you have for me then? I want you to go to Whole Land and get some more information on the Snorlax. Okay, father, Luna nodded. I hope you don't get too bored writing a story about all those murders in Germany. I hope so too, dear, Letus nodded. But someone has to do it, and since you have the good article, I'm stuck with the boring one. Luna walked over to the fire, tossed in a handful of flow and shouted out her destination. Then she squealed in happiness as she felt herself get thrown around on her way to her destination. Welcome to Holland, a bored-looking man greeted her upon her arrival. How may I help you? I'm supposed to meet with someone from the Department of Magical Creatures to get information on an article for the Quibbler. Luna smiled brightly. Oh yes, the man nodded, checking his list. We've been expecting you. Really? Luna asked delightedly. Have I been declared an enemy of the state? Are you going to put me in your secret prison on the moon? Hun. The customs agent shot her an odd look. Hey Doc, your reporter is here. Good afternoon, Ms. Lovegood. The man identified as Doc walked up. I'm Dr. Vim Cornelison. I understand that you have some questions to ask me. Yes, I do, Luna nodded. Why hasn't anyone been able to get information on the existence of Snorlax before? We've discovered that the males put out a natural wizard-repelling charm which has until now kept them from being noticed. What about the females? Quote, Snorlax like to den in large hills, and the females rarely leave the nesting sites. The doctor smiled, and they also emit a natural muggle-repelling charm. We believe that this is why muggles think that Holland is a flat country. Because there are Snorlax living in all the hills? Luna asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes, the doctor replied with a laugh. Fascinating, isn't it? Come in, Hans. The chief pulled a bottle out of his desk. And have a seat. The rather pale-faced officer sat down. What do you want to know? I have the reports, Chief made a motion towards a stack of paper on his desk. But I'd like to hear what you experienced. I took Mr. Black to the Blood Hexa. Mr. Black broke down the door and walked in. One quick question, Hans. The chief interrupted. Did he have his wand out when he broke down the door? No. Hans looked at his father in shock. I remember him drawing his wand as he walked into the bar. I see, the chief nodded. He's been known to use wandless magic before, and I was wondering if he used it this time. Continue. Yes, Papa. He came out a few minutes later and told me to take him to Tierparkstrasse. He ordered me to wait at our point of arrival and walked up the street. Hans took a deep breath. I called the men and we arrived at the house about 2 minutes later and found Black standing over a dead man and staring at a room full of corpses. I see, the chief nodded. Thank you, Hans, I understand now. Understand what, Papa? Hans's eyes were filled with confusion. Why he was so overt. The chief poured himself a drink and motioned for his son to do the same. When I decided to ask for his help, I did it on the assumption that he would solve our problem the same way he's done such things in the past. You expected them to die in an accident. Hans took a sip, or for it to be a clear-cut case of self-defense. Yes, I did, the chief nodded. And I was reethen a bit surprised when I found out what he did. Now I want you to think, did you see him do anything illegal? No, Hans shook his head. The worst thing I saw him do was break down a door. Which is punishable by a fine at most. The chief smiled. Forensics spent quite a bit of time in that house. Do you know what they found? I'm not sure. Hans shrugged his shoulders. What did they find? Nothing. The old man smiled. They couldn't even prove that any spells had been used, let alone that Black cast any. So what we have is no physical proof and a room full of dead witnesses. But I saw Black go to the house. Hans took another sip. Doesn't that mean anything? You saw him walk towards a house, the old man nodded. But you didn't see him commit any crime. He would say that he found the house like it is. How long was he out of your sight? No more than 5 minutes. So you expect me to believe that a man was able to kill several blood purists without leaving any evidence? The chief smiled, and was able to do it in less than 5 minutes. I see, Hans nodded. But why didn't he do things the way he normally does? Some things, the old man rubbed a spot on his arm. Some things leave a mark on you. I think that your file brought up too many old memories. What do you? Hans stopped as he realized why his father was rubbing his arm. I understand, Papa. Thank you for explaining things. I'm always glad to explain things to you, Hans, the chief nodded. It looks like Black is calming down. Why do you say that, Papa? In the past few days, there have been several murders. The old man gestured towards a stack of files on his desk. Some of them were messy and some of them were clean and professional. And the last 2 looked like accidents, the old man smiled. And another looks like suicide. One man got so drunk that he passed out and drowned in 2 inches of water, another walked into traffic and was hit by a large truck. What about the suicide? Found with a rope around his neck in a locked room, though there are some people that think Black didn't kill that one. The old man laughed. They say that he killed himself because that was the only way he could think of to escape. I do have one more thing I'd like to ask if it's not too much trouble. What is it, Hans? Were they able to identify any of the spells he used to eliminate the men in the house? There were no signatures, but one of the forensic technicians said that the damage was similar to several of the old Russian battle spells. I see, Hans nodded. Hat does fit some of the things that people have been saying about him. What are you planning to do now? The chief finished his drink and poured another. now that your case has been closed. I'll have one loose end to take care of before I finish my case, Hans smirked. And I plan on having a bit of fun with it. Then you best get to it, Hans. The chief waved his hand in dismissal. It's always best to get things done early. Goodbye, sir. Hans stood up and opened the door. Goodbye, son, the chief replied to his son's retreating back. Hans walked down the corridors until he found himself in front of the door to one of the interrogation rooms. Well, he's ready for you, sir, another officer replied. Are you sure you want us recording this? I'm sure, Hans nodded. Don't miss a second. Okay, the other officer shrugged. If that's what you want. Hans walked into the bare room and took a seat across from the suspect. Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing today? You've got nothing on me. The ugly man sneered. My arrest wasn't legal and you have to let me go. Arrest? Hans asked with a shocked expression. You weren't arrested. You were brought down here to swear out a complaint against the man who broke the door to your business. Unless of course you'd rather let things go. No, the ugly man replied smugly. He broke the law and I want him to go to jail for it. Well, Hans shook his head. I don't think that he'll go to jail, but he will have to pay a rather large fine and for the repair of your property. Good, the ugly man nodded. What do I have to do now? Just sign these papers. Hans slid a stack of papers across the table and we can start things. You trying to trick me? The ugly man carefully checked the papers. I mean, this all seems to be in order. Good, Hans nodded. I wouldn't want you to be displeased by the service that you've experienced during your stay as our guest. Can I go now? One moment. Hans stood and walked towards the door. You still have to identify the man who damaged your property. Oh, the ugly man grinned. Be nice to be on the other side of the mirror for once, I guess. I'm sure. Hans nodded and knocked on the door. What do you need? The officer from before stuck his head in. I've got a complaint for you to process. Hans handed over the stack of papers. And I need you to pick up Mr. Black for me. I need him to stand in a line-up. No problem. The officer fought hard to keep his amusement hidden. I'll try to get him here as soon as possible. What did you just say? The ugly man had a look of terror on his face. Did you just tell him to get Mr. Black? Why yes, Hans nodded. Or didn't you know that he was the man that broke the door to your bar? You didn't say anything about Mr. Black. The bartender shook his head. I don't want to complain, I want to leave things alone. I'm afraid we can't do that, sir, Hans shrugged. The papers have already been filed and there is nothing I can do to stop the process now. I don't want to go to court against Mr. Black. The ugly man's eyes darted around the room. I don't want to swear out a complaint. The only way I see old stop things is if you told me that you had sworn out a false complaint. Hans kept a helpful expression on his face. And I would advise you not to do that because the penalty for swearing out a false complaint is rather severe. I admit it, I lied. The ugly man screamed, and I done a lot of other things too. Just stop that complaint, really. Hans had a predatory look on his face. What other things? Welcome back, everyone. Dumbledore gave the room a grandfatherly smile. I call this meeting of the Order of the Phoenix to order. My first order is that those members of the Order who have been searching for Mr. Potter on my orders stand up and address the Order and tell us what you have learned. Really, Albus? Minerva frowned. Couldn't you have found a way to phrase that without saying the word order so many times? No, I couldn't. The headmaster ate a lemon drop. If nobody has anything to report, then Alistair has something he'd like to share with us. Black's back, the scarred man leered. And he's been busy. What did he do? A random Order member asked to get the plot moving. In Italy he managed to convince the Mafia that backing the Dark Lord would, Moody paused, not be to their benefit. How did he manage to do that? Dumbledore asked with a raised eyebrow. He told them that if they didn't comply, then he'd kill them all. The old Auror gave a wheezing laugh. Few of them didn't think he could do it and broke into his hotel room. Well, he tossed one of them out a window, another down a staircase, and the last he gutted like a fish. Moody's eyes spun around. After that he went to Switzerland. The Dark Tosser must have found out because he sent a group of men to make an example. Was anybody injured in the attack? Dumbledore's eyes turned serious. Do the Swiss authorities need any help to contain this outbreak? No one was hurt. Moody shook his head. Least no one important was hurt. Death Eaters all died in an accident before they could do anything. Off the record, Black messed with their portkey, but nobody can prove anything. Were any of the Death Eaters identified as being members of the Inner Circle? Dumbledore asked cautiously. The Swiss believe that one of the bodies might belong to Lucius Malfoy. Moody's voice held a trace of satisfaction. And if it does, I say it couldn't have happened to a better target. That might be why the minister ordered a team of Aurors to go on 24-hour alert. Shacklebolt entered the conversation. He also mentioned that there may be some international travel involved in our secret mission. I see. Dumbledore nodded. Where's Mr. Black now? Germany. Moody dropped a handful of newspaper clippings on the table. And in the time he's been there, he's virtually wiped out any base of support that Voldemort might have been able to draw on. The Order spent several minutes reading the articles and passing them around. Die Unduldsamkeit. We the editors are sorry to say that this is the last issue of Die Unduldsamkeit, the newspaper for people who hate Muggles. Unfortunately, things like rising cost of production, the fact that due to Mr. Black the obituary page is larger than the size of the last 3 issues combined, and the fact that we are in fear of our lives, have caused us to reach the decision that it's time to end before we suffer an accident or are killed in a bizarre and painful way. We would like to note that Die Toleranz, the newspaper for people who love Muggles and fear Mr. Black, will be coming out next week to fill the gap created by the loss of Die Unduldsamkeit. Bloodbath in Germany. See page A14 by Letus Lovegood. Death is in Germany and his name is Black. Over the past week, Germany's morgues have been filled with blood purists and other Death Eater sympathizers. They've been stabbed, beaten, hexed, poisoned. Their deaths have been quick and clean, slow and painful, and everything in between. After learning of this situation, we at the Quibbler found ourselves possessed by the need to know what started this chain of events. What we found may shock you. The trigger that caused what many are calling the Black Massacre was the death of a young Muggle-born girl that was scheduled to begin school at the start of the next term. Sources close to the investigation have revealed that Mr. Black is not being sought for questioning due to the lack of evidence connecting him to any of the crimes. Speaking on the condition of anonymity, one law enforcement official gave the following statement. The death of the little girl angered Mr. Black, and I only have one thing to say about that. Don't make him angry. You wouldn't like him when he's angry. Man, I saw where you were coming from. He showed a bit more skill than I wanted to portray in the last chapter, but I couldn't think of another way to write it. I think that the skill level he showed was still okay, relying more on surprise and simple Russian spells, but I still wish I could have made it a bit more realistic. Ms. Dumplings, I have no idea what pairing, if any, will be in this story. Athena Kitty, when he goes back to school, after America, and for good at the end of the summer. Cloudy Sky, I've seen Zippos for sale in Japan, Saudi Arabia, Spain, Thailand, etc. I wouldn't be surprised one could also find it in Germany. Smiley face 3. It wasn't Hermione. The little girl hit too close to home, and after what he saw in the camp. Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin. Well, Hench Girl asked with a worried look on her face, how is he? He fell asleep right after he finished the second bottle. The professor sat down next to his assistant. I'm worried about him. I am too, Hench Girl nodded. What caused all this? He saw some terrible things today. The professor shook his head. Very terrible things. What? I can't tell you, Hench Girl. The professor had a sad look on his face. I can't bring myself to say it. I understand, Hench Girl nodded. He started talking after he finished the first bottle. The professor paused. He told me some rather shocking things. What kind of things? Some rather shocking things. The professor held up his hand. Before I tell you, I want you to remember that he's our friend and we agreed to stand by him. I know, Professor. Hench Girl was starting to get worried. What could he have told you that would cause you to worry that I would forget? Well, the professor began. He told me. Harry awoke late the next morning with a pounding headache. Oh God, where am I? You're in our hangar, the professor replied loudly. Would you like a tour? I'd like something to kill this hangover, Harry hissed out. Or something to kill myself. At the moment I don't care which one I get. I'll have hench girl whip something up. The professor nodded. I'll be right back. Harry spent several more minutes wallowing in agony before the professor returned. Did you get it? Yup. The professor nodded proudly. One sip of this would kill a herd of elephants. You do know I was being sarcastic about the whole killing myself thing, right? Harry asked without opening his eyes. Yes, the professor nodded nervously. Of course I did. I'll be right back with the potion. I just need to take it out of the room for a few minutes before I give it to you. Fine, Harry sighed. Why am I cursed with such a life? Here you are. The professor returned with another strange-looking potion. One sip of this will kill your headache. Thank you. Harry downed the potion. Why doesn't it taste like the bottom of a men's room floor? Quote, I asked hench girl about that once, the professor smiled. She said that she could make them taste terrible if I wanted, but that it would add several steps, and have no purpose other than to make my life more miserable. Oh, Harry's eyes narrowed as he contemplated all the vile concoctions that Madame Pomfrey had given him over the years. Shall we take a look at this Zeppelin of yours? Let's, the professor agreed eagerly. Walk this way. Sure. Harry shrugged and began following the professor. There she is, the professor nodded proudly. 200 meters long and 42 meters in diameter. It is capable of speeds of up to 200 kiloliters per hour, and we believe that the charms will remain stable for up to 92 years without maintenance. And I still say that a blimp would have been a better choice. Hench girl entered the conversation. There are several advantages of a non- or semi-rigid frame over a rigid frame. Silence. The professor glared up at his assistant. A non-rigid frame would not have provided the proper platform for our research. Admit it. Hench girl glared down at the professor. You just want Ed to show off your great engineering skills by building the large framework. No thoughts about the fact that one of the other designs would have been better. How dare you question? Wow, Harry interrupted, whatever it is. It's great. What did you fill it with? Nothing. The professor turned away from the glaring hench girl. It's more efficient that way. What do you mean nothing? Harry gave his two friends a strange look. How can you fill it with nothing? It's all about volume, the professor began to lecture. If it weighs less than the material it displaces, then it floats. If it weighs more, it sinks. And if it weighs the same amount, then it has neutral buoyancy. But how can you? Harry stopped for a moment to think. Never mind, I don't want to know how you do it. How do you go up and down? To go down we pump air from the surrounding atmosphere into our tanks. To go up we pump the air out, and to get neutral buoyancy we either pump air in or out depending on if we are descending or ascending. Like a submarine? Harry asked cautiously. A what? The professor asked. It's a boat that goes underwater, Harry answered. I think it works the same way that your airship does. Hench girl, make a note of it. How do you prevent collisions with other aircraft? Collisions? Other aircraft? The professor looked nervous. You do know that the skies are filled with aircraft, don't you? But my research indicated that the Muggles have mostly given up using airships. The professor looked confused. If that's so, then what are they using? Planes, helicopters, all kinds of things. Harry shrugged. Are they really so widespread? The professor was intrigued. My sources indicated that they were only used by military and by some of the more wealthy families. Things have changed, Harry sighed. Any other questions? No. The professor shook his head. Thank you again, Mr. Black. You've prevented what could have been a terribly accident by informing us of these other aircraft. Happy to help. Harry smiled. What are you using to power the propellers? Hench girl and I constructed several Tesla disk turbines to provide the necessary power, the professor smiled. We were going to use Stirling engines, but the Tesla design looked more interesting. That's good, I guess. Harry replied, making a mental note to find out more about engineering. What are you going to do about a crew? So long as we don't try anything too ambitious, Hench girl and I are all the crew that this craft needs. The professor smiled. Did you have any more ideas for items that we could build you? I don't know, Harry shrugged. Might be a good idea to have a backup wand of some sort, one that could be easily concealed as something else or something. I'd also like to get some sort of invisibility or concealment device that can't be seen through like an invisibility cloak can. Invisibility cloaks can be seen through. The professor's eyebrows shot up. I didn't know that. Who can do it? I know for a fact that Alastor Moody and Albus Dumbledore can. Harry scratched his chin. Not sure how Dumbledore does it, but Moody has a magical spinning eye. Fascinating. The professor was lost in thought. It may take some time before I am able to come up with something like that. No problem, Harry shrugged. If you can build something like that, great. If not, then oh well. Thank you for your faith in us, the professor smiled. We'll get on it as soon as we figure out how to solve the mid-air collision problem you mentioned earlier. Why not try something like what's used on the night bus? Harry asked with an interested expression on his face. It has to drive through busy streets and it doesn't crash into anything. That wouldn't work, the professor waved his hand. Excuse me for 1 minute. Sure. Harry shrugged his shoulders. Hench girl, hench girl. The professor ran off in search of his assistant. Quote, Harry's smile dropped as soon as his friend was out of sight. He was still having problems trying to figure out how he was supposed to feel after what he had seen and done. This vacation was supposed to be a few months of relaxation. It was supposed to be a lifetime of living condensed into a summer holiday. Instead, it seemed as if the universe was refusing to let him alone. It seemed as if he was destined to be attacked and dragged into other people's fights. Yes. Good afternoon, Mrs. Granger, the headmaster smiled. I was wondering if I could talk to your daughter for a few minutes. Of course, Mrs. Granger smiled. Come right in and have a seat while I get Hermione. Thank you. The headmaster gave his best grandfatherly grin. You wanted to see me, Professor? Hermione asked, entering the room. Yes, the headmaster nodded. I'm trying to get into touch with Harry, and I was hoping that you would be willing to help me. Why do you need to talk to him? Hermione asked with a neutral expression. There are a few things that I need to tell him, things that I should have told him a long time ago. The headmaster exhaled. I would also like to make sure that he has a way to contact the Order if he needs help or is in trouble. Oh, Hermione frowned. So you're not going to make him go back to his relative's house? No. Dumbledore shook his head. I came to a realization after hearing your theory about why he left. There is an old saying, those who are willing to sacrifice freedom for security deserve neither freedom nor security. I wondered what that had made me, the man who was willing to take another's freedom to keep them safe. I'm sure you were doing what you thought was best. Hermione tried to cheer the old man. There is a saying about good intentions, the headmaster forced a smile. But that isn't what I came here to talk to you about. Do you have any idea where we might find Harry? Mr. Weasley seemed to think that he would be living or working in or around a Quidditch stadium. Ron sometimes has a hard time telling the difference between his wants and dreams and other people's. Hermione frowned. Continuing that thought, I don't think you would find Harry in any of the world's great libraries or bookstores. Maybe in a circus or around an amusement park, maybe a zoo. What makes you think that? Dumbledore's eyes were filled with interest. I think he wants to fill an entire summer with things that he's never been able to experience before. Hermione paused. Harry didn't have much of a childhood, so I think that he might be trying to give himself one. Thank you. Albus silently cursed himself for being such a fool. You've been most helpful. If you find Harry, Hermione bit her lip. Tell him to write me, Ron too. I will, and if you find Harry. Dumbledore pulled 2 small objects out of his sleeve. Give him one of these. What are they, Professor? Hermione took the 2 objects. Have you been following the Quibbler's coverage of Mr. Black? I haven't been reading the Quibbler. Hermione shook her head. And I don't know who Mr. Black is. Mr. Black is a wizard that has been traveling through Europe making life difficult for the dark side. Dumbledore smiled. These 2 devices are portable flow connections that were developed by some of Mr. Black's people. I was able to use a bit of influence to a key. Read these 2 before they became available to the general public. There is a small instruction manual engraved on the side of the device, and I've been told that their appearance will go unnoticed in the Muggle world. Thank you, Professor. Hermione smiled. Thank you, Hermione. The headmaster returned her smile. If you see Harry, tell him that I am very sorry. I will. We're losing tea. Ooh, many of our readers to that damned rag Lovegood owns. A large fat man waved his arms in a comic fashion. Does anybody have any idea of how we can regain our shrinking market share and bring our profits back up? We could shift our focus away from gossip and barely substantiated rumor, one of the other men suggested. Maybe the public's appetite for news has changed since the reappearance of he who must not be named. I like it. The fat man nodded. The public wants fantasy to get away from the reality of the Dark Lord. It will also cut costs when we fire most of our reporters, who nay. DS reporters when you're just making things up. Fudge a monkey. Our sources reveal that since Fudge's swearing in as Minister of Magic, Ministry Potions masters have been receiving regular orders for Polyjuice Potion. This may not seem odd until one points out that Slappy the magical chimp disappeared from his cage the same year that our minister started Hogwarts. For those that don't remember, SL. Appy was the chimp that was known to use accidental magic to change the color of his droppings. Gorgon, the tour guide, is in, and I would say more, but that would ruin a major surprise. Hench Girl and the Professor are not in. Mr. Spotty, it's an old Hulk quote. Yes indeed. Where did I say that Harry was Jewish? Most of what has happened was an accident. Kidling. It can be translated to mean black. KCGAL, you got it. And yes he did. Train. Goodbye Professor. Hench Girl. Harry smiled. Thanks for cheering me up. I really needed your support. Think nothing of it, my friend, the professor smiled. Just keep giving us ideas to work on. I will. Harry nodded as he turned to walk away. Harry walked several blocks before stopping and hailing a cab. Sometimes he forgot that he didn't have to worry about money like normal people did. It wasn't like he was going to need it in a year or two. Where to? The cab driver didn't even bother to look at his customer. Center of town. Harry closed his eyes. Wake me when we arrive, and take your time, I'm in no hurry. You got it, the driver nodded. Anything else? No. The ride passed in silence, and the driver took several nervous glances at the apparently sleeping man in the backseat of his cab. We've stopped, Harry commented, not bothering to open his eyes. Have we arrived? Yes sir. The driver stared straight ahead. Do you need anything else? No. Harry handed the man several bills. Have a good day. I will sir. The driver nodded, taking the bills. You as well. Thank you. Harry walked out of the cab and began muttering to himself. Austria. I think the best place to go now would be Austria. The cab driver's hands shook as he watched the man leave. He hadn't understood the order from above when they told him to keep an eye out for the frightening man with the unrecognizable face, and if he had been in any other line of work then he would have laughed it off and forgotten about it. The driver calmed his hands and carefully pulled into traffic. The strange man had given him a message to pass and he didn't think that it would be healthy to delay its delivery. It did not talk. Long for Harry to find the town's sole magical shop. Taking a nervous breath he walked in. One moment. An old man that Harry presumed to be the shopkeeper spoke from the back of the shop. What can I do for you? I need to find a way to arrange transportation to Austria. Harry managed a weak smile. I can arrange something for you, the old man smiled. But I'm afraid that it might take a bit of time. How long? Harry asked with a sigh. Depends. The old man smiled. Might be best to spend a bit of time looking around my shop. I'm sure that I'll have something ready by the time you want to make your purchases. All right, Harry nodded. The best things will be through that doorway, the old man commented. You might want to start there. The things on display out here are just cheap trinkets for the tourists. If you say so, Harry agreed with a shrug. He was beginning to suspect that there wasn't a sane shopkeep in the world. Walking through the indicated doorway, Harry spent several minutes browsing and finally returned to the counter with a small selection of the odd items that he had seen. I see that you were able to find some things. The shopkeeper looked over the items that Harry had placed on the table. Interesting selection. I mostly chose the things that I didn't recognize, Harry admitted with a grin. The man held up an odd-looking blue flag WI. A golden disc surrounded by a green wreath with red flower, small Union Jack in the top corner. I believe that this is the regimental colors for a unit of British infantry. I'm not sure where it's aim from and I'm afraid that I can't tell you much about it. That's fine, Harry shrugged. I have a friend that would love figure out where it came from. I'm glad. The second item, the shop owner held up a large iron ball. As a portable dungeon made for some marquee in France, as a recreational item. It comes with a full assortment of devices and a full reference library. Recreational item. Moving right along, the man picked up a length of chain. This is a steel whip made of several thousand interlocking rings. It has a large assortment of enchantments that allow a skilled user to do a number of astounding stunts. Thanks, Harry smiled. Is my portkey ready yet? Before I answer that, I think that you'll be wanting to buy one of these too. The shopkeeper placed a large stein alongside Harry's other purchases. What is it? Harry eyed the strange cup with a large measure of suspicion. It's just something to drink beer out of, the old man smiled. Why? This is a magical shop. Harry took a step back. And I'm waiting for you to tell me why you're selling something so normal looking in this shop. Oh, is that all? The old man smiled. Now that you mention it, I may have accidentally put a few charms on it so it automatically fills itself from the taps at a few of the local breweries. Oh, Harry began to relax. For how long? I'm not exactly sure how long the enchantments will hold up. The old man shrugged. After all the things that his cousins were inflicting on the boy, he deserved some sort of compensation. Few years at least. I'll take it. Harry couldn't wait to show it to the twins. Thank you. And since you're getting that, the shopkeeper grinned. You'll have to have one of these. One of what's? Harry closed his eyes and began rubbing his temples. An ever-full flask. The store owner dropped a large silver flask on the pile. Fills with your choice of several dozen non-magical liquids. Just the thing to complement an ever-full stein. Okay, Harry nodded. As the port, and a perfect complement to the stein and GE mug is this book, the shopkeep put out a rather large book. The Single Wizard's Guide to Keeping His Witcher Witches or Pack of Vila Happy. Quote. Fine. Harry forced a smile. Can I have that portkey now? No problem. The shopkeep held out his hand. The portkey is ready and all that you need to do is pay it on your way. One moment. Harry dug out a handful of coins. Here you are. Thank you. The old man handed back a cloth bag containing Harry's purchases and a small glass bead. It will activate in 3, 2, 1. Harry felt the world spin, and the portkey dragged him to his next destination. Good afternoon. A man in a strange uniform greeted Harry upon his arrival. How are you today? I'm fine. Harry began to relax. How are things in Austria? No attacks or odd occurrences. No, sir, replied the now curious customs agent. Why do you ask? I've been under a lot of stress the last few days and I was hoping to get a chance to relax without being blindsided by all the weirdness that usually inflicts itself on my life. I see, the customs agent frowned. What's in the bag? This. Harry glanced down at the bag containing the items he collected in the odd shop. Just a few things I picked up in Germany. May I have a look? Sure. Harry placed the bag on a convenient table. The customs agent's eyes widened in astonishment as he took his first look. You say that you picked these items up in Germany? Yes. Harry nodded. Is something wrong? No. The man shook his head. Nothing is wrong. It's just history is a hobby of mine and when I saw the flag, could I ask your name? Black. Harry held up his passport. That won't be necessary. The agent returned the shopping bag. And let me be the first to welcome you to Austria, and to wish you good luck and good hunting. Thanks. Harry gave slow nod of acknowledgement. Was there something else you needed? No, sir. The agent smiled. I'm sure that you must be tired from your travels, so why don't you head into town and find a hotel while I go report to my superiors? Okay. Harry walked away from the customs desk and into the rest of the building. The customs agent smiled as he watched the smooth departure of the mysterious Mr. Black. He pitied the fool that Mr. Black had come to eliminate. Stepping out of the customs room, Harry was almost overwhelmed by the amount of people rushing back and forth. Excuse me, a young woman spoke up, distracting Harry from the number of people rushing around. Would you like me to help you arrange transportation? What? Harry turned to look at the woman. I'm sorry. I just didn't expect to see that. Harry waved his hands to indicate the scene. I understand, the woman nodded. Vienna is unique in that it is one of the few cities to use a large Muggle airport to house its magical and processing center. And they don't notice anything odd. For the most part, they're tired, frustrated, and in an unfamiliar place. The girl shrugged. When I consider all that, I sometimes think that we don't even need to keep up the charms. I see, Harry nodded. Makes sense, I suppose. Now what was that question you asked me before? Oh, the girl blushed. I was just asking if you needed me to help you arrange transportation. I might, Harry nodded. What are my options? Well, the girl smiled. The first thing you need to do is decide if you want to use magic or Muggle methods of transportation. Muggle, I suppose, Harry smiled. Okay, the girl nodded. Do you need any help arranging things in the Muggle world? No, Harry shook his head. I don't believe I'll have any trouble arranging things. Then have a nice day, sir. The girl smiled cheerfully. You as well, Harry smiled, then turned to walk into the airport. Harry spent a bit of time exploring the airport, marveling at its sights, sounds, and smells. Never before had he experienced something so seemingly chaotic. It was all so new, all so fascinating, and before he knew it, several hours had passed, most of which spent watching the planes take off and land. Until, finally noticing the time, and a bit embarrassed at the fact that he had spent the entire day staring at something so common as takeoffs and landings, Harry began to make his way to the rail station. Something to read on the train? An older gentleman asked, holding up a newspaper. Only a shilling, and well worth it. All right, Harry took a moment to pull out a handful of the appropriate currency. Thank you. Always happy to help a traveler. The old man smiled. Despite the fact that he had been born without a significant amount of magic, he still suffered from the family curse, and he was still loyal to the cause. It didn't hurt that it allowed him a chance to make a bit of money of a group of rather dull-blood purists. After all, who else would be dim enough to go hunting for the infamous Mr. Black? Here's your change, sir. Have a good day. Thank you, Harry smiled. I will. The old man smiled, as he thought of the chaos that he saw coming thanks to his actions. The damage to the Dar K-Lord's forces would be immense. Not bad for a squib that wasn't normally good enough to merit the notice of the more uptight members of Wizarding Society. Harry had only a short wait before his try-and arrived, and he quickly found a seat in the last car. Opening his newspaper to pass the time, he soon lost all interest in the world around. Well, the rat-like man asked nervously. After hearing your problem, I think I've found a solution, replied a young man with a smile, though I still think it would be best if I were allowed to examine the site of the accident to make sure that my calculations are correct. And it's still impossible to allow that, Wormtail hissed. The Dark Lord hadn't been pleased by the Portkey accident that had destroyed the team in Switzerland and had taken his D.I.S. pleasure out on his one minion capable of making international portkeys. How does it work? It casts a small charm to check the elevation of the target area a few seconds before rematerialization, and automatically aborts if the projected landing site is more than 10 feet above the ground level. The young man resisted the urge to laugh, though I must admit that I'm still a bit mystified as to how something like this became necessary. I'm not supposed to reveal trade secrets, and you know it. Wormtail frowned. At present the Portkey maker was too important to alienate, but as soon as he began to suspect something, or 3 seconds after they acquired another wizard capable of making international portkeys, well, the Portkey maker spoke, interrupting Wormtail's train of thought. Don't hesitate to come back if you have any more problems or questions, though for the life of me I still can't understand why a pet shop would need such highly specialized portkeys. That's not for you to know. Wormtail tried and failed to look menacing, before disappearing with a pop, reappearing before a throne in a darkened manor house. Well, the dark figure on the throne hissed. I have it, master. Wormtail fell to his knees and began kissing the hem of his master's robe. Then take it to the strike team, the dark voice replied. Yes, master. Wormtail stood and slowly began backing out of the room. One more thing, Wormtail. Yes, master. The rat-like man cowered. I want you to accompany the team, the dark voice hissed. I want a personal report on the mission after your return. Yes, master. The rat-like man whimpered as he fled the room. Wormtail's look of fear transformed into a superior sneer as he entered the room that had been assigned to the group of Death Eaters that had been chosen for the task of eliminating Mr. Black. Stand up. Wormtail's sneer deepened. And touch the portkey. You don't want to have to explain to the Dark Lord why you weren't on the mission he assigned to you, and I'm not going to wait for you to ready yourselves. The assorted Death Eaters all touched the portkey and readied their wands. Just before the portkey activated, Wormtail smiled. Mr. Black will die tonight. The group of Death Munchers appeared in mid-air, and for one frightening second, Wormtail knew what that last team felt before they met their end. Several Death Eaters cried out in surprise as gravity exerted its control and dragged them to their fate, which happened to be about 1 meter below their arrival point. Who streaked? Who's the coward in the Dark Lord's army? Wormtail shouted, trying to cover up his own nervousness. Most of the assorted Death Eaters ignored the rat, though one or two of the newer recruits looked down at their feet in shame. Where are we and where's Black? The senior Death Eater hissed. You had better not have made a mistake, rat. I made no mistakes. Wormtail cowered, forgetting his earlier show of command. It looks like we're on the tracks for the Hogwarts Express. It does, doesn't it? The senior grudgingly admitted. Black must be in the castle. The muggle-loving old fool must have put up new wards. That's right, Wormtail admitted nervously. It's not my fault. The remainder of Wormtail's words were drowned out by the bellow of a train's horn and the shriek of its brakes. Most of the assorted Death Eaters didn't even have time to scream before they were ground into paste under the lead car's wheels. Ahead, Harry looked up from his newspaper as he heard the terrible shriek of a train's brakes off in the distance. Shaking his head, Harry wondered for a second what had happened on the track behind to cause such a sound, then shrugged his shoulders and went back to his newspaper. He'd hear about it if it was anything important. Thanks go to everyone on my group for thinking up some of the things that made their way into this FIC. Tigerlily 1889. I live in Japan. Zaxxon. At the moment I plan to have him go back to school. Don't know if he'll be able to last out the first week though. Mr. Black will be very active in England. The deaths of most of the Dark Lord's forces will be credited to the mysterious Mr. Black. It sleeps. It sleeps. The return of the survivors of the attack on Mr. Black was met by a hall of shocked silence as their assembled brethren. As the assorted Death Munchers close in on the two surviving strike team members, one of the survivors let out a long shuddering gasp and expired. The other wheezed loudly, ambush, everyone is dead. After that the man's body gave one long shudder before he too joined his teammates in death. The assorted Death Eaters looked at each other in shock. What are we going to do? One of the newer members asked. You go inform the Dark Lord of what has happened. One of the more experienced Munchers replied, we'll clean this up. Right. The new Death Eater agreed, wanting to get as far away from the bloodied mess on the ground as he could. The more experienced Death Eaters watched the man go with barely concealed smirks and grins of anticipation. What? The Dark Lord bellowed. Crucio. Let's get to work. The Experian CED Death Eater motioned towards the mess. Our master won't be happy, and seeing this might give him an excuse to show us how unhappy he is about the situation. The Death Eaters moved forward and began lifting up the shattered remains. What do we have here? One of them smirked, holding up a concussed rat with a bloody stub where his tail had been. Looks like the master won't be showing us his displeasure after all. Hey, another Death Eater sneered. Take him in to see the master. Wouldn't want to keep the Dark Lord waiting after all. Peter awoke to the frowning face of his master and RLY wet himself when he realized that his years of running from death may be coming to an end. Tell me, the Dark Lord's voice was oddly calm. Tell me what happened to the men that I sent to kill Black. I heard a terrible shriek and saw a bright light. Peter shivered. I turned into a rat and I felt a pain in my tail. There was a strange sound and I couldn't see anything after the sound. Away I saw two of the newer recruits trying to activate the portkey, so I crawled over to them. I see, the Dark Lord nodded. Much as it pains me to say it, death will not be your punishment since I still have some use for you. Crucio. Quote, I'm sorry, master. The rat sobbed, I'm sorry I failed you. The Dark Lord turned away from the rat and towards his last victim. Have another team readied. Tell them to come back. Successful. Yes, master, the young Death Eater sobbed. I shall do it immediately. Thank you all for coming. The grizzled-looking older man looked around the room. Many of you have heard rumors about a wizard. Named Black, wandering around Europe making life difficult for blood purists and other assorted bad types. Yes, sir. One of the men in the crowd nodded. But what's that have to do with us? Black arrived last night, the older man looked around the room. And destroyed a Death Eater hunter-killer team before we even had a chance to set up surveillance. How did he do it? We're not sure, the older man admitted with a frown. The deaths looked like an accident and the bodies were too damaged to make any conclusions. So he's still a NGRY about what happened in Germany then. Looks like he's calmed down a bit. The old man held up some pictures that looked like the floor of a slaughterhouse. As you can see, whatever he did was messy. But unlike most of the deaths in Germany, this one looked like an accident, and my counterparts tell me that he likes to make things look like accidents and coincidences, based on his past behavior. What happened in Germany was not normal. Do we have any idea what set him off? I asked. The old man frowned. And all I was told is that Mr. Black is very old, and that something terrible happened that brought up memories of a terrible time. What terrible time? One of the younger officers asked. The Germans suspect that Mr. Black may have had a hand in liberating the camps, the old man sighed. And they think that may have been one of the things that set him off. Several of the younger law enforcement officers shifted uncomfortably in the silence that followed the commander's last statement. How do you want us to act towards Mr. Black? One of the officers asked, breaking the silence. Keep an eye on him and listen to what he says. I'm told that he likes to give advice to the people following him. Do not enter his hotel room uninvited, and be polite. The old man smiled. I'd like to get him in here for a tour of the place, and I don't think he'd agree if we weren't polite. Harry spent most of the morning laying in bed and lazing about. After years of waking with the dawn to make breakfast for his family, it felt strange to sleep in and spend the day doing nothing. Until finally hunger drove him from his bed and towards his suite's telephone to order room service. After his desire for food had been appeased, Harry's eyes darted around the room in search of entertainment. They lingered for a time on the large television in the center of the room before reluctantly moving to his pack and the books within. Hermione would kill him if he spent his entire vacation without doing anything productive. Besides, it was possible that there could be something within one of the books that would help him live to see his 18th birthday, snorting at the thought and smiling cynically. Harry pulled out one of the books and began to read. Room service. Harry's reading was interrupted by a knock on the door. One moment, Harry put his book face down onto the table beside his chair and walked towards the door. Come in. Thank you, sir. The hotel's employee looked around the room. Doing a bit of reading. It's always a good idea to take the time to improve your mind, Harry grinned. Do you have what I ordered? Right here, sir. The man nodded, holding up a tray. Where do you want me to put it, sir? On the table is fine, Harry motioned. Is there anything else? No, sir. The hotel employee shook his head. Only that the meal and any future meals you chose to have here are compliments of the management. Thank you, Harry nodded. You are very welcome, sir. The man nodded. So unless you need me for something else? No, Harry shook his head. I have everything I need. Then good day, sir. Harry watched as the man carefully closed the door. The strangeness of the man's actions caused Harry's paranoia to go into overdrive. Eyeing the food with hunger and suspicion, Harry picked up one of the books that he had been reading and began to flip through it until he found the section on poisons. A wave of his wand and a muttered incantation left Harry feeling a mixture of embarrassment and relief. If he didn't learn to relax, then he'd end up like Moody before the summer was up. On the other hand, Moody had lived through several attempts on his life. Professor, Harry called into his lighter. Professor, are you there? No, a female voice answered. But I am. What do you need, Mr. Black? Hench girl. Yup. The voice giggled. Can I help you with something? I was wondering if you could develop some sort of item that detects poisons and things. Harry asked quietly. Might be nice if it did other things too, but something to detect poisons was my first thought. Okay, Henchgirl's voice replied. We'll add something to detect things onto the list. Do you need anything else? No, Harry smiled. Do you? Not at the moment, Henchgirl replied quickly. But if I think of something, I'll let you know. Thank you. Goodbye. Bye. That taken care of, Harry sat down and began to eat. At the same time, the man who had delivered Mr. Black's food was preparing to make a report of his own. "This is Black Watch calling HQ." The man whispered into his own Zippo. "I have a report on my first meeting with Mr. Black." "Report." The voice that replied was devoid of emotion. "I delivered his food and we talked for a few minutes. He was reading when I arrived and he advised me that research was essential to our line of work." "Did you see what he was reading?" "No," the agent replied with regret. "Most of the titles were in languages that I couldn't understand." "I see," the voice replied. "Continue." "After that I left," the man finished. "I think that he may have performed some sort of detection spell while I was in the hall. But I didn't recognize the magical signature." "That's also understandable. Mr. Black has a habit of using odd, obscure, and unknown spells." The voice paused. "It's also understandable that Mr. Black recognized you as something other than a hotel employee when you entered his room. To the best of my knowledge, no one has ever been able to fool him and he keeps his tales until he grows tired of them." "Got it." The man nodded. Black Watch signing out. HQ signing out. Harry spent the remainder of the day reading books and ordering room service. At the end of the day, Harry Fina LLY put up his books and went to sleep with plans for the next day dancing in his head. Harry awoke late the next morning and sprung out of bed. Today was the day that he was going to set his plans into motion. Today was the day that he was going to do something so strange and humiliating that none of his friends at Hogwarts could ever know about it. Marching down to the front desk, Harry handed over his key. "Checking out, sir." "No." Harry shook his head. "I'm going out for the day and I suspect that I might end up doing a bit of drinking and I don't want to lose it." "I understand, sir." The clerk nodded. "We'll have it waiting for you when you return." "Thank you." Harry nodded. "I'll be back later today, tomorrow at the latest." "Have a good time, sir." The hotel desk clerk waited until his guest was out of sight before calling his superiors. It didn't matter that Black knew he was being watched, it would have been impolite to be blatant about it. "Good afternoon, sir." A pair of men approached Mr. Black. "How are you today?" "I'm fine," Harry answered politely. "How are you?" "Fine." The men nodded. "The two of us work for magical law enforcement and we were wondering if we could ask you a few questions." "Sure." Harry shrugged. "Ask away. For starters, do you mind if we ask where you're going today?" "Salzburg." Harry smiled. "I hear that it's a beautiful city and I'd like to go look at a few things." "It is." One of the men agreed. "Have you arranged transportation yet?" "Not yet." Harry smiled. "Is there anything you recommend?" "Well," one of them smiled. "Would you mind accompanying us? We have to go anyway." "Sure." Harry smiled. "And thank you." "No problem." The man nodded to his partner who disappeared with a pop. "My partner will be back with a portkey in just a few minutes." "Thank you." Harry nodded. "It sure was lucky that you happened to be going to Salzburg too." "Yeah, lucky." The man grinned, resisting the urge to laugh. "So, did you hear about the group of Death Eaters that they found on the tracks the other day?" "No." Harry's eyes widened in concern. "What happened? Was anybody hurt?" "Only the Death Eaters." The man marveled at Black's performance. If he didn't know any better he would swear that Black had nothing to do with the incident. "Looks like they ported in and were killed by the train, a rather fortunate accident." "Yeah." Harry nodded in agreement. "It's a good thing they were taken care of before anybody was hurt, lucky thing they were so careless with their arrival point." "Yeah." The man agreed. "Lucky." Any further conversation was cut short by the reappearance of the man's partner. "I've got the portkey." The man smiled, waving an old shoe. "Grab hold so we can be on our way." "Where to now, Mr. Black?" One of he Austrian law enforcement agents asked with a smile. "Well," Harry paused. "First, there's something I'd like to do in the hills. After that, I'm planning to have a bit of fun." "All right." The man nodded. "Let's go." The three men spent most of the trip out of time in deep conversation about a wide array of topics, from the insurrection in England to the odd way Death Eaters kept dying in accidents. "Here we are." One of the officers smiled. "About the most isolated place you can get to this close to town. The wards keep folks from noticing this place and spoiling the natural beauty." "Thanks." Harry smiled. "I really appreciate the fact that you two took the time to take me here." "Not a problem, Mr. Black," the second officer replied, we're happy to provide the company. I've gotta go do something, Harry smiled. I'll be right back. Have fun, the officer smirked. I will, Harry replied innocently as he began to walk away. Harry walked around the nearest hill and found himself in a small draw. And after taking a moment to look around to ensure that he wasn't being followed, he cleared his voice and began to sing. The hills are alive, and they're eating people, he choked off a laugh. He had wanted to do that since his primary school class had watched The Sound of Music. I just hope they never find out about this, Harry mumbled. His dorm mates would never let him forget it if they learned about it. And who knew what sort of twisted thing Snape would do? No, it was better that this all remained his little secret. Did you hear that? One of the hidden officers whispered to the other. IT might be breaking loose. I heard. The other man's voice was grim. I'd love to know how he knew that IT even exists though. Let's get back to the trail, the other whispered back in reply. I've been told that Mr. Black likes to maintain the illusion that he doesn't notice the way people follow him. The two men stood and reached the trail only moments before Harry's return. Thanks for waiting, Harry smiled. I just had to get something out of my system. No problem, one of the officers smiled, though I'm afraid that we'll have to leave your company after we get to town. Oh, Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. Did something come up? Yes, the officer agreed. Something came up that we need to deal with right away. Good luck with that then, Harry smiled. Thanks. The officers nodded. Let's get back to town. The three men returned to Salzburg and the two law enforcement officers bid Harry a fond farewell, leaving Harry to plan the remainder of the day's activities alone. Excuse me, Harry turned to look at the two buxom blonde backpackers that had just addressed him. Yes, you wouldn't happen to know where the Sound of Music tour is, would you? I'm afraid not. Harry shook his head, but it sounds interesting. Would you mind if I join you? Not at all, the two Swedish backpackers grinned. Let's go. It did not take long for Harry and his two companions to find and join the tour, and the three of them spent the next several hours visiting the places that the film was filmed in the company of a drunken singing group of fellow backpackers. They ended the night in a hostel called the Yoho, drinking pints of beer and listening to the Sound of Music play on the television. Harry's last memory before everything went black was of doing a layback under the tap while watching a large and rather fat German dance on one of the tables while wearing a pink latex bodysuit and matching tutu. Sir, one of the law enforcement officers that had been escorting Mr. Black burst into their superior's office. The wards holding IT are starting to unravel. What? The old man's eyebrows shot up. Explain. We were talking to Mr. Black and he indicated that he wanted to take a stroll in the hills to take care of something, the officer began. When we got there, he went off on his own. And we observed him check the wards. Then he called out that IT was going to start eating people. The officer frowned. We met up with Mr. Black and he claimed that he had gone off to answer the call of nature. He likes to play innocent. The old man waved his hand in dismissal. What happened next? We accompanied Mr. Black back to Salzburg and watched him leave with a pair of attractive young Swedish backpackers. The officer grinned. Then we alerted everyone we could in Salzburg and went back to the prison. Go on. The old man struggled to remain calm. It took the specialists 3 hours to find the weak point in the wards. The officer shook his head in wonder. It took a team of 12 experts 3 hours to find something that Mr. Black discovered in 30 seconds. Turns out that someone has been weakening the portions that control the alarms. Once those were gone, they would have been able to release IT at their leisure. I trust everything's been taken care of. Yes, sir. Everything been taken care of, and there's an investigation to find out how the wards could have been breached. Good. The old man nodded. Though I do wonder how Black knew about IT. I did too, sir, so I looked at the records. The officer licked his lips nervously. As you know, there were 13 survivors from the group that battled and defeated IT. And 12 of them were recorded by name. The officer paused. And the 13th was recorded as the unknown wizard in black. I see. The old man exhaled. The Germans said he was old and the Italians said he was even older. Sir, the Italians think that he's been around for at least 2,000 years, the old man chuckled. Would explain how he does what he can do. I guess it would, sir. 1,000 years ago. Thank you for helping us defeat it. The wizard addressed the stranger. Before you go, won't you at least give us your name? Names are unimportant, the wizard in a dark robe replied. I only did what any would have done if they found themselves in the same situation. Then farewell, stranger, the wizard nodded. Know that you will always be welcome in these lands. Thank you, friend. The wizard smiled, then jumped on his horse and rode into the sunset. Why had his parents given him a name like Theodoric the Accident? Happy early birthday, Neville. Happy early birthday, Neville. Harry's mouth tasted Lee K.'s room floor and his head felt like it had been used as an anvil by a town full of blacksmiths. Groaning in pain, he forced himself to stand up and immediately regretted it. Taking a few stumbling steps towards the door, Harry managed to find his way out of the building where he had awoken. Harry spent several minutes stumbling through the streets before a cab driver took pity on him and pulled over. You look like you need a ride somewhere, the driver smirked. Yeah, Harry agreed. Just take me anywhere that I can catch a ride to Vienna. Hey, you got it. The cabbie watched his customer through his rear view mirror. Rough night, you could say that, Harry agreed. I just wish I remembered what happened after my 10th drink. We've all had nights like that, the cab driver sympathized. Just close your eyes and I'll wake you when we get where we're going. Thank you, Harry nodded, taking the cab driver's advice. Took Harry several agonizing hours to get back to his hotel, and when he arrived he found one of two magical law enforcement agents that had escorted him to Salzburg waiting for him. Good day, Mr. Black, the agent smiled. How are you today? Bit tired, Harry gave a tight-lipped grin. I had a rather eventful night. I'm sure, the agent smiled. I came by to give you an invitation to tour the national headquarters for magical law enforcement. Can I tell my superiors that you accept? 1 second, Harry glanced down at his watch. Can you come back in a few hours? I really need a chance to get some rest first. Of course, the agent nodded. I'll be waiting in the lobby in 3 hours. Harry glanced down at his watch. 4 would be better. Yes, sir, the man agreed. I'll be back in 4 hours to get you. Fine, Harry nodded. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Black, the agent replied before disappearing with a pop. Harry groaned as he shambled his way towards the elevator. Sleep and a handful of painkillers awaited. Is everything ready? The Dark Lord asked in a dangerously calm tone. We're just waiting for the portkeys to be finished, my lord. The Death Eater simpered. As soon as it's ready then we'll be able to strike. Excellent, the Dark Lord purred. Black will soon draw his last breath. Yes, master, the flunky agreed. Crucio. Bwahahahahahahaha. The Dark Lord grinned. He loved his life. Harry awoke and spent several minutes staring at the ceiling before he managed to gather up the motivation required to get out of bed. Stumbling around his room, he managed to dress himself and was soon on his way to his meeting in the lobby. Are you ready to go, Mr. Black? The agent asked as Harry stepped off the elevator. Yeah, Harry nodded. You got a portkey? Right here, sir. The agent nodded, holding out a piece of paper. And it should go off in 3, 2, 1. Is this the place? Harry asked, mentally noting that hangovers made travel by portkey a lot more exciting than was normally the case. Yes, sir, the agent nodded. We're currently in the lobby of the main headquarters building. Nice, Harry nodded as he examined the wards. They look fairly comprehensive. I wouldn't want to try to get through those after they've been completed. After they've been completed, sir? The agent asked with a look of confusion. Harry didn't bother to halt his examination. Oh, the wards. The completed sections look like they would provide a lot of protection. The incomplete sections look like they wouldn't stop a group of determined first years. I must admit that the quick patches that you've thrown over them look fairly impressive. Doubt most people would notice that they weren't more than cosmetic. I see, sir. The agent laughed nervously. How did you notice that the patches were ineffective? Wrong color. Harry shook his head. They stood out like a sore thumb. Bet it's difficult to spot them in black and white though. Yes, sir, the agent agreed. Almost impossible. Thanks for allowing me the time to look at this. Harry motioned towards the building. What's next on the agenda? The agent took a moment to reboot his thought processes. A tour of the holding areas, sir. Could we hold that off until I get a bit of food? Harry glanced down at his watch. Or some coffee. Of course, sir, the agent nodded. Would you be willing to eat at the on-site cantina? Sure, Harry nodded. Sorry to put you through so much trouble, but I haven't eaten anything today and I just realized how hungry I am. As I said before, it is not a problem, sir. The agent smiled reassuringly. Right this way, sir. Harry followed the other man through a dizzying array of passages until finally they reached their destination. I'm afraid that we don't have much available right now, the agent frowned. But I'm sure that we can find something. Anything is fine, Harry nodded. I just gotta get something in my stomach. Then wait here, the agent motioned towards a table. And I'll go talk to the cooks. Thank you, Harry sat down. It's not a problem, sir. The agent nodded, before rushing off, returning a few minutes later with a sandwich and a couple cups of coffee. Thanks, Harry nodded, reaching for a sandwich. As I was saying before, the agent began. Our holding areas are state-of-the-art, each one comes equipped with magic dampening fields, high gravity, and one-way wards. How do they work? Harry asked, making polite conversation. The magic dampening fields are self-explanatory, but we've managed to include some improvements that you might not be aware of. The agent said enthusiastically, we've constructed them so that their drain will render all forms of magical transportation ineffective. The high gravity or HG will make it difficult for the M to move, and we hope that it will also have a negative effect on magic. Finally, the one-way wards will allow people to enter but will prevent them from leaving. We included that so that we can lose the dampening fields and still not have to worry about a mass escape. Fascinating. Harry tried and failed to pretend interest. When would you like to see the holding areas, Mr. Black? The agent asked, taking a sip of coffee. Harry looked down at his half-eaten sandwich. Talk about the prison had killed his appetite. Now is fine. Then let's go, sir. The agent jumped up and took Harry through another maze of passages. Is there some reason that Yo chose to use traditional bars? Harry asked with a bored expression as he stared into the cell. Is there another way to do things, sir? The agent asked eagerly. I don't know. Harry shrugged. I suppose you could use some sort of unbreakable glass, or... Harry blinked in shock at the dozen Death Eaters that had just ported into one of the empty cells. Die black. A dull orange light shot out of one of the Death Eaters' wands and dissipated only centimeters in front of Harry's nose. Wow, you guys are good. Harry smirked at the trapped Death Eaters. Though you might want to tell your men to take their wands before you put them into their cell next time. Yes, sir. The agent nodded weakly. Don't think I don't appreciate the demonstration you decided to hold for me. Harry laughed. Now I know why you wanted me to inspect the holding cells so badly. I love the way you had these Death Eaters poured in at just the right moment and asked a spell at me that just happened to dissipate, effectively showing how effective your new wards are. Yes, sir. The agent nodded dumbly. Do you do this for all the tours? Harry smiled. If not, then thanks for going all out and doing it for me. Gosh, this is great. If you say so, sir. The agent nodded. Could you wait outside for a moment? Of course, Harry nodded. Again, great show. Pass my compliments to your boss. I will, sir. The agent nodded. I will. Harry smiled as he left the room. Getting a few ores to dress up like Death Eaters and port in at just the right moment was sheer genius. It really showed the effectiveness of the wards, and it really made one feel special to think that they had gone to all that trouble just to make their tour feel special. The Austrian LW enforcement agent stared dumbly for several more seconds before he pulled out his new lighter and called his boss. What is it? The grumpy voice of the head of magical law enforcement asked. I was up all night dealing with investigation of the wards around IT, so it had better be important. Several Death Eaters just ported into the new holding cells, sir. The agent resisted the urge to giggle nervously. Mr. Black wanted me to send along his thanks for such a memorable demonstration of the new ward's effectiveness. What? The chief's voice asked, no longer showing any fatigue. If this is a joke, I think it might be, sir. The agent giggled nervously. But not the part about having a group of Death Eaters port in, that's real. I see. The chief took a deep breath. They said that Black had an odd sense of humor. I have a team on the way. Take Black on the rest of the tour and don't let him have the satisfaction of showing any more surprise, reacting to his little pranks will Only encourage him to do more of them, and I'm not sure if we could survive more of Black's little jokes. Yes, sir, the agent nodded dumbly. I'll go show Black the firing range next. You do that, the chief agreed. I'm out. The agent carefully replaced his lighter in its hidden pocket and walked out the room to meet the still grinning Mr. Black. Would you like to see the firing range now, sir? The agent asked, managing to regain his professionalism. Sure, Harry nodded. Let's go. Right this way, sir. The agent started walking. The firing range allows us to practice the more destructive spells in our inventory without causing any accidental damage. The back wall is composed of several iron sheets and nearly 3 feet of stone. As an added precaution, it has also been charmed for toughness and to self-repair. Sounds interesting, Harry nodded. How often do you practice? Department policy states that field personnel must practice weekly, and in the case of our more elite sections daily. While deck workers must practice monthly or bi-monthly. In practice, most people head in for an hour of practice before or after work every day. You'd be surprised at how relaxing it is to blow large things into small chunks. Sounds great, Harry nodded in agreement. It is, the agent nodded. And here we are, would you care to test it out? I'd love to, Harry nodded. What do I do? Stand on the yellow line. The man indicated a line that bisected the large room. And call target. A large chunk of stone will come out of the floor. If you prefer wood, then call wood target. And if you want to test your accuracy, then call out bullseye. That's all, Harry asked, walking towards the line. That's all, the agent confirmed. Have fun. What spell should I use? Harry smiled, pulling out his snub-nosed wand. How about something powerful? The agent suggested, wanting to see just what kind of spells Mr. Black could use. Interesting wand. A friend of mine made it for me, Harry commented as he searched his mind for the right spell to start out with. It measures 0.38 inches in diameter, and it's very special. I imagine, bit smaller than normal though. The agent nodded. Does its size affect its pow? The agent trailed off as a massive black sphere shot out of the tip of the wand and obliterated the target, and a good section of the wall behind it. What was that? Harry turned his head. Just a bit of Russian battle magic. What it lacks in finesse, it makes up in sheer destruction. I see, the agent struggled to keep his composure. Interesting spell. Would you like to move on to the last part of the tour, or would you like to get in a bit more practice? Might as well move on, Harry shrugged. Though it was great to use your firing range. I'll have to get one of my own someday. Quite. The agent smiled. He was starting to understand Black's sense of humor. The last section is the memorial wall. It has the name of every ant that has lost their life while on duty. I see, Harry nodded, becoming solemn. Let me go pay my respects and then we can go back to my hotel. I don't think I'll be in the mood to talk after seeing that. I understand. The agent nodded. The wall is right this way. Harry spent several minutes staring at the names and wondering if there might be something similar in Britain that he might be able to look at. May they rest in peace. Absent companions, the agent agreed, handing Harry a bit of string. It will activate when you say the word, hotel. It was a pleasure having you here, Mr. Black. It was a pleasure coming. Harry nodded. Hotel. Harry arrived in the lobby of his hotel and immediately walked into the elevator. After pressing the button for his floor, he closed his eyes and began to wait. Moments before reaching his floor, he heard a faint sound that sounded suspiciously like D. Opening his eyes, he looked around the closed suspiciously and assured himself that he was still alone and it had all been his imagination. Below him, the second group of Death Eaters had fallen to their death in the elevator shaft. They would not be found until the smell alerted the authorities that something was wrong. Report, the Chief of Magical Law Enforcement ordered. Yes, sir, the agent that had escorted Harry around the building agreed. When Black arrived, he sked about the wards and commented that there were several holes in them that would allow entry by even half-trained foes. I offered to show him the prison and he declined, saying that he wanted to get something to eat first. We went to the cantina and chatted about some of the new advances that were made to the wards around the holding cells. Black checked his watch and suggested that we go see them. I might also note that Black's appetite vanished after looking at his watch and he left half of his sandwich. We went to the cells and a group of Death Eaters ported in. Black didn't even blink when one of them cast a spell at him. Quote, so it looks like he was expecting them, the chief chuckled. And if we asked him, I'm sure he'd note that it was such an odd coincidence that a group of half-trained Death Eaters arrived right after he mentioned that our wards were so thin. Do you think he arranged to have them port in, sir? The agent asked with a look of shock. No, the older man shook his head. Our questioning has shown that they were ordered to go on this mission by the Dark Tosser himself. I doubt that Black has the pull to arrange things like that. On the other hand, I find it very likely that he has spies in the ranks of the Death Eaters who told him the time that the attack was going to come. I understand, sir, the agent nodded. After that, we went to the firing range. Ian Black vaporized one of the targets with an unknown spell. He mentioned that it was Russian battle magic, but none of the identifying spells managed to get anything. What did they get? Nothing, sir. The agent shook his head. And the forensics team that we sent in afterwards couldn't even find evidence that there had been any magic used. Interesting. The older man nodded. Go on. After that, we visited the memorial to the fallen and Black left. I see. The older man nodded. We really need to find a way to thank Black. I want a dozen teams sweeping my office and the minister's office for bugs. Yes, sir. Why, sir? I've been arguing with the minister that we needed the funds to finish our wards for months, the old man snorted. And he's been telling me that there was no nay. Ed and that the temporary wards would have to do. He's also been wondering about the expense of the new cells and if we really even need them. Imagine the look on his face when I tell him that a team of Death Eaters managed to break through his good enough wards and it was only the fact that Mr. Black happened to be there that they were subdued. I can't wait to add that the useless and expensive holding cells proved to be vital in the suppression and that if it weren't for them in Black, then a dozen bloodthirsty dark wizards would be in the center of the law enforcement building with only a few clerks between them and the secure link to the minister's office. You're going to tell him that they were after him? The agent fought hard to suppress his laughter. I might hint that they were on an assassination mission and that ministry policy prevented us from naming their intended target. The old man gave an evil grin. Sometimes I love my job. Crucio, 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 Crucio oh. The Dark Lord was not happy, and when the Dark Lord wasn't happy he tended to spread it around. What do you mean the two teams we sent after Black have disappeared? Crucio. I'm sorry, Master. Wormtail wet himself again. Black must have been too powerful. Powerful. I'll show him powerful. The Dark Lord screamed. Bella, take your husband and brother-in-law and show him what it means to anger the Dark Lord. I want him begging for death. Yes, my lord, the insane woman smiled. Thy will be done. Harry had about an hour lazing around his room when he decided to get something to drink. Grabbing a handful of loose change from the table next to his bed, he walked out of his room and down the hall to the drink machine. Feeding several coins into the slot, he was rewarded with several cans of his favorite beverage. As he was walking away, he heard a terrible thumping sound from the machine behind him. Forcing himself not to turn around, Harry walked slowly back to his room and picked up his phone to call the front desk. Front desk. Harry kept his voice calm. This is Black. I think there might be something wrong with the drink machine down the hall from my room. Ear did make a terrible sound after I got my drinks. Hanging up the phone, Harry opened his drink and took a sip. Things were looking up. Nothing strange had happened to him since he had come to Ost. Rhea and the front desk had assured him that drink machines occasionally made odd noises, and that they would send someone to check on it anyway. Down the hall, the drink machine continued to leak blood. The Lestranges were no more. All ported into a small confined space. Remember that the Protki was built by someone that wanted to kill Death Eaters and so it didn't have any of the safety charms that might be on a normal portkey. Thanks go to everyone in my group for giving me a lot of ideas that are making their way into this FIC. Back on the home front. Back on the home front. Yes, the old W. Oman peered suspiciously from the crack of a partially opened door. Mrs. Longbottom, a man in oddly formal robes asked. My name is Hans Schisler. I'm the legal officer to the Austrian embassy and I have a gift for you and your grandson. Quote, I suppose that you can prove that you are who you say you are and that this isn't a trick to kill my grandson. The old woman palmed her wand. It was a very near thing in the last war and I'm not going to allow another chance at him. I understand, madam. The man handed over some official paperwork. I'm also willing to hand over my wand for the Duratio. End of our meeting. Should that be a requirement to have a meeting? That won't be necessary. The old woman stepped back and opened the door to allow entrance. Please come in. Thank you, ma'am. The man nodded, holding out a large brown envelope. On behalf of the nation of Austria and its magical citizens, I am pleased to present this to you on behalf of your grandson. What are these? Neville's gran asked with a frown as she examined the contents of the envelope. They look like photos of a bunch of oars mopping up a puddle of red paint. Forensics have determined that the red paint in those photos are all that remains of the Lestranges. The wizard grinned. I wish that my department could take the credit, but I'm afraid that all we did was the clean up. You're certain that they're dead? The woman's hands began to shake. Please tell me that you are absolutely certain. 100% sure, Hans nodded. They are dead. The monsters that did such terrible things to your family have been eliminated. Thank you. The old woman refused to take her eyes off the gruesome photos. Who did this? They were the fourth team of Death Eaters sent to kill a man named Black during his visit to Austria. Hans fought to keep his expression neutral. One of them he captured and turned over to magical law enforcement, and the two others he eliminated in less creative ways. For some reason he seems to have been annoyed at the Lestranges. Black. The old woman paused. That was Bellatrix's maiden name. Why would a Black want to do something like this to one of their own? This Black may not be related. Hans shrugged. Reports say that he's killed a number of Death Eaters around Europe. He also virtually eliminated Germany's blood purists. I see. The old woman nodded. I suppose that it could also be a man who likes to follow the old customs. What customs would those be? Bellatrix was like a mad dog. The old woman's face twisted into a smile. And it's said that it's a man's responsibility to shoot his own dog. One does not abandon that responsibility to someone else. It's not something that should be farmed out. Some families used to believe the same, that it was their responsibility to kill any one of their members went on a rampage. I wouldn't be surprised if your idea had merit, ma'am. Hans nodded respectfully. Rumor has it that Mr. Black is old, very old. I see. The old woman nodded. If you'll excuse me, I'm afraid that there are matters that I must attend to personally. And I really must be getting back to the embassy. Hans nodded, taking the hint. Goodbye, madam. May fortune smile upon your house. Thank you. Neville's gran escorted the man to the door and watched him leave. She then turned and walked back into the house and threw a handful of flow powder into her fireplace. Alistair, I need to speak with you. What is it, Augusta? The scarred man's face came into view. Do you need something? They're dead. The old woman's face lit up. All three of them are dead. What happened? Moody's face became expressionless. Did you do something? No. The smile refused to leave her face. The went up against a wizard named Black and he killed them all. A representative from the Austrian embassy brought me pictures. Black. Moody's eyebrows shot up. Could you show me those pictures? If you like, the woman agreed. But I'm going to want them back. I'm thinking of having them framed. It's not healthy to live in the past like this, Augusta, Moody sighed. I could say the same thing to you, Alistair, the old woman retorted. Take the photos, but bring them back. I will, Augusta. Moody nodded, taking the envelope. Goodbye, Alistair. Goodbye, Augusta. Moody stepped away from the fire and spent several moments looking through the photographs. Guess he was feeling creative, Moody mumbled to himself. Any further thoughts were cut short by another face in the fireplace. Moody, are you there? Remus asked cautiously. I'm here. The old Auror confirmed. What do you need? We've got an emergency meeting, the werewolf replied calmly. Snape has something that he wants to share. All right, Moody nodded. If you'll get your head out of my fireplace, then I'll be right there. Moody stepped through the fireplace and let his roving eyes search for threats. What's all this about then? Severus has something he'd like to tell us. Dumbledore smiled. With your permission, I'd like to hear it. Fine. Moody took a seat. Severus. Dumbledore smiled. The Lestranges have disappeared. Snape didn't bother to stand up. The Dark Lord is furious and he's been taking it out on the new recruits. Moody began to chuckle. Bet it's not what they expected when they joined up. Alistair, please. Dumbledore tried to defuse the situation. This is important, we have to start investigating. Don't bother, Moody interrupted. They're dead. Are you sure? Dumbledore lost his grandfatherly look and became dead serious. Sure as I can be with the information I have right now. Moody opened the envelope and dropped a couple of the photographs on the table. This is what they look like now. What happened? Dumbledore stared at the photos in horrified shock. Black, Moody replied calmly. They went after him, and my guess is that he wasn't too happy about that. I see, Dumbledore nodded. Do you know where Mr. Black is right now? I have a pretty good idea, Moody nodded. Why? I'd like you to get a look at him, maybe even talk to him. Dumbledore gestured down at the photographs. I don't like knowing so little about a man that's capable of doing this. I can't. Moody held up his hand. I said can't, not won't. I was talking to a friend in the Austrian ministry last night. I wanted to get an idea of what was happening and my friend wouldn't tell me a thing. I've known her for 40 years and the only thing I learned was that Black did something for them that put them in their debt. Do you have any idea what that might have been? Molly asked with a thoughtful frown. I have an idea, Moody nodded. But it's not something I can share with any of you. If you know, then you know why. And if you don't, then it's better you never know. Thank you, Alistair. Dumbledore spoke up. Does anyone else have anything to add? Luna. Father. Luna. Father. Luna. Fath. Luna. Father. Luna. Father. Luna. Father. Luna. Father. Luna. Father. Lou. I'm sorry, but it's just not the same without the ducks. I'm sorry, Father. Luna patted his arm sympathetically. But you know that the man at the shop won't sell us any more since the incident. I suppose, he sighed. Maybe if we were to get some geese. He told me that he won't sell any geese either, Luna frowned. Some people are just so narrow-minded sometimes. I know, and that's why I have another assignment for you. What is it, Father? Luna perked up. Did you finally get the location of the Great Missing Sock Depository? Or evidence of the Underpants Gnomes? No, nothing so important, I'm afraid. Luna's father shook his head. I want you to do a few more human interest stories on Mr. Black. But Father, Luna protested. I wanted a chance to report some real news. I know, dear, her father nodded. But I'm afraid that I don't have any real news to report, and these human interest stories on Mr. Black have been quite popular. What did he do now, Father? Luna tried to look on the bright side. Did he discover evidence that another species exists? I'm afraid not. Luna's father shook his head. Just few groups of Death Eaters in Austria. I'll get right on it, Father, Luna nodded. Maybe if we got a picture of a duck. I'm afraid that we wouldn't be able to pull off the big dance number at the end then. He sighed. But I'm sure we'll think of something. Ambushed and killed, you say? The man behind the counter at the portkey shop asked with a frown. I'm afraid that your warranty doesn't cover that. Quote, the Dark Lord begs to differ, one of the younger Death Eaters tried to threaten. Really? The nerdy-looking man fought hard to suppress his laughter. Well, I suppose that if the Dark Lord begs, then it would be rude to disagree. That's right, the Death Eater nodded. People who disagree tend to disappear. Only what? I thought you people worked for the ministry. The portkey seller was having the time of his life. That's what you told me anyway. The Death Eater stammered. We do. The minister likes it when we refer to him as Snarkboard. Snarkboard. The portkey seller frowned. Looked like all the deaths was affecting the quality of the recruits. I could have sworn you said Dark Lord. No, you must have misheard me. The Death Eater looked smug. I said Snarkboard. Okay, the portkey seller shrugged. Why was there an ambush if you work for the ministry? Because, the Death Eater stopped to think, things were so hard now that the inner circle had been reduced. That's a ministry code word for accident. Oh, the portkey seller nodded. If it was an accident, then your warranty is valid. Do you have a receipt? Receipt? The Death Eater asked. What receipt? You need a receipt to get a full warranty, the shopkeep explained. Unless of course you're willing to take store credit. Yeah, store credit. Okay, the shopkeeper nodded. I had some experimental charms I wanted to try anyway. What experimental charms? The Death Eater asked suspiciously. Oh, just a few charms I whipped up to keep you from dying in another bizarre and improbable accident. Oh, the Death Eater nodded. That's all right then. Just take him the letter Hedwig, Hermione pleaded. You saw me write it, so you know it doesn't have any tracking spells. The owl hooted sadly, but refused to move. Come on Hedwig, Hermione. E tried to reason with the bird. I just want him to know that I'm worried about him and Ron S. Aid that none of the other owls could find him. I know you could do it. The owl gave another melancholy hoot. I'm sorry Hedwig. Hermione began stroking the owl's feathers. I didn't mean to imply and I thought you were deliberately shirking your responsibilities. I'm just worried about Harry and it's making me say inconsiderate things. The owl gave a slightly less depressed sounding hoot. Why don't we do some reading? Hermione suggested. I've got several new books on charms and defense against the dark arts. Why don't we look over those to see if there might be something we can use to help Harry when he comes back? Harry woke up late the next morning and started to pack. Austria was great and nothing odd or dangerous had happened, but he was starting to think that it was time to move on. While staying in one place for the remainder of his vacation was tempting, he couldn't force himself to stay when there were still new places to see and things to do. After all, it wasn't like He was going to have an opportunity to do this later in life. Shouldering his pack, Harry took one last look around the room and smiled. It was nice to have a chance to relax and enjoy the peace for a change. He had no doubt that his next destination would not be so sedate. Ah well, he could still hope for the best. Hungarian Horntails. Hungarian Horntails. If I've told you once I've told you 1,000 times. The professor shouted as he and his assistant walked out of their hangar. Pink is not a good color for our Zeppelin. But I like pink, Hench Girl shouted back. And if I can't have pink then I want green. There will be no. The professor's tirade was cut off by the sound of several people clearing their throats. What do you want? We just wanted to discuss the fact that you decided to use Tesla disk turbines to power that dirigible of yours. The figure brandished a large pipe menacingly. We think it might be a good idea if you were to rethink that. Yeah, one of the other figures agreed. People who power dirigibles with Tesla disk turbines suffer accidents around here. My good fellows. The professor began, somewhat annoyed that his argument with his hench girl had been interrupted. I would never dream of powering a dirigible with a Tesla disk turbine. Why, the very idea is pure insanity. Then what do you have in that hangar? The first figure asked sarcastically. Sure looks like a dirigible to me. Ah, a common mistake. The professor nodded. That's not a dirigible. It's a Zeppelin. Oh, the first figure nodded. Then we have no beef with you, unless, Hench Girl echoed. Unless you're planning to arm it with Sten guns, the second figure finished. If you are, why would we do something as silly as that? Hench Girl was appalled. What do you take us for? We're sorry for the mix-up. The first figure gave an unseen smile. Good luck with your Zeppelin. Thank you, the professor and Hench Girl replied. What pleasant fellows, the professor remarked. I thought so, Hench Girl agreed. Now, as I was saying, if I can't have pink then I want green. You will get no such thing, the professor shouted. Silver is what Zeppelins were and silver is what ours shall be. Quote, Harry walked out of his hotel and spent several hours wandering around the magical sections of Vienna before Wanderlust forced him to find a place to purchase transportation to his next destination. Good afternoon, the shopkeeper nodded. What can I do for you? I was hoping to get a portkey to Hungary, Harry shrugged. I was told that I might be able to get something here. I'm afraid that arranging a portkey to Hungary is quite impossible, the shopkeeper held up his hand. Not because I am trying to withhold it, but because of the protections at the Hungarians have raised around their country. What happened? Harry made himself comfortable. As you may know, Hungary is a country that has suffered many trials. The shopkeeper sighed. The First Great War, the Muggle powers decided to slice it into several smaller nations as punishment for having the poor luck of choosing the losing side. What does that have to do with today? Harry asked with a curious frown. A cabal of wizards managed to get word of the impending shift and decided to do what they could to save as much of their territory as they possibly could. The shopkeeper gave an evil smile. All was going well for the mostly French teams of wizards that were involved in shifting the borders and collecting war reparations until one day a team ported in and found themselves far off the mark. I know the feeling of having to adjust to a bad port, Harry nodded. It's not pleasant. What was worse, the old shopkeeper smirked, was that they could not get any form of magical transportation to work. It seems that a group of wizards calling themselves the Bubahos Brigades had put up wards around their remaining borders, sealing them from any means of magical transportation. What happened next? Harry leaned forward. I have a hard time believing that the various wizarding governments would just give up. You're right, the old shopkeeper nodded. They didn't give up, and time has shown that the wizards in the first group were the lucky ones. The next several groups found themselves in a cavern with several large and rather angry Hungarian horntails. Most subsequent travelers have met similar fates. I believe that the last man ended up in the Bermuda Triangle after being repeatedly obliviated. They're still worried about something that happened almost 100 years ago. Harry asked incredulously. No, the shopkeeper shook his head. That was only the beginning. It gets worse, much worse. They managed to keep the outside world at bay until the Second Great War, when again their country was threatened by outside forces. After the war, it seemed for a time that things might be looking up until it became clear to all that the Soviet liberators had no intention of leaving the country. This led up to the revolt of 1956. What happened? The people revolted against the Soviet-controlled government and managed to throw them out for a short amount of time. Unfortunately, resistance was crushed when the Soviet army marched into the country. The old shopkeeper gave a sad sigh. The magical community refused to stand by and was active in resisting the Soviet attack and helping several people escape. All was going well until the Committee for State Security arrived, bringing with them several teams of loyal wizards. What followed was a war between Bubahos Brigades and KGB wizards. On the plus side, the war had the unintended consequence of keeping most of the old Soviet Union's most effective magical teams pinned down in one area. On the minus, it ensured that the Bubahos Brigades would have ample reason to be worried about foreign wizards. Wow, Harry shook his head. They don't sound like very friendly people. That's not quite correct. The shopkeeper shook his head. The non-magical people are some of the friendliest in the world. It's only the magical people are a bit paranoid. Is it still possible to visit? Harry asked with a frown. I would rather not impose on people that would just like to be left alone. It's still possible if you are willing to speak to a representative from one of the Bubahos Brigades and assure them that you have no intention of conquering their country. They might also want to know why you are visiting. That's fine, Harry nodded. How do I do that? Saint, get to Budapest and someone will come to investigate, the shopkeeper smirked. I'll be sure to warn them of your arrival so they're not too jumpy when you show up. They're not very happy about magical people dropping by, so I guess I'll have to arrange some form of Muggle transportation then, Harry shrugged. Do you know where I can arrange that? Yes, the shopkeeper nodded. Avala Eurocity leaves from Westbahnhof around 10 or 11, and you're at Budapest by 1 o'clock, or you could do something a bit unusual. Like what? Vienna and Budapest were once the twin capitals of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. And for that reason there are many houses and shops that existed in both cities. The shopkeeper waved his hand to a door in the back of the shop. Most of them have been sealed up, but some of them remain serviceable. Quote, sounds great. Harry nodded enthusiastically. Thank you. Just go down the street to the for sale bar. It's just over the bridge in front of the Gellert Hotel. There is a restaurant upstairs that serves an excellent goulash soup. I'll tell them to meet you there. Thank you. Harry smiled as he stepped through the indicated door. No, Harry, the shopkeeper spoke softly to avoid being heard. Thank you for what you are going to do for us. Harry walked out of the door and immediately came face to face with an old rusted-out Russian tank, evidence that the conflict over who would control Hungary's magical sections was fought with both magical and non-magical forces. Looking at it sadly, he continued up the street toward the location of his meeting. How may I help you? A man greeted Harry as he entered the bar. I need a table, Harry replied immediately. I have to meet someone, so I'll need at least 2 seats. Yes, sir, the man nodded. Will you require anything else? Yes, Harry nodded. I've been told that your goulash is excellent, so bring up a bowl if it's not too much trouble. Not a problem, sir, the man nodded. I'll take care of it. Harry took a seat and was halfway through his soup when he was joined by a beautiful woman. Name? The woman asked coldly. Black, Ms. Morosi, Marosine Varga Catalan. She replied with no hint of warmth in her voice. Purpose of your visit? Tourism. Inwardly Harry shrugged. If she didn't want to be friendly, then he wasn't going to make the effort. I wanted to do some sightseeing while I was here. What do you plan to do and see? The woman regarded him suspiciously. And where do you plan to go after this? I don't know. I'm told that there are some wonderful forests. Here, I wouldn't mind getting a look at some of your dragons if that's possible. After this, Harry took a moment to think. I don't have any solid plans, so maybe, Crimea. Why do you wish to view the dragon breeding areas? The woman became absolutely still as she waited for his answer. I like dragons, Harry smiled. And I've spent quite a bit of time around them, they're wonderful creatures. And I think that it would be marvelous to see them in their home ranges. I see, she relaxed, having finally divined the reason for a visit by the mysterious Mr. Black. Then I would suggest that you make your visit soon. It would be unfortunate if you were to delay your visit too long. Thank you, Harry smiled. Do I need any sort of pass? No. The woman pulled out a piece of paper and wrote a quick note. But if you give them this note, it will make your visit go much smoother. Thank you, Harry smiled. Would you like something to eat? My treat. Thank you but no, the woman smiled. Just visiting the dragons as soon as you possibly can will be thanks enough for me. It will be the first thing I do after I find myself a hotel room, Harry promised. Thank you for the help and have a nice day. What a nice woman. Harry mused to himself as he finished his soup. Going to all that trouble to make sure I visit the dragons, she must really be fond of the beasts. Getting up, Harry paid for his meal and walked the short distance to the Gellert Hotel. May I help you, sir? The man behind the desk asked with a raised eyebrow. I'd like to get a room, Harry replied. The best in the hotel if it's available. Right away, Mr. Black, Harry smiled. And after I check in, I need to go out for a while. So is it possible to leave my room key with the front desk? Of course, sir, the man nodded. If you like you can leave your luggage here and I'll have someone put it in your room, that way you can go about your business while we get everything ready. Sounds perfect, Harry nodded. Thank you. We try to take care of our guests, the desk man smiled. Will there be anything else, sir? No, Harry shook his head. Just let me get one thing from my pack and I'll be on my way. Very good, sir. The desk man turned away and returned to his paperwork. Harry rummaged around his pack for a few minutes before finding his guidebook, and after one long look around the hotel lobby, he made his exit. Harry walked back to the magical section of town and found a place to sit. Flipping through his guidebook, he soon found the section on Hungarian horntails. The Hungarian horntail is one of the most recognizable of the dragon family. Its black scales and bronze horns make it easy to identify, and the market for black dragon hide has exploded since the emergence of the Dark Lord Grabhold, who dressed his followers in dark colors in defiance to the previous tradition, which had the Dark Lord dressed in purple and his followers dressed in pink. Deciding not to read any more about historic Dark Lord fashion trends, Harry closed his guidebook and walked into the nearest magical shop. How may I help you? The woman behind the counter asked with a frown. I wanted to go see the dragons, Harry smiled. Do you know how I could get to where the dragons are? I couldn't find anything in my guidebook and I was hoping to get some directions. Not a problem, the woman smiled. I could arrange a portkey if you'd like. That would be great, Harry nodded. Thank you. You might wish to look around while I make the arrangements. The woman gestured towards a corner of the store. I think I might have some books on dragons over there if you're interested. Thank you. Harry headed towards the indicated corner and began browsing. Harry returned to the counter with an armload of books and a grin on his face. Have you got the portkey ready yet? Yes, I do, the woman nodded. Quite a lot of books you got there. Yes, Harry looked down. I'm afraid I cleared out your entire stock. Not my entire stock. The woman began calculating the cost of Harry's purchases. I have a few things in the back that I don't show to the general public. Any chance of letting me see any of it? Harry asked with a grin. Sounds like something I'd like to add to my library. Depends. The woman gave a coy smile. What's your name? Black. Harry smirked. Mr. Black. I see. The woman gave a slow nod. Give me a minute to check the back. Sure. Harry smiled. Take all the time you need. The woman spent several minutes in the back room and emerged with a large box full of books. I brought all the books I had in the back. Not all of them are about dragons, I'm afraid. They are all quite interesting though. That's fine, I'll take them all. Harry shrugged. Are they safe to shrink or should I do something else? Use this. The woman pulled a small leather organizer. It has a rather long and confusing name, but I just call it a pocket dictionary. It's an antique. They were popular with travelers and pilgrims until international portkeys became so cheap and reliable. Sounds like a good gift for a friend of mine. Harry took the small item. Do you have another one of these? I'm afraid that I only have the one, the woman frowned. No one wants them anymore and this is the only one I have left. I'm sure that you could have another made if you knew the right people. I suppose I do know the right people, Harry grinned. Does it have any drawbacks? It won't hold very many books, the woman shrugged. And I'm afraid that the Weeg HT reduction charms are rather primitive. I'll take it, Harry nodded. Do I have enough time to put the books in the organizer before the portkey activates? Of course, the woman nodded. I forgot to ask, do you want the portkey to return you here or to some other location? Could you get me back to my hotel? Harry asked hopefully. It's in a non-magical neighborhood. Not a problem, Mr. Black. The woman pushed over a small bronze dragon. Horntail will take you there and hotel will return you. Thank you. Harry paid for and pocketed his purchases. Horntail. Are you Mr. Black? A soot-covered man asked nervously. We've been told that a man named Mr. Black was coming. I am. Harry nodded. I guess you've been expecting me. I have. The man nodded. How much experience do you have with dragons? Not very much, I'm afraid, Harry admitted. I watched the hatch and later helped raise one, and I've had a bit more experiences with older dragons. Why? I was hoping you could help with what's been happening. The man's shoulders dropped. I guess that it was silly to get my hopes up like that. I may not have very much experience, Harry frowned. But I do know a couple of experts. I also have several books that we can look through before we call them in. Wonderful. The man regained some of his enthusiasm. Do you want to look at them now, or would you like to hear what's been happening? Why don't you tell me what's been going on first? Harry replied calmly. Then we can look at the dragons. It all started a few months ago when I noticed one of the larger males seemed sluggish. The man took a deep calming breath. He got worse and his scales began to dull. We isolated him from the others, but by then it was too late. At this time, every one of THE dragons are showing signs of the sickness. Let's go take a look at them. Harry took a deep breath. Do you have any idea what they're supposed to look like under mage sight? I'm afraid I don't. The man shook his head. Why? Because the only thing I can do aside from flip through these books is look at them under mage sight, Harry shrugged. I don't have many talents, but I do have a few. Maybe one of the books will have something. The man gave a hopeful grin. So why don't we flip through them first? Good idea, Harry nodded. You take this stack, and I'll take the other. And with luck, one of us will find something. The man nodded. The two of them spent several hours going through the books, Harry going slow and making the occasional note. The other man quickly flipping through the books, and occasionally making in-depth reads and rereads of new information. I've found nothing. The man tossed down the last book in disgust. Did you perhaps find something? No quick answers. Harry shook his head. But I did find several diagnostic charms. With any luck we'll be able to gather up enough information so that my friends can figure out what's wrong. I hope you're right, Mr. Black. The man forced himself to stand. If you're not, then I'm afraid that Hungary's Hornadels will soon be no more. I promise that I will do everything I can to keep them alive. Harry put his books away. Now, let's go check the dragons. The two of them went through a long series of passages, finally emerging in a large cavern holding a large male dragon. Let me get to work, ha. RRY set up a place to write and began to cast spells. After several minutes of furious note-taking, Harry activated his mage sight. I'm going to need green, blue, red and pink ink. Right away. The man waved a hand, summoning the requested items. But why? Because those are the colors that showed up under Mage Sight for some reason. Harry shrugged. With any luck the experts will know what this all means. Tell me something, Mr. Black. The Dragon Keeper looked down at Harry's notes with a smirk. Do these experts speak Magyar? I don't believe so. Harry's face screwed up in confusion. Why? Because that is the language you wrote your notes in, the Dragon Keeper chuckled. It's not a problem. Just tell me what language to have it translated into. Give me a moment and I'll do it myself. Harry grabbed a quill and began translating. I'm sorry, I didn't notice I was putting it in the wrong language. Not a problem, Mr. Black. The Dragon Keeper's smirk was firmly in place. I don't read English so well, so it's good to have it in my native language. Well, now you have it in both. Harry handed over the translated notes. I'll put out the call that you need some help with your dragons. Is there any way that you'd like them to contact you? Or would you rather they just come here? Tell them to contact the Bubahos brigades and when asked have them tell the Bubahos Brigades that they are going to deal with the dragon problem. The Dragon Keeper smiled. That should solve the usual visa and entry problems. Thank you. Harry yawned. I've got to get back to my hotel. I'll try to get the ball moving before I get to sleep. Thank you, Mr. Black. The man waved his hands. Thank you for helping us deal with all of this. It's not a problem. Harry stifled another yawn. I just hope that things turn out okay. Hotel. Harry arrived in an ally close to his hotel, and forced himself to make the short walk at a quick pace. Welcome back, sir. The man at the front desk nodded. Here is your key. I'll have one of the bellhops lead you up. Thank you. Harry followed the bellhop up to his room. Here we are, sir. The bellhop opened the door and handed back the key. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call the front desk. Thank you. Harry tipped the man and pulled out his Zippo. Professor, are you there? I'm here, my friend, the professor's unique voice answered. What can I do for you? Is my portable flow connected to the normal flow network? Yes, it is. The professor gave an unseen nod. But I would be happy to make any calls for you, as I read as you sound. I think you should be getting to sleep soon. Sound fine. Harry gave another yawn. There is a problem with the dragons in Hungary. I've done what I can and I was hoping to call in a couple of experts to look over my notes and find a solution. Who do you need me to contact? The first is a man named Charlie Weasley. Harry blinked hard. I'm not sure of his flow address, but I'm sure you can get it if you flow the burrow in Ottery Street. Catchpole. Charlie Weasley, burrow. The professor repeated. Who else? The next is a man named Rubius Hagrid, usually just goes by the name of Hagrid. Harry stifled another yawn. He teaches care of magical creatures at Hogwarts, and he has experience with dragons. Try flowing Hogwarts to get in contact with him. Hagrid at Hogwarts, the professor agreed. Anyone else? One more thing. Harry struggled to keep his focus. How good is Hench Girl at brewing potions? One of the best, the professor answered immediately. Why? They might need some help with potions, and I'd rather have someone I trust providing it. Harry answered immediately. Unless you can think of anything else, then I'm going to bed. Good night, Mr. Black. The professor smiled. And goodbye. Goodbye. Harry replied. Hench Girl, Hench Girl. The professor screamed for his wayward assistant. Where are you? What? Hench Girl looked surly. I'm busy. Then I guess you don't want the chance to update your potions. Laboratory. The professor smirked. I'm sorry for disturbing you. Talk. Hench Girl was in no mood for games. I've been AWOC for the past 3 days and I was looking forward to some rest. Yes, I'm well aware that you've received several back issues of Teen Witch Weekly, or some such. It was Potions Quarterly, Hench Girl interrupted. But now is not the time to dwell on such things. The professor ignored her. Mr. Black feels that he may need some help from you with potions, so I think that it may be a good idea to get anything that you might conceive of needing. After I sleep. Hench Girl nodded. Nothing can start happening for a few hours anyway, and I shouldn't be working until I get some rest. Quite right, the professor nodded. I didn't want to spring it on you later with no warning. Good night. Hench Girl yawned and went off in the direction of the bed. Good night, the professor replied as he walked toward the fireplace. Burrow. Yes. A young red-headed female answered the call. Can I help you? I was hoping to speak with your brother, the professor smiled. I believe that they might be able to help me with a problem. Quote, not bothering to ask what brother the odd little man wanted, Ginny pulled her head out of the fireplace and called out. Fred, George, there's a strange man flowing you. After all, none of her normal brothers would be getting a flow from such an odd little man. What can one twin began? We do for you, the other finished. I am the professor, the little man replied proudly. And Mr. Black has asked me contact a man named Charlie Weasley about a problem in Hungary involving dragons. Mr. Black, one twin asked in surprise. Charlie, the other agreed. We'll do what we can. Do you have some way that Charlie can contact you? Here, the professor handed a small object through the flames. There are directions engraved on the side, just tell him to call for the professor. You invented this. Fred finished. Would you mind taking a look at some of our work? George smiled hopefully. I'm always happy to help out a pair of burgeoning inventors. The professor smiled, handing through two more small objects. Call me in a few days after everything has calmed down with the dragons. Thank you, Professor. Any time. The professor gave one last smile before ending the call. After World War I, the losing side was forced to pay the winning side. This effort was mostly driven by the French government, and it got so bad that the US government withdrew and refused to have anything to do with it. If this bashes anyone, it's short-minded and greedy politicians which can be found in any country. The Vikings considered pink to be a manly color. Ponder on. Everyone was waiting with bated breath for the meeting between the twins and the professor and hench girl. Here it is. Thanks go to Ms. Agnes Nemeth for her information on Hungary. Oma. K. Due to a spelling mistake that got caught. This takes place at some future part of the story and will be referenced if I remember it. Are you sure he's in there? The group of Death Eaters regarded the old factory with suspicion. And not just planning an ambush. I'm sure. The old night watchman nodded. He's in there and all alone. Poor bastard won't stand a chance. Excellent. One of the Death Munchers smirked. Mr. Black will die tonight. Whatever. The old night watchman shrugged. Just pay me and be on your way. Oh, we'll pay you all right. The assorted bad guys smirked. Cruck. And not with any dem spells either. The old man knocked the wand out of the way. Gold or cash? Don't take no checks. Fine. The Death Muncher muttered, digging through his pockets. But have you know that this goes against years of tradition? Cough it up. The old man held out his hand. And be on your way. It took several moments for the assorted Death Munchers to gather up enough gold to pay the old man. Thank you. The old man pocketed the gold. And seeing as how's ya paid without too much trouble, I'm gonna give you some advice. If yous wanna get the jump on Mr. Black, I'd advise you hide in the old bin full of copper. He'll never suspect an ambush from there. Good job, old man. The Death Eater gave an amateurish sneer. And if your information is wrong? No. The old man shook his head. You gotta do it like this. And if your information is wrong, see how I finished. The dramatic trailing off. Try it again. Like this. The Death Eater cleared his throat. And if your information is wrong? Perfect. The old man nodded. Now don't forget, bin full of copper. We got it. The Death Eaters nodded. Dumb bastards, the old man muttered as he watched them run off. I guess I better give 'em a few minutes to get into place before I hit the button. The old man waited a few moments before he started up the old factory. The Death Eaters scream med as the bin full of copper scrap that they had been hiding in was dumped into much larger crucible of melted copper. The next day, the workers that ran the old factory were shocked to discover someone had completed several days' work during the night in the form of several thousand feet of new copper cable. I should be tarred and feathered for that joke, the old man smirked. Turning a cabal of Death Eaters into a cable of Death Eaters, wonder if the professor will buy the finished product. Well, if he don't, I'm sure that Mr. Black will get a laugh when he hears about this. Dumbledore's obsessed with pornography. Dumbledore's obsessed with pornography. Harry woke late and took a deep breath the next morning. Just as he was about to let himself slip back into his dream, his eyes shot open. Because of his actions, It was likely that there were two Order members on their way to Hungary, worse, two Order members that were familiar with Harry Potter. Cursing, Harry rushed around the room, throwing his few possessions into his pack, frantically hoping to be ready and on the road before either of his friends could find him. Shouldering his pack, Harry cautiously peeked out the door to ensure that the hall was clear before walking down to the front desk. "May I help you?" The desk clerk smiled at Harry's approach. Checking out, Harry fought to keep his voice even. "Finished my business sooner than I expected. So there really isn't any point in staying much longer." "I understand, sir." The desk clerk nodded. "The cost of your stay has already been taken care of, so if you'll just sign here, thank you, sir." "Have a pleasant trip." "I will," Harry nodded. "Goodbye." Harry forced himself not to run as he returned to the magical shop where he had purchased the portkey to the dragon breeding grounds. "Hello again." The woman behind the counter smiled. "Need another portkey to visit the dragons?" "This time I need a portkey out of the country if you can swing it," Harry smiled. "And I'm in a bit of a hurry, I'm afraid." "I'm afraid that I can't get you an international portkey," the woman frowned. "But I can get you to my uncle's shop in Hollis. I know he can arrange something." "Thank you." Harry started to relax. "How soon can you get me to Hollis?" "Right now." The woman flipped the sign on her shop to closed. "I was planning to visit him when you showed up. Unless you'd rather not share a portkey." "A shared portkey is fine," Harry smiled. "Thank you." "Not a problem." The woman returned his smile. "Just touch the rope, and we're going in 3, 2. "Welcome." An older man greeted them on their arrival. "I didn't expect to see you for a few days yet. I guess you were able to wrap things up faster than I expected." "You'd guess right," the woman smiled. "He needs an international portkey too." "Crimea." "Excellent." The old man nodded. "I can get one that will take you to my cousin's shop in Yalta. It won't take but a few hours for me to make the arrangements." "Thank you," Harry nodded. "And sorry to interrupt your visit with your niece." "My fault for not expecting you here sooner," the old man shrugged. "While you're waiting, feel free to look over what I have for sale or you could visit the Lace Museum," the old man smiled. "It really is something you have to do if you're visiting Hollis." "How far is it from her?" "Just down the street," the old man waved to the door. "You can't miss it." "Sounds nice," Harry nodded. "I think I'll do that. And be sure to pick up some lace while you're here," the old man called out as Harry retreated. "It may be expensive, but it's well worth the price." "Good afternoon," a woman greeted Harry upon his entrance to the Lace Museum. "Is this the Lace Museum?" Harry asked with a shy smile. "Yes, it is," the woman nodded. "You might wish to come back at another time. There is currently a school field trip wandering around the museum, so." "It's fine," Harry shrugged. "I don't have the time to come back anyway." "Then have a pleasant visit." "Thank you," Harry nodded. "I will." Harry spent a few minutes wandering around the museum and was examining one of the exhibits, when a young girl walked up. "If you look close, you can see the fish." "What?" Harry turned to look at the young girl. "I said that if you look closely you can see the fish." The young girl smiled. 3 superimposed fish is the symbol of Hollis. And if you look close you can find them around the border. My Nagipapi taught me that. Thank you, Harry smiled. I'm Black, what's your name? I'm Anish Nemeth, the girl smiled. Do you see the fish? Not yet, Harry squinted. Ah, there they are, thank you. Don't mention it, the girl smiled. Can you see the fish on this one? Well, Black says that he's on his way out of the country. Marosane Varga Catalan replied with a neutral look. He told the hotel desk clerk that his business has been completed. I see, the other figure nodded. Did he fix the problem we were having with the dragons? He cast several diagnostic charms and looked at them under mage sight. Catalan replied, nothing has been solved, but we have called in 2 outside experts that he recommended. Is there any indication that he didn't know that we were having problems? Any indication that his visit was a coincidence? I talked to the people that watched the dragons, Catalan smiled. They tell me that he had with him a rather large collection of books about the Hungarian horntail, many of which are so rare that the caretakers have never even heard of them. Not the sort of thing that a person just happens to have with them. I see, the other figure paused. Do we have any idea how he knew that we needed help? We have one theory, Mr. Black was seen talking to Bella Capus's granddaughter. Catelyn smiled. He may be retired but that doesn't mean that he's out of the game, the other figure laughed. I suppose those old-timers do stick together. Have you looked for a connection? There were several people that helped us during the 1956 revolution, Catelyn smiled. And many of them don't have a name to go with them. Black could be any one of them. I see. The other figure nodded. Keep looking, and tell me if you find anything. I will, sir. Catelyn nodded. How close do you want us to watch The Outsiders that Black recommended? They're here already. The figure considered the question for a moment. Don't be obvious about it. They are here by our invitation after all. As you say, Catelyn agreed. Great ta be, heir. Hagrid greeted the Hungarian dragon keepers a bit too enthusiastically. Now where's the dragons? Right through there, sir. The dragon keeper smiled nervously. Be careful, they're dangerous. I'm sure they wouldn't hurt a fly. Hagrid disagreed as he walked towards the cute cuddly dragons. Can you tell me why the two of us were contacted? Charlie asked after Hagrid had gone. You were recommended by Mr. Black. The dragon keeper smiled. He told me that he couldn't do much. Then he wrote out 40 pages of notes and observations and told me that he was going to contact you and Mr. Hagrid. I see. Charlie frowned. Is it possible for me to speak with Mr. Black? I'd like to get his input on a few things if I could. I'm afraid not. The dragon keeper shrugged. I spoke to his hotel and they informed me that he had left the country. Pity. Charlie shrugged. The order would have to wait. Could you show me those notes? Right here, sir. The man pulled out a thick stack of paper. Mr. Black was kind enough to provide an English translation so that you would have a reference. How thoughtful of him. Charlie took the papers. Let's get to work. Hello. Harry returned to the store. Is anyone here? Just a moment. The shopkeeper replied. The portkey isn't ready yet, but it will be in a few moments. Feel free to browse the store while you wait. Okay. Harry chuckled silently. These shopkeepers were always trying to get him to buy souvenirs. Did you find anything? The shopkeeper walked to the counter with a smile. A few things. Harry placed a few items on the counter. I like these glass things. Hand-cut Gota lead crystal. The shopkeeper nodded. Very good choice. I've also set aside some magical lace if you'd like. I already bought quite a bit of non-magical lace, but why not? Harry shrugged. Add it to the rest of my things. I also have your portkey ready. The man bagged Harry's purchases. Have a good trip. Thank you. Harry paid for his purchases. I only wish that I could have stayed longer. Come back and visit us again someday, the shopkeeper smiled. And get a chance to look at what you missed. I'm not sure that I'll live that long. Harry smiled sadly, and disappeared. Hello. An older man greeted Harry upon his appearance. How are you today? Very good. Harry yawned. Can I arrange an internal portkey here? Yes. The man nodded. Where would you like to go? Quote, half a league, half a league, half a league onward. Harry smiled. All in the Valley of Death Road the 600, the old shopkeeper nodded. The charge of the Light Brigade, Harry shrugged. Tennyson. I'll have it ready as soon as I can, the shopkeeper nodded. If you're here to see the Valley of Death, then I might have something you'd be interested in. What's that? Harry's eyebrows shot up in interest. There was a rather old soldier that served in the campaign. The shopkeeper pulled out a long wrapped bundle from under the table. Story goes that he was a squib from one of the less tolerant families and he left home and bought a commission. He distinguished himself in his first campaign and his father heard that the son that had on Lee brought shame to the family name was now bringing glory. Glory in the Muggle world? Harry asked mildly. Glory killing Muggles, the old shopkeeper shrugged. He wasn't a very nice person but he did have his moments. He decided that if his son was going to do the family proud by killing Muggles then the family was going to help. He went to the finest makers and commissioned a sword, then he charmed it with all the knowledge of his family. What could it do? It had several effects, most of them were fairly standard. Increased damage, ever sharpness, and in certain circumstances it would emit a faint green glow. The old shopkeeper smiled. Its most interesting feature though was the fact that it could change into a scythe. Why did they charm it to do that? Harry frowned. And how did it get its power? I doubt that they would bother to waste enough energy on a squib to keep it going forever. It would drain ambient energy to keep itself going, the shopkeeper shuddered. Very dark magic. Plants would wither and animals would get nervous when it was out of its sheath. Let me look at it, Harry requested. All right. The old man unwrapped the sword. Don't see that it's old cause much harm if we put it back quickly. Harry pulled out the sword and spent several minutes checking the blade and its charms under mage sight. Finally he resheathed it and glanced down at the name on the handle. How much? Harry's voice came in a whisper. Seeing as how it belongs to your family, the old man grinned. I don't think I should charge. What happened to the soldier? Major Black. The shopkeeper shrugged. No one knows. He disappeared, might have been killed, might have resigned, and might have been taken prisoner. No one knows. All that was ever found was his sword. When will you have the portkey ready? Shouldn't be too long, the shopkeeper smiled. Where do you want it to take you after your visit? Romania. Harry was still a bit shaken. Close to the Dragon Sanctuary. For a bit more I can put in another destination if you'd like, the old man gave a wide grin. Transylvania after that, Harry tore his eyes off his new sword. Will that be a problem? Not at all. The old man shook his head. One piece of advice though. What? When you're traveling in Transylvania, be sure to be armed. Won't hurt to have that new sword of yours on your hip. The old man waved in the direction of Harry's new blade. Sometimes being visibly armed is enough to solve the problem. Other times, it helps to have things hidden. Don't matter what you chose to do. Just don't be without a weapon in Transylvania. Why? Harry frowned. Should I avoid going? One thing having visible arms does is it shows that you have the money to buy them, shows that you're too important to be a food source. The shopkeeper shrugged. Transylvania is a good place to visit. But it's also not a safe place to visit if you have any magical blood. So I should skip it then. Harry sighed in disappointment. Ah well, one more place I'll never see. I never said that. The shopkeeper shook his head. I said that it was dangerous. So long as you're careful, then I don't see any reason to skip it. Read that guidebook of yours and talk to the locals. I will, Harry nodded. How long until the portkey is ready? Right now. The old man handed over a small steel ball on a chain. Once you're tired of seeing the Valley of Death, say 2, when you're tired of that say 3, and when you're tired of that buy a new portkey. Thank you, Harry nodded. How much do I owe you, and when it's set to go off? Nothing, and right now. The shopkeeper grinned at his customer's shocked expression as he disappeared. It was only right to give him a bit of a break knowing what he was about to face. Those notes that Charlie brought in. Moody glanced down at the stack of paper. I looked over them. Looks like they've got some sort of pattern. Could it be chance? Albus asked with a thoughtful smile. Are your constant vigilance getting the best of you? The chances of it being natural are slim to none. Moody gave the notes another look. I'd like to take some time to look over them. Very well. Dumbledore nodded. Then unless someone has something else to add, I call this meeting of the Order of the Phoenix to an end. We'll meet again in 12 hours to discuss how our assignments went. 12 hours later. Well, Albus, I did it. Moody yawned. After 8 hours I finally managed to figure out the message that Mr. Black encoded in his notes. Can't say I have any idea what it means though. What are they? Albus asked with a smile. Just a few numbers, Moody shrugged. 362333. Now why would Black have taken the time to code the measurements to this month's Playwizard centerfold? Dumbledore mused aloud. The order froze and several members began pinching themselves nervously to check if they were in the land of dreams. Albus. McGonagall. Dumbledore chuckled nervously. They have good articles. Like the one on barbecuing in last month's issue, Tonks nodded. That was a good one. Barbecuing? Dumbledore asked dumbly. The members shifted their frozen stare to the young Auror. Like he said, Tonks shrugged. It has good articles, also helps me shift into different body types to see them without any clothes. Good practice. Moving back to the subject. The headmaster smiled nervously. Does anyone have any idea why Mr. Black would put that in the notes? Maybe he thinks Charlie should get out more, Tonks shrugged. Who knows? He's playing with us. Moody frowned. Wanted to see if we would take the time to go over what he left. I concur, Dumbledore nodded. It looks like Mr. Black is pulling some sort of prank on us. The Valley of Death. The Valley of Death. Well, the outside experts that Black called in figured out the problem, Catelyn replied. Vitamin deficiency coupled with a mild disease. The draconic equivalent of scurvy while contracting the common cold. Either one by itself would have been simple to treat. Together, they were far more serious. Quote, have they fixed it? We're in the process of solving the problem. But there have been some delays. What delays? Well, Catelyn sighed. They want to use the services of a potions master of their choice. The keepers refuse to let the man anywhere near the dragons. Don't we have our own potions masters? The other figure seemed amused. Why not use one of them? None of them speak English fluently enough to feel confident that they won't make a mistake. Marosane Varga. Catelyn shrugged. They seem to speak it well enough to me, but I guess that when you're dealing with medicines, you don't want to take chances. Didn't BL Ak offer the services of one of his people? Yes, he did, she nodded. But she's a bit unstable. She was refused her master's certificate because she was considered too impulsive. That's the public reason, the other figure shrugged. Have you found out the private reason? I would suspect that it's because she likes to read Muggle science books, Catelyn smirked. And the fact that she likes to create things that blend Muggle technology and magic. I see, the other figure nodded. A Muggle born facing a panel of purebloods. No sir, she shook her head. A pureblood facing a mixed panel, mostly half-bloods. Some mixed bloods and 3 purebloods. Who all wanted to prove their social positions by being even snottier than they had to be. The dark figure nodded. There is no snobbery worse than Nouvelle Rich snobbery. As you say, Catelyn shrugged. How do you want us to deal with this situation? Use Black's potions mistress, the dark figure replied. If she's good enough for him, then I suspect that she's the best. Have our masters watch her work, and if necessary, have her make something more difficult to show her skill. I want to repay both her and Black, and it's strict. Me that helping her get her long withheld master's papers is a good start. Yes sir, Catelyn nodded. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Harry appeared on the top of a hill and gazed into the valley. For a moment, he saw the place as it had been, and for a moment he saw the men of the Light Brigade charging into the Russian guns. The charge of the Light Brigade, the charge of the Heavy Brigade. And the thin red line of heroes. Harry spoke in a whisper. They talked about you when I was younger. It was the only time I can remember them being harsh with Dutters. He said something bad about you, and my uncle threatened to give me half of the Little Wales Desert. Didn't happen of course, but even he respected your sacrifice. Harry drew his sword and saluted. I wish I had you helping me. I wish I had men even half as brave as you behind me when I fought in the cemetery. I'll try to be as brave as you. I promise that I'll honor your memory by facing my end with the same courage you met yours with. Harry shuddered as his vision of the past became a bit too vivid, and maybe after things end. Maybe people will be able to talk about it the same way they talk about this. Maybe I'll stop being the boy who lived, or the boy who died. Maybe I'll just be Harry, the man who faced his end like a trooper of the 13th. Harry sheathed his sword. It would be Nick. To have people respect me for something I actually did for a change, even if I'm not around to enjoy it. I suppose that if you have to die, it's better to die on your feet like a man than to run and try to avoid my fate. Harry shrugged. Not like running would do me any good anyway, too. Harry arrived in front of a large open iron gate. Peering inside cautiously, he was startled by a greeting. Hello. Come right in. Hello. Harry took a cautious step through the gate. Who are you? I'm Spencer Cummings, the man replied cheerfully. Welcome to the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary. Thank you. Harry stepped in. Has Charlie gotten back from Hungary yet? Not yet. The man shook his head. But I can take a message if you like. No thanks. Harry allowed himself to relax. I was just wondering if they had solved the problem yet. Not to the best of my knowledge, Spencer shrugged. But I'm sure that they'll have it wrapped up in no time. Sign the guest book and I'll give you the tour. This is my first year at the sanctuary and I haven't given any tours before, so you'll be my first. All right, Harry agreed, signing the book. Let's go. The two of them spent several minutes walking through the sanctuary, and Spencer was obviously enjoying his time as a guide. That over there is the dragon that Harry Potter faced in the third task of the Tri-Wizard Tournament, Spencer pointed D to the indicated dragon with a smile on his face. Feel a bit sorry for the beast, having to go against the boy who lived. There was no way it could win. Didn't believe the rumors that he was a glory hound, or a dangerous lunatic, huh? Harry fought to keep the annoyance off his face. Course not. Spencer shook his head. Sides, Charlie knows him and says that he's a very modest boy. He won't hear of anyone speaking out against him, and neither will I. That's rather refreshing, Harry muttered. What about that dragon? Why does he look so depressed? Well, the indicated dragon's head shot up and it began running towards Harry and Spencer. Run. Wait. Harry stood perfectly still. Running from a large predator is never a good idea. Spencer ignored the advice and took off as fast as his legs could carry him. The dragon stopped just before it was about to trample Harry and lowered its snout to get a good whiff of his hair. Norbert. Harry reached up to pet the dragon's snout. You've grown. It's good to see you again. The dragon gave a contented sigh and laid down, allowing itself to be petted. I take it that Hagrid hasn't visited for a while. Harry scratched the dragon under the chin. And I guess that you've been lonely. Norbert gave another contented purr. I'll tell Charlie to have Hagrid visit you. Harry promised. Might be a good idea to have him leave something with a bit of his scent too. Harry had to spend about 2 hours petting and playing with the lonely dragon before it was willing to let him out of its sight. Don't worry, Norbert, I'll see what I can do to make sure you get visited more often. You're alive. Spencer's eyes were the size of basketball hoops when he saw Harry's return. I was just calling in reinforcements to go recover your body. Well, Harry's reply was cut off by the arrival of a dozen heavily armed men. Where's this tourist we gotta recover? A woman with several visible burns and scars asked with a frown. And what were you doing giving a tour without supervision? I'm right here, Harry spoke up. So you don't have to bother going out after me. Fought. I am off yourself. The woman nodded. Not many people can fight a dragon without backup. I didn't fight him. Harry shook his head. I hid from him then, one of the men asked. Sensible. Much more intelligent than most. Too afraid of being called a coward. I didn't hide from him. Harry shook his head again. I musta distracted him somehow and made your escape. Another of the men nodded. Another good strategy. I played with him. Harry was tired of being interrupted. And petted him. He wasn't trying to hurt me, he was lonely. Lonely? The tough-looking woman asked incredulously. Yes, lonely, Harry confirmed. Tell Charles, i.e. to get Hagrid to visit his baby more often. Norbert is lonely and he just wants to play. 3. Tired of talking to such rude people, Harry activated his portkey and left. Played with one of the tough-looking men shook his head in wonder. We gotta give this guy a job. He'd fit right in. What's his name? Spence? I'm not sure. The man smiled nervously. Let me check my guest book. Check it then. The woman nodded. Any man brave enough to stand up to a charging dragon and nuts enough to pet and play with it has a place on my team. It says here his name is, oh dear. Let me see that. One of the men grabbed the book. Says, that his name is Mr. Black. I thought he was a myth. The woman shook her head, something that the Quibbler dreamed up to sell more papers. He's real. One of the men confirmed. Got a brother-in-law in law enforcement. From the way he talks, the Quibbler doesn't even tell you half of what the guy does. No wonder he wasn't worried about the dragon. Spencer's voice was filled with awe. Even if he couldn't have charmed it, it didn't pose any danger to him. I'm back. Charlie entered. What did I miss? Quite a bit. The scarred woman looked at Charlie with a shell-shocked expression. Who's your friend? This is Hagrid. Charlie introduced the giant man. I was hoping to. Mr. Black says that Hagrid needs to visit his baby more often, the woman interrupted. He's getting lonely. Ah, knew it. Enormous tears threatened to leak from the corners of Hagrid's eyes. Where is he? Where's my little Norbert? Spencer will take you to go see him. The woman's expression didn't change. And I'm going to go get drunk, very drunk. I'm comin' too. One of the men agreed. Me too, another agreed. After what I saw today, I do. And think I'm ever gonna be sober again. Won't someone please tell me what's going on? Charlie demanded. Congratulations, hench girl. The chief of Hungary's Potions Mastery Board smiled. We have found that your work more than entitles you to recognition as a full master. I'm honored. Hench girl wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. Thank you. Before you go, another member of the panel stopped her. Would you mind telling us why you're called Hench girl? Because I'm the professor's hench. Hench girl shrugged. I know that henchman is more traditional, but I'm a girl. Yes, well, you won't have to be a hench anymore. The man replied with a smile. You're a full master now. No, hench girl shook her head. I'll still be a hench. Why? One of the female members of the board looked to be working herself into a rage. Is it because you're a woman? No, hench girl shook her head. It's because I lost the coin toss. Coin toss? The woman replied dumbly. Yes, hench girl frowned. I picked heads and the professor picked tails and won. It's not fair. He looks more like a proper hench than I do as short as he is. Granted he doesn't have a hump, but I'm sure that we could think of something. How did losing a coin toss make you a hench? The woman had an odd look on her face. Well, hench girl replied. There can only be one professor or doctor, and they usually have a loyal hench. We both wanted to be the professor, so I proposed a coin toss. He won. Shutta picked rock paper scissors. He always picks rock. Yes, well, congratulations hench girl. The professor interrupted with his loud entrance. I knew you could do it. See, hench girl pointed. I told you he fits the part better than I can. Yes, well, let's be off. The professor smiled. We have to get back to our laboratory. I want to pick up a few things first. Hench girl disagreed. Laboratory, shopping, laboratory, shopping, laboratory, shopping, laboratory, shopping. G, laboratory, shopping, laboratory, shopping, laboratory, shop, rock, paper, scissors. Deal. The professor nodded. Good old rock. Nothing beats rock. Ha! Hench girl cried in triumph. Paper covers rock. I win. That makes no sense, the professor whined. Why doesn't rock grind paper into nothingness? I don't make the rules, hench girl shrugged. But you will follow them. Fine. The professor pouted. Bye all. Hench girl waved cheerfully. Thanks for the mastery. 3 days later, I figured out what the message meant. Moody shook his head in disgust. Took me 3 days, but I figured out what it meant. Now I want to know how he knew that Albus, Reed, Playwizard, enough that he was able to recognize the measurements so fast. I told you, I like the articles. Dumbledore protested. I only recognize the measurements because Albus's obsession with pornography is not the issue here. McGonagall interrupted before the headmaster could think of an excuse. What did you figure out, Maid-Eye? I had Tonks do some checking, Moody leered. Well, Tonks smiled. I pretended to be interested in writing an article on how to cook the best hams, to get in some snoopin'. G revealed that the current centerfold had been arrested by the Americans for being a polyjuiced Death Eater. Black gave us all the info we needed. Moody gave an annoyed frown that scared half the room. And we thought that he was pulling some sort of prank. Master, Wormtail shuddered. I have some bad news and some humorous news. What's the humorous news? The Dark Lord hissed. Our spy at the Ministry tells us that Dumbledore is obsessed with pornography. Hey. The Dark Lord gave his first non-evil laugh in years. And the bad news, Mr. Black knew about our plot with the Playwizard centerfold. Wormtail shuddered, and warned the Order. Wormtail, the Dark Lord said calmly. Crucio. The Quibbler by Ms. E. A series of unfortunate events. That is the best way today. Cried the fates of several groups of Death Eaters that were dispatched to Austria by the Dark Lord to kill Mr. Black. We found the first group on some train tracks. Editor's note. Like the Hogwarts E. Express, and they weren't in very good shape. Reported a senior anonymous source in magical law enforcement. Looked like Black was still a bit angry about what happened in Germany. See a recap of T. He bloodbath in Germany on page A2. This was the first but by no means the last group of Death Eaters found killed in a horribly brutal way. Perhaps the most famous of Mr. Black's victims were the infamous Lestranges. Had to clean them up with a mop. Our source in the coroner's office went on to add, I don't know what they did to annoy him. But after seeing what he did to them, I would suggest suicide to anyone that angers Mr. Black. Mr. Black can speak to dragons. By someone other than Luna Lovegood. Mr. Black stunned the world yesterday with the first recorded taming of a dragon. The doctor, Agon named Norbert, is living in the Romanian dragon sanctuary. Handlers say that he is much more docile than most dragons. An anonymous source in the sanctuary tells us that Mr. Black was able to communicate with the dragon and determine that its unhappiness was caused by loneliness. As regular readers will know, Mr. Black has in the past shown that he is a talented cryptozoologist. His accomplishments include being instrumental in curing what is now being called the Hungarian dragon blight, the discovery of the crumple. Thanks go to Ed Becerra for making this a bit better than it was. The Black Baron. The Black Baron. The sun was starting to set as Harry arrived. Looking around, he realized that he was in some sort of clearing in a dark, forbidding forest, and he immediately pulled out his guidebook to get an idea of what he should expect. Transylvania is a wonderful country with a rich history. Transylvania is also filled with a large assortment of mystical creatures that regard humans as a good source of protein. What follows is a partial list of dangerous creatures and how to kill them. Editor's note. Most things will die if you chop off their head. When in doubt, try that. Vampires. Weaknesses include sunlight. Wooden stakes to the heart. Harry spent several minutes going over the list and only finished when he no longer had any light to read by. Remembering the shopkeeper's warning, Harry secured the sword to his hip and went digging through his pack for his whip and Pugio. Let's see if I can get this thing to work, Harry muttered as he uncoiled the whip. Hopefully without injuring myself too badly. Mental note. Get some healing potions. Giving the whip a few experimental cracks, Harry was pleased to learn that the whip seemed to move according to his will. Sending the tip over his shoulder, Harry frowned as the whip seemed to get caught on a branch or something. Giving it one good tug, he managed to get it free and returned it to his belt. Practice, he muttered to himself. I need more practice. Shaking his head, Harry began walking towards the distant lights that he hoped indicated some sort of town or inn. Behind him, two vampires were frozen in shock. Only seconds ago, they had watched as the stranger's whip wrapped around their leader's neck and decapitated what they had thought was an extraordinary powerful vampire. Back up, whispered one. Not even then, replied the other. Let someone else have this one. I think you're right. The first was still staring at the spot the stranger had been standing on. He didn't even bother to look back, he just killed. Not many people can do something like that. I never liked Vlad anyway, the second shrugged. What kind of vampire picks such a stereotypical name? And it's not like the stranger was after us. The second agreed. He let us go. Most humans with that kind of skill would have killed the both of us for even thinking about jumping him. Should we warn Volos? Let him die, the vampire laughed. Never liked him either. After a few minutes of walking, Harry came to the door of what looked like an inn. Shifting his clothing from backpacker to something a bit less noticeable, Harry entered the building. Every eye turned to watch Harry as he entered the room. Is there a place I can get a room around here? Harry asked the bartender with a smile. Upstairs, the woman nodded. If you want a room with a lock and a sturdy door, that's extra. If you want a room with a lock on the outside the door, that's extra. If you want clean sheets, that's extra. Harry nodded. One with a lock on the inside and a sturdy door. Fine, the woman nodded. Would you like something to eat? What do you have? We have soup and lamb. The woman looked up. If you want blood, then I suggest you ask Volos to share his with you. He doesn't like it if I give out his private stock without his permission. Lamb and soup will be fine, Harry nodded as he dropped a few silver coins on the bar. I'll eat it down here. Sit wherever you like. The woman turned her back. I'll have your food out in a bit. Thank you. Harry took a seat that allowed him to keep his back to the wall and a view of the door. His quiet vacation was getting to be more exciting than he could stand. Here, the woman dropped a large tray on Harry's table. I included a beer. Don't ever let it be said that I didn't give a man a good meal when the time came. When the time came, Harry looked up from his book with a raised eyebrow. Volos heard you were in town, the woman replied in a flat tone. And since I doubt that you have a way out of here, I'm sorry, but it's better he take you than someone we know. I didn't tell him and I don't know who did, but I'm sorry. Don't worry about it, Harry sighed and carefully closed his book. All I wanted was a quiet vacation, and for some reason I never get a moment's peace. Send him over when he comes in. Quote, you don't have to worry about that, the woman gave a cynical smile. I may not like it, but there is no way I would go against Volos and his gang. Harry Carr. He fully propped his book up and continued reading while he ate. Good meal, Harry complimented to the bartender as she cleared his plates. Could I get another beer, Ms.? You can have another beer, the woman nodded. And at no charge. As for the name, it's easier if I don't get too close to you. I'm sorry. Try to see it from my side, I'm sorry. Think nothing of it, Harry shrugged. We can talk more about it later. When do you think Volos will be arriving? Shouldn't be long, the woman glanced at the door nervously. I doubt that you'll even have a chance to finish your beer. Then you had better hurry and bring it to me. Harry smiled. Wouldn't want to miss drinking any more of it than I had to. The woman returned with Harry's beer and Harry returned to his book. Harry was halfway through his beer when the room became still. Looking up, Harry saw 3 pale men standing in the door. After pausing for a moment to speak with the bartender, the 3 men headed straight to Harry's table. You must be Volos. Harry forced himself not to show any of the nervousness that he was feeling. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. You're in my town. Volos gave a cruel smile. That means that you have to pay a tax. And there's only one thing you have that I want. I've been doing a bit of reading while I waited for you. Harry ignored the vampire's speech and smiled. I read that vampires were vulnerable to sunlight. Seems that there is something about the sun's rays that causes them to burn up. Is that true, or was my book mistaken? It's true. Volos was confused. They were usually begging for their life at this point. Pity that you don't have any sunlight with you. Isn't it? Harry smiled and hit all 3 vampires with a tanning charm. Then I guess that this will have to do. The vampires screamed as their flesh began to burn. Volos made a mad lunge across Harry's table and was able to make it half across before collapsing in agony. Harry's face showed no signs of the horror he was feeling as he examined the 3 writhing vampires. I expected it to do more than that. Oh well, looks like I'll have to finish this the old-fashioned way. And as the book said, few things can survive without their heads. The bar patrons watched in shock as the stranger drew a curved sword and decapitated the 3 vampires. Could I have the key to my room now? Harry asked calmly as he sheathed his sword. It's been a long day and I'd really like to get some rest. No key. The dumbfounded woman could only stare at the remains of the 3 vampires that had previously claimed ownership of the town. There's a bar you can put across the door, first one on the left. Thank you. Harry suppressed another shudder as he walked up the stairs. Seeing the 3 vampires burn had brought up unpleasant memories of his first year and the fate of his defense against the dark arts professor. And sorry about the mess. Did you see that? One of the men at the bar spoke after Harry had left. Did you see what he did to them? I saw, the woman nodded. Just think of what he could do to you if he decides to be insulted by the fact that you told Volos about him. It was him or one of us. The man protested. Volos wasn't going to live forever on the donations we provided him. Sooner or later he was going to take another one of us. Just hope that he feels the same way. The bartender nodded towards the stairs. Because I don't like thinking about what will happen if he doesn't. Did anyone else feel it when he pulled out that sword? An older man that had been sitting near Harry's table asked with a look of fear, that coldness, the feeling of dread. What is he? Another man asked with a frown. I doubt that he's a vampire because we all saw him eat. But he can't be human, can he? Not after the way he killed Volos, treated a 200-year-old vampire like he is a child. It seems that there's a new hunter in the area, sir. What happened? Demanded a figure cloaked in shadow. Vlad is dead, so is Volos and his men, the flunky replied calmly. Explain to me why I should care about the fates of a few parasites. The dark figure questioned. Ones that I myself have been meaning to destroy. Vlad's men say that he killed Vlad the same way a normal human would swat a bug, the flunky smiled. And a terrified townsman tells me it took the hunter less than 3 seconds to kill Volos and his group. I see, the shadowed figure nodded. You were right to bring this to my attention. We're sure that he wasn't brought in by the townsfolk. My source is terrified because he's the one that informed Volos about the stranger's presence. The flunky smiled, and I see it as a good sign that he allowed Vlad's men to live. So do I, the shadowed figure nodded. It looks as if he's not here to cause trouble. Find out his name, and send him an invitation to dine with me. At once, sir. I meant it when I said invitation, Yegor. The shadowed figure continued. I don't want to antagonize an unknown power by being impolite. As you say, sir. Yegor nodded. I'll tell the men not to anger him or be impolite. A meeting between equals. The darkened figure nodded. It's been so long since I've been able to have one of those. Harry awoke late the next morning and walked down to the bar. Good morning, sir. The bartender greeted him upon his appearance. Did you have a good sleep? Yes, I did, thank you. Harry gave a tired blink. Is it too early for breakfast? What would you like, sir? The woman smiled nervously. We have soup or if you'd like something else I can get it. Soup is fine, Harry nodded. Thank you. We all wanted you to know how sorry we are about what happened with Volos. The woman eyed the sword on Harry's hip. And I wanted you to know that the man who did it has left town. Don't worry about it, Harry grinned. Why don't we both forget that last night happened? If that's your wish, sir. The bartender agreed. Who am I to think otherwise? Thank you. Harry gave a short laugh. Now about that soup. Right away, sir. Harry leaned back in his chair and smiled. The people were so friendly around here that he might be persuaded to stay longer than he had intended. And that thing with the vampires last night. He was sure that it was just an isolated incident, not something likely to happen again. Will there be anything else, sir? The woman smiled nervously as she delivered the food, some fresh bread perhaps. I'm fine, thank you, Harry smiled. Is there anything to do in this town? Nothing much, sir. The woman's hands were trembling. It's fairly isolated. I'm sure I'll find something, Harry grinned. Thank you. Yes, sir. The woman backed up EU steps and then rushed into the back room. Must have a lot to do this morning, Harry shrugged at his hostess's exit. Harry finished his soup and decided to explore the town. It quickly became obvious that there wasn't much to see. The town held a blacksmith's shop, an inn, a general store, and another unmarked shop. Shrugging, Harry walked into the general store. If all else failed, he could always get some souvenirs for his friends. Hello, Harry called out as he entered the store. Is anyone here? I'm right here. An old woman's head popped out from behind the counter. Just one moment. I'm just going to take a look around, Harry replied. I'll be at the counter in a few minutes. Take your time. Harry spent several minutes walking around the store. Why do you have so much black silk? Vlad liked it. The old woman replied. He liked the whole Prince of the Night look. I thought they said his name was Volos. He wasn't so into continuing stereotypes as Vlad was. The old woman shook her head. He may have been a monster, but I don't know what I'm going to do with all that silk now that Vlad's gone. I'll take it, Harry sighed. I'm sure I know someone that can use it. Bless you. The old woman gave a toothless smile. You've saved my store. Always happy to help. Harry gave a weak grin. I'll take some of those hard candies behind the counter also. Here you go, Sonny. The old woman pulled out a handful. On the house. Harry paid for his purchases and walked to the next store. Hello, son. What can I do for you? I was just looking around, Harry replied. Is it possible to get a portkey here? Why do you ask? The shopkeeper asked wearily. This shop sells other magical items, Harry shrugged. I was hoping that you would have portkeys too, or at least know where I can get them. I'm afraid that I don't have those. The old man shook his head sadly. I do have some other things that you might be interested in though. What? Harry sighed. Let me show you. The old man pulled a small trunk out from under the counter. A complete hunter's kit, never been used. What's a complete hunter's kit? Harry's eyebrows were touching. Very thing a hunter of the supernatural could possibly need when traveling through the area. The old man smiled. Silver weapons, wooden stakes, a portable potions library, lock picks, and many more things. It also comes with a comprehensive research library. Fine, Harry nodded. And since you've decided to buy the complete hunter's kit, the old man smiled. Allow me to suggest a few more items that you'll need if you're traveling through the area. I thought you said the hunter's kit had everything I would need. Harry smirked. That's what the advertisement says, the old man agreed. You don't seem like the kind of man that would trust your life to a bunch of marketers. Okay, what else? Harry sighed again. Some more books. The old man piled the tomes on top of the trunk. And a lot more potions ingredients, including several that are only found in this area. The old man rummaged around in the back. I would also suggest that you purchase these potions. What are they? Blood replenishing potions. The old man shrugged. You'd be surprised how many I sell. Fine, Harry nodded. Anything else? One more thing. The old man pulled out a worn leather-bound book. This book is filled with useful spells and curses. You might not need it for dealing with supernatural threats, but it will certainly aid you in dealing with normal wizards. Thank you, Harry nodded. Anything else? No. The old man shook his head. Nothing else. Then I'm going to take this back to my room and go through it. Harry hefted his load. It's a good thing my pack is bottomless. That it is, lad, the old man chuckled. That it is. Harry walked back to his room and spent the remainder of the day reading through his new books and cataloging his new items. Finally getting everything situated the way he wanted it, Harry pulled out his new spell book and started to read. A muffled knock broke Harry's concentration and caused him to look towards the door. What is it? I have an invitation for you, sir. The bartender's voice called through the door. One moment. Harry got up and opened the door. What's this about an invitation? The Count has asked you to dine with him and has offered you a room for the night. The woman smiled nervously. He wished you to know that he has nothing but respect for you and hopes that you will accept. How do I get there? Harry asked calmly. He has also sent his carriage. The bartender replied, with the instructions that they will wait until doomsday for your answer.